Good morning. We want to say good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 7 of Black Empowerment Week. We want to say thank you to each and every one of y'all who's been following us since Sunday, man. Saying thank you to our Black Queen and our Black King, Mama Portia and Brother Merle Holloway. Thank you to NC 100 and Hayes Taylor YMCA for making it possible for to have this platform. Without them, we would not be doing this right now. Without them believing in our vision and bringing it to reality, we would not be sharing the empowering, encouraging words we've been able to give y'all these last 7 days. We're about to give y'all today and tomorrow. We'll be wrapping it up for the week, but we'll not be wrapping it up for Black Empowerment in our communities. We want to say thank you to Dr. Kelly and Mr. Mark for their great job they have done. Without them, this platform would not be possible. So we cannot go without saying thank you to them for making this possible. This is the reason this is being shared and being done because of these two men believed in our vision and making it possible. So we say thank you to Dr. Kelly and Mr. Mark for doing what they do to make sure this platform is done. Thank you to our guests that's been on the panels, been helping us out. We say thank you for everything y'all done, for liking, for sharing, for inviting people. Thank you for everybody that's been engaging with us. Thank you, audience, for all y'all's comments and sending into our messages, into the comments of every live stream that's been going down. We say thank you, thank you, thank you. Before I go on, I want to just say thank our ancestors that paved the way for us to be able to have this freedom of speech that we have and done what they've done for us to be able to do what we do now, man, to lift up our voice and speak up and speak out. So I'm going to welcome my two wonderful Black queens of Reedsville, North Carolina. Our host for the day will be our Black queen, Mama Portia Paris, and our Black queen, Ms. Nikki Graves. They'll be hosting today. Today will go from 11 o'clock until 6:30, so stay on with us. If you have to take a break, we understand. So we have our Black queen, Mama Portia Paris. The floor is yours. Thank you for everything.
Greetings to my virtual audience and friends out there. I come to you today. I'm Portia Paris, and I'm the executive director for the Hayes Taylor YMCA Achievers. And the Achievers is a program sponsored by the YMCA. It is available in Reedsville and Greensboro, but Hayes Taylor is our home. Twice a month, this was prior to COVID, we would meet and get with the students and try to impart in them some mentoring, which included some self-development skills, self-awareness, college readiness, and some other things. But I'll get into that a little bit later. But what I want to do today, right now, is share with you some of what our achievers are doing during the summer. Now, we know during the summer there was a lot of civil unrest and social unrest. So, in trying to incorporate the kids into the conversation, we just simply asked them what did they want. And they told us that they wanted to become more involved. So, from that came a social advocacy camp. We taught them how to advocate, we taught them to use their voice. We taught them to write their own narrative. So I'm going to share with you today a video that came out of our social justice camp, Advocacy in Action. It's coming. Just bear with me for a minute here. You know what happens when we work with technology? I'm hitting play and nothing's happening.
Portia, you maybe try refreshing the whole page. See what happens.
Okay. And, okay, here we go.
What up, good people? I'm Merrill Holloway. I'm the executive director of NC 100. That I think and know about Miss Portia Paris and the work that she's done, not only with the YMCA Achievers, but mentoring young people and supporting just social justice and connecting folks and workforce development and education and church community and political action committees with the NAACP and racial equity learning communities. It's been a real good, great experience to be connected to her in the program. The last couple summers has been like daily impact from an intern that we have that was a former YMCA Achiever and Reedsville Scholar, and now going to do amazing things in the future. And I just can't wait to, and I hope I am blessed to be around long enough to, fast forward a few years, be able to look back at this time as we're building NC 100 on the strength of Portia's activism and the amazing work that everybody with the program that has and offers. The young folks that are part of the program today that I get a chance to see and see the impact in their lives and the appreciation that their parents and other folks in the community have for it. So I'm so glad that we have folks that are focused on social justice, focused on their community, thinking about all types of ways to be entrepreneurs and all that stuff. Just be good folks that give back. And I'm hoping that we see folks continue to keep that high standard of excellence that we'll continue to see. So that's enough for me droning on. Just want to say thank you, and let's keep fighting the good fight.
My name is Naquan Beretta, and today I will educate you on the prison industrial complex. 2.2 million people are in our nation's prisons. 67% of those people are people of color. Millions have been arrested and never convicted of a criminal offense, and the U.S. has the highest prison population in the world. The goal of this video is to inspire change and to point you in the right direction to get you in touch with resources that will help change this problem. I've created a petition called The Man Behind the Wall. The goal of this petition is to get a shelter built that houses the homeless and people with a past criminal record. Now, it's time to get to the information. The mass incarceration began from the war on drugs in 1971, started by Richard Nixon. Nixon declared drug abuse to be public enemy number one and increased funding to drug control agencies and drug treatment efforts. However, this wasn't the real goal of this movement. John Ehrlichman, an advisor for the Nixon campaign, said this himself.
In 1968, and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black. But by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
That's crazy, right? You may be saying, how does this affect you? Well, did you know that there are laws set in place to make it easy for people like you and me to be arrested? Police can pull you over and search your car if they believe that you have any drugs or illegal substances on you. If you refuse, you can still be arrested. The police can even stop and frisk you, not to mention African Americans are prone to being pulled over for driving while black. When someone is arrested in a low-income neighborhood, the prosecutor charges them with as many things as possible. This makes them pressure to take the plea deal, because it will take longer for them to see a public defender than to be put in jail. When you are arrested and get a record, you are stripped of your rights. Here are a few things that take away from you: your voting rights, housing, driver's license, food stamps, welfare, employment, and parental benefits. When you get out of prison, you're either going to have to go live with some family or be homeless. Both ways are going to be hard for you to find a job. Jobs discriminate against people with criminal records, making it so that you either have to find a way to make quick money to sustain yourself, which is probably going to be selling drugs, go back to the jail, or be homeless. It's a no-win situation for anybody. Now, how do we change this? Make it easier for people with criminal records to get a job. Support movements like Ban the Box, All of Us or None of Us, and New Way of Life. Sign my petition to build a shelter for people with criminal records and the homeless.
Hello, my name is Alexis. Did you know that 1 in 9 people worldwide suffers from hunger? That's 820 million people. Although it is one of the world's richest countries, hunger affects people across the United States. The Food Research and Action Center is an organization that researches food hardship in the United States. They recently ranked the Greensboro-High Point metropolitan area in North Carolina as number 14 on its national list for food hardship. This means that even before COVID-19, the community struggled with food accessibility and food affordability. Now, in the midst of a pandemic, with increasing unemployment levels, there's an even more dire need for food. At the same time, there has been a major decrease in the number of food donations and volunteers. Currently, other people in the community serve as volunteers. However, their numbers are dwindling due to COVID-19 fears. Having sufficient food is a basic human right. You can help. If you can, donate your time, money, or non-perishable food items to help the hungry here in our community. Many organizations in our community are working to combat hunger, such as the Greensboro Urban Ministry and the Second Harvest Food Bank. If you would like to partner with these organizations, please contact them. The Greensboro Urban Ministry can be reached at 336-271-5959. That's 336-271-5959. The Greensboro Harvest Food Bank can be reached at 336-884-5770. That's 336-884-5770. Remember, we are all in this together.
My name is Jalen Johnson. Today, my film will educate audiences on the inequalities in the workplace. In today's society, 50% of Black people feel they will never get equal rights in America. The goal of this film is to spread awareness so we can change this problem of different racial treatment. In 2019, 1 million complaints were filed for racial discrimination, and 64.3% of investigations found no problem. Despite all the reports, and only 1.4% found resolution in their problems. Weekly earnings show that black men get paid $735 compared to white men who get paid $1,002. Black women get paid $654 compared to white women who get paid $817. To make a very long story short, the workplace should be a place of equality and tranquility.
Hello, my name is Vince, and nearly half the U.S. population is without a job. Is to raise awareness and start a petition to change the percent of jobless and enforce new job opportunities and raise awareness to people who are in need.
Hello, my name is Keenan. Today, my film will educate audiences on the school to prison pipeline. According to the Equal Justice Initiative, Black students are 4 times more likely than their white peers to be suspended for a longer period of time after doing the same thing. Black students are also ultimately incarcerated for minor offenses, such as littering, panhandling, or disorderly conduct. The goal of this film is to get your signature on my petition to help end systemic racism in our schools. The small town of Wentworth, North Carolina, is the central location in which people in my community, as well as residents from surrounding areas, go in order to seek educational, health, and civic resources. Wentworth Elementary School is one of the most important entities established in Wentworth. Here, young minds are molded into the trailblazers and intelligent individuals who will use their gifts, talents, skills, and wisdom to fill this world with kindness, harmony, and networks of good counsel. It is virtually ironic that approximately 1 mile from Wentworth Elementary School is the place that Black students are 4 times more likely to occupy than their white peers, the Rockingham County Jail. The Justice Policy Institute found that the juvenile incarceration rate has dropped 41% between 1995 and 2010. However, the school to prison pipeline has been initiated by the Zero Tolerance Policy. The organization Shared Justice defines the Zero Tolerance Policy as a harsh, predetermined punishment that is guaranteed to be imposed on the student who behaved accordingly to a certain action, regardless of the current circumstances, such as a mental disease. Since Black students are supported on the football fields as well as on the basketball courts, we now need your support off the field. To stimulate the liberty and justice for all that we affirm each time we pledge our allegiance to this country, sign and share my petition at the link copied below. Thank you.
My name is Xavier Pill. Today, my film will inform you about the systemic racial issues in public schools in the United States. To help push the issue I will be explaining, you can use the hashtag fairness for all students. The goal of this film is to give you enough information so that you know what it looks like and how to prevent it from happening. In 2014, the Brown Board released a report stating that Black students are 3 times more likely to be suspended or expelled. Because of this, in many schools around the United States, it's very common to see a Black student get a harsher punishment than their white peers. In the state of Missouri, some schools will suspend their students for using profanity. However, it is more common to see a Black student get suspended for this action, while a white student will most likely have a conference with their teacher. Many schools have developed zero tolerance policies, which started around the 1990s to help all students get fair punishments. However, it is still evident that these policies are easily ignored. In 2016, the suspension rates for Blacks were 28%, while whites were at 13%. These suspensions push students back and make it so that they don't have as much access to the information they would need to pass their tests and their exams. One way to help get rid of out-of-school suspensions and give the student ISS in school suspension with access to the teachers and other tools they would need to succeed in school. You can help by starting your own petition or helping an ongoing petition like the Take Back Our Schools petition started for Guilford County Schools. By doing so, you will help make a huge difference to these kids in our community. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what you learned, but I've learned a lot. Now, we talk about our young black kings and queens and what they're not doing, but what did you see here today, just now in these videos? Were you able to articulate what they did at the age of 14, 15, 16, and 17? These young kings and queens, they stated the problem. They gave the facts. They told you exactly what it is that they wanted to do. They had a call of action. Do you know how to organize? They're learning. That is the purpose of the Hayes-Taylor Achievers. We are growing tomorrow's leaders. And the Achievers is a teen program that helps our students move and leap forward. It started off back in 1974 in a small state of New York because there were people that understood and realized that we just didn't have enough people in our community, in our Black community, that the kids could look to for mentorship beyond the church and beyond school. So, thus, 52 years ago, the Achievers were born. 23 years ago, it migrated down to Greensboro to the Hayes-Taylor YMCA with the same premise. 20 years ago, the Achievers focused mainly on career exploration. But today, we do a lot of things. Like I say, we're growing our teens to take a leap forward. And this is a mentoring program for anybody between the 8th and the 12th grades. We explore careers, we develop leadership skills, we prepare students for college and life beyond high school. It's an all-empowering environment. You've seen the leadership training. You've seen them approach social skills today. So why the Achievers? Why not? Again, just look at what these young kings and queens are doing right now. Where will they be? And what will their voice be able to do as they write their own narratives? All we have to do as adults and as their elders is just guide them and then step out of the way, because I do know beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that our students are capable and able to move us forward into the 22nd century, 23rd century. Remember, they stood on the backs of the elders, and we are there to support them. I'd like to thank Merle Holloway and NC 100 and NC Leap for partnering with us. And there are a number of things that we're doing outside of just teaching them social justice. The other thing that we're doing is we're addressing food insecurities in our community. As of right now, we have a tower at the Hayes-Taylor YMCA. Whether you know it or not, East Greensboro, there's a food desert. Hayes-Taylor has been designated, the YMCA has been designated as a second harvest distribution center. So what we hope for in the long run, I was going to say, give us 6 months, let this tower and our fresh fruits and vegetables start to grow, and we will be able to distribute fresh produce throughout East Greensboro. Hoping to bring something like that here to Reidsville. We're still able to do it during COVID, but post-COVID, we're going to do even greater things. So, why the Achievers? Why not the Achievers? If you need to reach me, I'm at www.hayestaylor www.hayes.org. Again, that's www.hayes, HAYESTAYLOR.org. Or I'm in Reedsville. Everybody knows how to get me. Somebody can tell you how to reach me. Just contact Ms. Portia, and I'll be glad to talk to you more about about mentoring your youth. And again, thank you. I really appreciate your time. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Holloway.
You're not hard to find, are you?
No.
That's right. Hey, Mark, you can bring Angelica Lynn up for us. Hi, Angelica.
Hi, how are y'all?
We're doing good. We
Hello.
thought it'd be great to bring you up right now because you're a perfect bridge. It kind of shows like what the best part of a partnership would be, with NC 100 and the Hayes Taylor Achievers, because you'll be able to tell a little bit about your story about being an achiever and then, doing some work for NC 100. So for folks who don't know, I'm Merrill Holloway, an executive director of NC 100, and super excited to be a partner and working with Ms. Portia and the Achievers program. And we get a chance to connect and talk and work with teens on Saturdays. And Angelica here, we'll let you go ahead and tell your story. Angelica, talk a little bit about your experience as an achiever. And we'll talk about experience as an achiever first, and then we can go into NC 100.
So, hello everyone. My name is Angelica Lynn, and I was a former Hayes Taylor YMCA achiever. And so I just want to start off by saying thank you so much, Ms. Portia, for just implementing such a wonderful program that has impacted the lives of so many youth. So personally for me, if it was not for the Achievers program, I would not be the person nor the leader that I am today. Being a part of the Achievers program has allowed me to be a better thinker and listener, has allowed me to cultivate my networking and public speaking and communication and leadership skills. So the Achievers program has also just really equipped me with the skill sets and knowledge needed to navigate life beyond just high school. So I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you are doing in the community. And thank you so much for the work that you have done that has impacted families and youth in Rockingham County as well.
Angelica, tell the audience what you're doing right now, where you're coming to us from.
Okay. I am a student at UNC Asheville. I am a senior this year. I major in political science, and I am minoring in management.
Very nice. Portia, you about to say something?
Awesome. I see Katrina Harrison says that would be awesome here. For everybody that does not know, the program is here in Reedsville. We just meet at Hayes Taylor Y. But right now, because of COVID, we're able to meet virtually, and we meet every Saturday from 11 to 12. So yes, the program is here, and it has been here for about 10 years. And I don't know if this is good or bad, but seems like it's one of those well-kept secrets that we want to get out.
That's right.
So let everybody know, yes, the program is here, and we are ready and available to serve our youth and our families.
Yep, we have a Zoom link so people can catch it on Zoom. Now, we're trying to work through the pandemic, especially what Ms. Portia was talking about, the hydroponic planting seeds. We got a limited space for people to be able to do that, sign a waiver. We try to do that as safely as possible. But there's no barrier. So people in Reedsville can join when they're able to get back to being physically together. You'll be able to, we'll figure out ways for transportation. We typically have been getting folks over at the teen center and getting a bus and catching it and going over to Greensboro for the class when we get back to a place where we can be in front of everybody. So it definitely is something that we can have everybody in Rockingham County be a part of.
Exactly. It's like transportation. We looked at it years ago, and transportation seemed to be a barrier. We've taken care of that. But right now, with COVID, we're able to meet virtually. So you can take part either way.
So Angelica, let's talk a little bit more about other things you've been involved with. So because of Achievers and, things that you've worked on and achieved and did well as a really good student at Reedsville High, Rams in the house. Talk a little bit about some of the things that you've done while you're at UNC Asheville. In particular, I'd love to hear about your experience, how we got a chance to connect with the program with Z. Smith Reynolds. Talk about that and your experience working as an intern.
So yeah, I've been involved in different organizations at UNC Asheville. I was freshman and sophomore senator in Student Government Association. I'm a member in Black Student Association. I'm part of a campus ministry group known as Crew. And I'm also part of a organization known as Legacy for women of color on campus. So there are quite a few things that I'm involved in, but just to name a few.
Yeah.
So I interned with NC 100 during the summer going into my junior year and the summer going into my senior year. And so I just want to first I'll just start by saying thank you, Mr. Holloway, for just allowing me to intern with NC 100, and thank you so much for the work that you are doing in our community as well. And so I'll just jump into like some of the things that we're working on with NC 100.
Sure.
So I'm here today just because I want to inform everyone about two projects that NC 100 is working on. NC 100 is doing a virtual storytelling project. And for this project, I am interviewing leaders and community members from Rockingham County. We really just want to recognize the work that is being done in our community by the leaders and members in Rockingham County. And we also just want to get their life stories of what it was like growing up in Rockingham County and how it has shaped them into the person that they are today and the work that they're doing today. So if you are interested, this to our audience members, in being a part of this project, please email me at info@nc-100.org. And lastly, NC 100 has created flyers that list Black and Brown owned businesses in Rockingham County. You can find these flyers on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram page. So please go on those social media platforms. And our Instagram handle is NC_100_Reidsville. And our Twitter handle is NC100RockCo. So yeah, please go on those platforms, share our posts, and please go out and support our local Black and Brown owned businesses in Rockingham County. So that's all I have for today.
All right. I'd be interested, are there things that what type of things are you finding out from talking to people? Yeah, you don't have to go into specifics, but the type of conversations, because I really think that this project it dovetails into you're doing a project for school as well.
Mm-hmm.
So can people help you with that project for school as well? You want to talk about your?
Yes. So for my senior thesis, I'm actually using these interviews just to showcase the work that is being done in Rockingham County and how that is going to tie into like public policy because these leaders are really just like, giving resources to those within our community so that they can better themselves. And they're also, empowering, the individuals in our community to use their voice and how that can just move us toward changing just like public policy. So I'm going into that. And yeah, some of the conversations just have centered around what it was like growing up in like Rockingham County, going to the schools. And one thing that I have found in the midst of like all of those like interviews is each person talks about like how because our community is so small and it's like a tight-knit community, it has caused them to feel more at home because, we come from a small community and so everyone knows each other. We look out for each other and, we're just there for one another. I've also, with just talking to some young people, when they're talking about just some of the things they would like to see in Rockingham County, it's more, job opportunities, more places that the youth can interact. And so those are some of the commonalities that I found within those interviews. So.
Very cool. And Angelica, you want to tell the audience, like, what do you plan on doing? So you are getting ready to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a very, very different last year, right, of school with COVID and everything. But yeah, tell folks what are you planning on doing? So when you walk across that stage or the Zoom screen, however they do it, what's your plans after you get that diploma?
Well, I'm actually going to take a gap year
Okay.
and work, and just to get myself together and just do some more research on graduate schools, particularly law schools, because I am interested in doing a dual program that will allow me to go to law school and divinity school. So that's my plans.
Very cool. Now, did you see that if you rewind yourself 10 years ago, did you see yourself doing all those things 10 years ago?
I definitely did not. I was a very shy person, still am sometimes, and I didn't really value school and getting involved as much. But during my eighth grade year, I applied for the IB program at Reedsville High School because I just really wanted to challenge myself, and I really just wanted to grow and try new things. And from there, it's just been, uphill, and it's just been a great experience. I've been involved in different leadership roles within my community in Rockingham County. And so I wouldn't have thought that I would have done the things that I'm doing today, or, have been the person that I am today. Someone who's really just values getting my education. Cause back then I didn't really care about school, or like I said, getting involved. And so it's just been a great experience, and just challenging myself and just showing, myself what I am capable of, not placing limits on myself. So it's been a great experience.
Very cool. You've done such a great job. So super proud of all the things, and looking forward to seeing all the wonderful stuff you're going to do. And hopefully we'll see you back in Rockingham County. That's your plan. Very cool. Any questions, Portia?
No, awesome. I can say, regardless of Angelica's being modest, I know she always talked about a career in political science. Didn't know exactly what she wanted to do, but she always talked about being involved in politics, whether it was going to be an attorney or from the legislative side. So very, very, very proud of what it is that you're doing. You've always been goal focused and future oriented, always. And like I say, we just appreciate you being around, spending your time here with us, and just looking forward to the future and what it is that you're going to bring back here.
Thank you so much.
100%. So again, folks, we definitely, if you have stories to share, please reach out to info@nc-100.org and share those stories. We would love to, if we will eventually try to capture those things in some type of documentary or some type of project. But if you do not want your image or voice on it, we don't have to put it on there. But if you are interested in that, we would love to have you be part of that project, and it would help Angelica for her senior thesis as well. So I think we're running a little bit ahead. I don't know, Portia, if we want to show a little bit of the STEM video. I'm not sure if Ms. Hensley is here. We could start with her early, talking a little bit about her program, and then I know I was going to share a little bit about NC 100. If Ms. Hensley is here, we could start, or if we want to show the STEM video. If we're prepared.
Ms.
If not,
Hensley here?
Mark, is Ms. Hensley here? If not, I can go into NC 100 until she gets here.
It's go ahead and go into NC 100.
Okay, I'll go into NC 100. So, all right. So again, guys, I'm going to go a little bit into NC 100. So I know you guys have heard a little bit about NC 100, and we have been in partnership with Hayes Taylor YMCA Achievers. We are really proud of all the stuff that's been going on with Next Generation Alliance and Mike and Greg and Sean X and Sean Bradley. We really have just been so pleased and proud of these brothers for all of the stuff, that their vision for having this amazing week. Mark, we're looking for Adrienne Hensley. She's not scheduled to come on until 12, but if she gets in here early, you can just bring her in. I'm going to talk a little bit about NC 100. So again, guys, my name is Merrill Holloway. I'm the executive director of NC 100. I am from Reedsville, grew up here, and went to Reedsville High School. Williamsburg elementary kid, grew up out in the country, and just really love Rockingham County. I live in Raleigh, but have lived in Durham for really more years than any other place. I really am a person that's tied to the Triangle, but I really have a lot of love for Rockingham County and Reedsville in particular, because I grew up here. And I'm going to throw up some slides, or a slideshow real quick, and talk a little bit about the organization. We are a nonprofit, and let's see if I can share my screen. I'm trying not to bore you guys, but I really am excited about sharing more information about who we are. Mark, if you can put that up. All right. So NC100, guys, we are an organization. We are connected to and working directly with local and statewide leaders. We believe in the power of community organizing. We've been operating in the community since 2011. We haven't always been called NC100. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We really believe that we want to be part of this coalition of like-minded organizations that are doing really great things, not only in Rockingham County, but in rural communities. But concentrating on trying to get Rockingham County together first. I am a big believer that our entire environment cannot be divorced from finding justice for the marginalized. I care about my Black folks. I care about all people, but I really have a deep passion for folks who are marginalized, and that in particular are our Black and brown brothers and sisters that need justice. Anybody who needs justice in particular, but I am really focused on making sure that we call out injustice. We are focused on racial equity, and we try to figure out ways for institutions to be disruptive and do the right thing. See if I get this slide to work right. Of course, it's not going to do it because I want it to. There we go. So this is kind of like the highlights of kind of like how we have operated, guys. So like I said, in 2011, there was a group of folks that are from Rockingham County. In this picture, you're going to see for a lot of you folks, you would know her as Stevette Barnett. She is Stevette Watkins now, but she had an idea back in 2011 to put together this thing that we called the Black Alumni Weekend. And we were very focused on trying to celebrate things that folks, Black Americans, the folks here in our county celebrated. We brought all of our folks here in the county together. And for 4 years, we had this really amazing networking opportunity for Black professionals and other folks here in the county, where we raised money for scholarships, and we gave away $1,000 for all of the schools, all of the seniors, for at least one senior in all the schools for 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. We had this really big basketball game. We brought in all the old school basketball players. We had a 3-point contest. We had a comedy show on Saturday night. We would honor teachers that we loved. We just had a really good time and just celebrated, what it meant to be, a contributing member of the community. And I have a background in nonprofits. And so we formed a 501c3 in 2015, and we called it the Rockingham County Champions for Education. And we really wanted to figure out ways that we could take the energy for all of us folks that left the community, and we weren't living here anymore, but we wanted to find ways that we could be impactful. So we did that in 2015. In 2016, we applied for a grant and got some funding from the Reedsville Area Foundation, is where I'm sitting today. I have an office here downtown, and we worked with Moss Street Elementary. This is before UNCG took over. And thank you to Dr. Katina Chestnut, that really believed in what we were trying to do. And we told her and her staff that we wanted to find a way to make that Moss Street School a hub where the teachers and parents and students could figure out ways to use that place to be a community center where we could have financial literacy courses. We could talk about things. We could have a shared vision where the teachers and parents and students could figure out ways to work together. We sponsored 15 different events. We held 2 STEM summer camps that were run by Marcia Lyons, who a lot of you folks will know, who is a Reedsville native. And I think she won middle school teacher of the year just recently. I know she works at the middle college at Bennett. We had these really amazing summer camps. We did college tours. We visited programs across the state, actually a couple outside of the state, to kind of see what would be effective. And in 2018, we reorganized and created another 501c3 that's called NC 100. And so NC 100 now is the kind of an umbrella organization now, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we started to focus a little bit more on this vision working with the middle school. And as you see here, this is the first group of kids that we had, the first couple things that we did organized in 2019. We wanted to do some strategic partnership and try to convene. We wanted to do some racial equity work. And we wanted to think a little bit more about exploring, like, what does it look like to have a organization that was doing long-term systemic change. So NC 100 is real simple, guys. It's only two things that we are really focused on. The first thing you see here is a picture of our, we got two Rockingham County interns we had with Z. Smith Reynolds. And you see Angelica here and Miss Taisha Pickard, both Rockingham County scholars. So we have two things that we are trying to do. We want 100% of the student population to have the tools to explore great career options before they get to 9th grade. So that's why we focus on middle school. So 6th, 7th, 8th grade, we pull in and we've created these cohorts of students, and we are going to make commitments to these students until they are age 22. So we are going to try our best to make sure that we're connected. We are exposing them to folks in the community, outside of the community, especially for some of our brown and black brothers and sisters. They see people that look like them that are doing X, Y, and Z. And we connect our work to this idea of doors instead of floors. We think there are so many different ways that you can be successful. You can go to college, and that works for a lot of people. You can go into the workforce. That works for a lot of people. You can figure out that you may want to have some hybrid of that and go to work for somebody who's going to eventually pay for you to go to college. You can do whatever you want to do, but you need to learn how to pivot and pick different doors and change those options. There's not one way to get it done. So if you graduate high school and have a successful pathway for having a career, we're happy. You can either work for somebody or have people work for you. Either way is going to work. The other thing that we are focused on is 100% of our people in the community should have access to all the resources that protect and support our wealth. And if they are creating wealth and protecting wealth, they're going to be healthy. The way we go about the work is we look at the development as looking upon our strengths, going into community and seeing where we're strong. We try to help and navigate and coach organizations, other nonprofits, folks that want to form a nonprofit. If you got an idea for a nonprofit and you need some help, you've got an idea like the brothers here with NGA 336, we can help. We can try to put some structure to it and help you figure out how to get some funding, how to figure out how to, move your ideas. We are holders of process, not content. We're not going to tell you what you need to do. We just want to hear what you think that might make sense to you and help you figure out ways to make it move forward. And then we also are partners with our strategic relationships. We are trying to get our social media game right. I mean, we've got 1,500 followers on 4 different networks. We are on Twitter, as Angelica said. We are at NC100 Rockco. On Instagram, we are NC _100 _Reedsville. On LinkedIn, we're NC100. Facebook, we are NC100. We're on TikTok, and we are NC100 Rockco on TikTok, but we only have like 9 or 12 followers because we have not figured out anything to be quite hip yet. So please give us some ideas, or if there's a young person who would like to manage our TikTok page, please shoot us an email because we don't know what we're doing. Or you can always get to us on our website at www.nc-100.org. And we also have a COVID response site at gethelprocknc.com. All right. And, cool. Adrian is here. So I'm going to go ahead and just finish this and then Adrian come up. All right, let me skip to something else so I don't bore you guys. So here's the thing that Ms. Portia told you about that we are partners in. We have this program that's called NC Leap, and this is the cohort that I told you about. Before COVID, we definitely partnered with Hayes Taylor Wine. We still do, but we physically would support having our students join the Achievers, and they would go on every other Saturday and go to Greensboro. Our NC Leap kids, we would meet monthly. We also did a summer excursion. So we went to Atlanta, we went to Alabama. We did, really cool trips, back when it was safe. And this, like I said, we are focusing on kids in the 6th grade that belong to this cohort. We support developing self-advocacy. We want to expose students to different people and places. And now all of our stuff is digital. If you are interested in joining the NC LEAP cohort, of course, you can email us or contact us on social media. But our coordinator now is Adrienne Hensley, who's going to come up in a second and talk a little bit about some of the work that she's doing with NC 100 and outside of NC 100. But the things that we focus and we support folks with NC 100, if you join the NC LEAP program for your teens, is leadership and mentoring, relational meeting and networking, entrepreneurship, learning a little bit how to pivot, civic engagement. You will learn and support anti-racist education. The thing I talked about, the career pathways with doors, not floors. We have an event that we do with the high schools called Reality of Money. And with our partnership with the YMCA, there's a lot of STEM and SAT preparation that we do in partnership with them. Real quickly, before I bring up Adrienne, we do have some other folks. You guys got a chance to see Angelica. Angelica is an intern with us, and she does a lot of really great things for us, and been really happy to have her on staff. We have Mr. Danye Lowe, who is a recent program associate with us, and he is a graduate of McMichael High School and just joined us a month or so ago and has been doing some really great stuff. And Felton Fouché, who a lot of you may have seen on Thursday, he is really doing a lot of our community outreach with our virtual programming with 2 big programs that we do. Our Saturday program, the Confab with the YMCA on Saturdays at 11. And then on Thursday, we have a show called Grown Folks Business. And it is on this it's on StreamYard. So every Thursday on NC 100, you can check that show out. One of the things that allows us to do some of the stuff that we do have funding, and I can't stress how important it is to be able to have some funding. So we're very proud and happy to have some pretty good funding. But for anybody who goes into a nonprofit business model, guys, it's great to have some funding and have some foundations that set you up and give you a little bit, but you also want to be thinking about what else can you do to provide some service that people find valuable, because you don't want to rely on funding, because I love all of our sponsors and the people who support us, but they could change their mind next week. But we're very happy for all of our partners. So if you guys or anybody that is a funder that's watching us today, thank you very much. Please don't change your mind. But if you do, we're going to figure something out. All right. The other thing that makes us that we are very happy to say we are part of a North Star Children's Initiative, where we are trying to build continued programs and partnerships. We have about 180 participants through our programs. And these are some of the folks that we are connected to. There's the City of Refuge, RCCE, Rise Up Professional Service, an organization that's getting off the ground called Brothers Breaking Bread. The Reedsville Tigers has been a big partner of ours, and Latinx Life, and of course the YMCA. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. You can stop sharing screen. We can bring up Adrienne to talk a little bit about the stuff that she's doing. Oh, what I need to make sure in our NSCI community partners is, NGA 336. So we're going to update this very soon. So thank you. I hope it didn't bore you guys too much. I'm going to bring up Adrienne Hensley, who is our outreach LEAP coordinator, and she's going to talk a little bit about that. But I think mostly we want to support a brand new venture of hers, leveraging some of her experience as a communicator and educator with Rockingham County Schools. So I'm going to stop here. And you can bring her up and take me and Portia down, Mark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're going to give you the stage. We're going to give you the stage and let you talk a little bit about what you're doing. And then Mark, you can pull me and Portia off and let Adrienne talk a little bit about what she's got going on. And then when you're done, Adrienne, I'll come back and we'll go from there. But you got 15 minutes to cook.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. As my wonderful, wonderful boss stated, I work for Merrill for NC 100, and I would classify myself exactly as he did, a community outreach specialist. I work with the NC LEAP program, and basically my job is to work with our 6th through 12th graders and beyond, our college students, to partner with them to get them the resources they need, and to also ensure that they are on the path that they would like to follow. So everyone, you always hear, and I know I've heard it because I was an educator, college and career ready, but everybody's not either of those yet. And everyone is not going to be ready for college, or nor do they need to go to college. So our job is to find out exactly what they're good at and exactly what their dream is, and get them the resources they need. And we also try to make sure that we reach out to the parents to get them the support that they need to make sure that they're able to help their children, because obviously they're their children's first educators anyway. So we have been working during this pandemic, trying to make sure that we stay in constant contact with our LEAD kids. Now, that has been different because Zoom seems to be the platform, and children Zoom all day long with their classes. So trying to make sure that they want to Zoom with us and just touch bases with us has been the difficult task. But we are definitely ready for some normalcy in the world so we can go back to seeing our babies. And so, yeah, that's that. I have enjoyed working for NC 100. Just a little bit about me before I go into my other ventures. Worked for Rockingham County Schools as an educator for 10 years. Recently resigned in July. Just wanted some different ventures outside of the classroom, but I knew I still wanted to touch children. I still wanted to be in their lives and help mold them. So, thank goodness for networking, and someone put me in close contact with Merrill, and that kind of bloomed from there. Along that, I obviously have a boss that pushes me and believes that we as a people should have our own things. And so I decided, since I was already tutoring on the side for 5 years now, that I needed to branch out and start my own tutoring company. So that kind of formed from there. There's a great need for students outside of the classroom, with a lot of kids not being able to go into school right now. Teachers are doing the best that they can to reach every single child. And every child is not going to perform the best during an online situation. So it's kind of made my business boom right now, and I'm thanking Jesus for that. And word of mouth and recommendation has also done the same. So I don't know if I'm able to share. Am I able to share?
You sure can. If you have something, you can just hit the share button at the bottom if you have something ready to go.
Okay. Do I pull it up first, or?
Mm-hmm. You pull it up, and I think Mark can put it in the stream.
Okay, can you see it? Sorry, guys, I'm new to StreamYard. This is different. All right, hold on. Share. All right, can anybody see it? Or are you just looking at it?
Not yet. He's going to pull it up in a second.
Okay. Well, I'll keep talking. So, amidst all of this, I decided to form my own tutoring company, and it is called Battle of the Brain Tutoring. I really cater. So my licensure area is K through 6, but all educators know that just because you're licensed K through 6 does not mean you can't teach anything else. So I specialize K through 12, and my specialty area would be math, but I tutor in all other things. I also work with kids that have IEPs. So those are kids with ADHD, ADD, anxiety disorders, dyslexia. Those are some of my specialty areas. I also tutor homeschool kids because homeschool kids need an outside source as well. And one of the biggies that's been going on lately is parents needing tutoring for their student for the SAT prep and for ACT prep. That is also one of the areas that I am dabbling in as well. The need is definitely great for our children with prep for ACT and prep for SAT. I am the lone soldier in my tutoring company right now, but the vision that I have is in 2 to 5 years that there will at least be 5 of us on this team, because I definitely am not going to be able to hold up all the tutoring hours alone. So the vision is also to have a storefront, and that's coming together a little quicker than I anticipated through networking. But if there's someone out there that does have a storefront that is not at all expensive, please feel free to contact me, because I am looking. I am virtual / in-home if needed. Now, because of COVID, I am taking all precautions when I'm in home with students. So they mask and I mask. But a lot of it is virtual, which means that I can reach a lot more students. I have students that are in High Point. I have students that are in Greensboro, and it just enables me not to have to travel right now. So, all right. I'm not sure. Can they see it yet, or do I need to go back?
He cannot see it. If you try hitting the share button one more time.
All right, let's see.
Hit share. And then does it say, do you see screen one, screen, share your screen? I don't know why it's doing that. Well, while you're trying to figure that out, I do have something I wanted to show. Adrian, if you want to continue trying to show, there's a private chat function in here. If you want to continue trying to pull your screen up to share something until Mark sees it. Okay, Adrian. So Adrian, if you're in the backstage now, so continue trying to share something on your screen. Oh, there you go. So
it dropped me out.
Okay. Try hitting share again and pulling up whatever you wanted to share. And then when you see it, he should see it. And while you're troubleshooting that, I'm going to show something real quick, guys. I want to show you guys like a little bit of some of the stuff for NC100 in action, so you guys can see a little bit of a community resiliency chat that we did, like a little highlight reel. We've got 2 little highlight reels I want to show you while Adrian is trying to get it together, then you can finish up. All right, Mark, you can show screen. Can't hear anything, can we?
The radio thought they were willing to take it. I just said, if you give it gives me a sense of sticking it to it. Anyway, so that's why you see I don't end up with that person. This is truth need to be told. Truth doesn't need to be told by me. Not every truth that you know needs to come through you. There's a universe out there working with all of us to get it right. Third, if it is told by me, open up the space, give me the time, give me the words to do it in wellness and in grace.
networking before today. I had no idea what it was, and it was a very fulfilling experience to get to talk to all these people and learn from them.
Today, we are here with NC100, who is also one of our grantee organizations to support career pathway building.
Networking is probably one of the most important things to do that I can do. Getting to know people on a personal level, finding common ground with them, and really getting involved in your community is very beneficial for you.
To connect with the achievers here at the YMCA. They are led by Portia Paris, who is a regional native, just like myself.
My family, my community, my school, and my race. With pride, dignity, and excellence.
The Y Achievers program is a college readiness career exploration program. It started in the 1970s in Harlem, New York. There were a group of businessmen that realized that our Black children did not have the same advantages other children in the community. So they
place. You don't have to script it. You don't have to structure it. You don't have to follow any crowds. But if you can truly stay true to yourself and do whatever in your heart desire, whatever it may be, comic books, kayaking, it doesn't have to be sports. It can be business. It can be mathematics. It can be science. It can be so many things because the world is like, the world is your toy. So, whatever it is, just stay true to yourself. And the difference that you make from being different will stand out in the future.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
High school and especially into college, I knew I wanted to be an educator, but what kept me there was, as I looked back at the strong legacy of Black women and Black men in education, my God, it inspired me. I cannot even lie. The very fact that our people were oppressed and denied basic human rights, denied the ability to think freely, and took that, that thing did something to me.
Nothing glamorous or beautiful about getting arrested in the name of this. It's not a poetic act because we're literally fighting, because we're saying that if we get arrested, there's a chance we don't survive that. So making sure that when it comes to the bail fund, that we're able to get folks out as soon as possible so they have to spend as little time in police custody as possible or interacting with the police as possible, making sure that people have the resources, the toolkits, and the information around non-engagement with the police, around best practices of, being out here on the front lines. This is new for a lot of people. And we live in North Carolina, which has, a lot of history around this kind of work. We have elders that we can lean on, organizers that we can lean on, but it's also the conversation of those of us that are in positions where we are elders or leaders in this work. Somebody had to step back for us to get to that point. And it's been humbling for me to step back and watch the young organizers that are coming up, but also to be able to really not just engage with them, but try to support them the best way possible, give them resources that I wish I would have had access to.
What do Black people have Black people have neighborhoods? I didn't ask you that. What do Black people have? Not what do we rent from you, not that some places are set up that is still owned and controlled by white folk and you got a Black face. What do we have that we control? Hardly nothing.
There's not access to capital. There's not access to money. And if you don't have any connection to people that may have connections to people that have money, it's really hard to start a business. But if you come from a place where you have money, or you look like people that have money, or you can be connected to somebody that's connected to somebody that has money.
I give a big salute to the leadership there in Rockingham County, because the camaraderie that I witnessed coming from Raleigh, coming to Rockingham County, it was more like a family atmosphere. And that atmosphere had some diversity in it. But I saw some young people, I saw some older people who were gathered together to not only address the celebration of Juneteenth, which is the emancipation 6 months or so later after President Lincoln signed the bill for it to arrive there in Texas, but also to celebrate
avenue. And that's what I did. I was like, okay, well, right now the industry isn't checking for me, but I'm checking for the industry. So let me make my own way. And then that's what I did. And so for me, overcoming rejection is just understanding that the worst that can happen is a no, and you live from it. And it's that reality that allows me to keep
another
going.
one of
And
those
if someone else,
spaces I was the only Black student. We were living in rural South Carolina at the time. I didn't like being there, and I didn't feel like I was learning what I needed to learn. And I said that in my 5-year-old way to my parents over and over and over again until they decided to take me out of that school and homeschool me for a little while. And I think that taught me that I had the knowledge to know what I needed and the right to ask for it.
I wish that someone would have told me this when I was like 15 or 16. This is the best time in the world for you to be creative and figure things out and try things. And if it doesn't work, okay, try something else, and that's what business is. I started off in women's fashion and it just kept changing because I just would not give up. I was like,
Relational
okay.
meetings with individuals within the community, attending city council meetings, county commissioner meetings, and county school board meetings, while listening to the issues that are going on within the community. My mentor allowed for me to see the issues in our community in a different way and allowed for me to transition my feelings into a drive for change and effective learning.
Hello, my name is Angelica Lynn.
And my name is Bridley Jenkins.
And today we will be discussing social media do's
and social media don'ts.
I loved it. What I got mostly out of our conversation was confirmation that even though our generation it's normal for us to post everything that we're doing every second of the day, but it's okay. Nobody needs to know absolutely everything you're doing, everywhere you are going, because not only does it save you the time and effort and you can enjoy what you're doing, but it saves you your privacy and you don't have other people peering into your life that could potentially be dangerous for you.
Thank you so much for everyone for sharing.
Good job, everybody.
Add to that, some of the other things we talked about was, refrain from, like they said, posting content.
Adrian, I just wanted to stop the video just in case you had your screen come back. Were you able to? You want to come back up?
My whole screen, it takes me out of the StreamYard. So
oh, it does. Okay.
That's what's been happening. So I'm not sure.
Okay, well, keep on sharing. If there's other stuff you want to share. Oh, maybe it took her back out. Okay, I think let's see what's going on there. We did have one more video that we wanted to show, and we have a presentation from the Goodwill. Okay, here we go. Adrian, maybe you. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna fade to black and let you cook and let you finish.
I don't know if it's gonna share or not. I'm just gonna talk about where it's located because
okay.
I was just trying to show my webpage. Okay, so technology is not my friend today. That is usually not the case. But I wanted to show you guys my official webpage, but it is at www.battleofthebrain.org. On there, you will find out how to contact me, how to schedule tutoring sessions straight through the calendar, and it'll come straight to me. You'll find out a little bit more about my background. Let's see. Also, just some things about how my platform for tutoring. So I'm not like your normal person that comes in to tutor your children. I do not start with what they need, as in the sense of academics. I start with what they need internally. What that means to me is I feel like a child can be academically strong in every area, but they are not going to physically take in what you're trying to provide for them if their confidence is low. So I start my first sessions with confidence boosters and connections. I've always been a strong believer in connections in the classroom, and connections builds trust, and students will do whatever you want them to do if they trust you and if their confidence is strong. So that's kind of my platform for my tutoring company. And then I'll begin to know where to start with them to get them the assistance that they need. So yeah, that's that.
Very cool. Very cool. Other things that you'd like to share. I know that Jay Dwayne is going to come on and talk a little bit about his work, but would you share a little bit about some of the work that you've been doing with our teachers? And
sure. When Jay comes on, guys, he is phenomenal. And I am so excited that I have been able to be in his presence and partner and collaborate with Jay. So sometimes things get done behind the scenes that people don't know about. So Jay and I have been working very hard to increase, or shall I say, to prove that our teachers are so valuable to our community. So a project that Merrill, myself, and Jay came up with is what we have been calling our teacher retreat. It started with just an idea, and it kind of blossomed from there. And we had a weekend retreat for about 15 teachers or 14 teachers and one very involved community person, Lori. And we brought in Jay, who was with Love is a Parable, and we kind of teamed together and it was not a venting session. It was more like, guys, you are valuable. We don't know if everyone sees that right now, but we are all here for the children. And it was an empowering weekend for the educators as well as myself. So we have been working to bring that to more educators. We're hopefully thinking to try to bring it to principals, the school board. We're really trying to reach out beyond just a small group. It was a phenomenal journey, and we are ready to take on more. I hope that some of the educators are watching that attended it so that they could speak on it. But I am totally excited for where that project is going.
I am too. Very glad to have you on board, have your experience, have your dedication to not only NC Elite, but just to the community at whole. So any parting words that you'd like to leave with the folks? I know that that you have been thinking about maybe some aspirations for public service. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I'll say it. I wasn't going to bring it to the table just yet, but I'm sure that Brother Greg would be proud of me for going ahead and putting it out there. So yes, I, Adrian Hensley, plans on running for school board in 2022.
All right.
I'm doing it right here, guys. Be ready to support. Be ready to be out there with me campaigning. I will be one of the people running for school board for 2022.
Well, that is good to hear. It's really good that folks are civically engaged, whether you're running or just being a part of meetings and paying attention to what's going on. So whether it's our county commissioners or joining one of the committees, but that's really great. You had those aspirations. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys. Keep up
Thanks,
the great
Amy.
work.
All right, guys. So we do have 2 more videos. So there's one more video that we have from NC100 that we want to show you that is about some of the community activism and some of the things that we've been doing. You know, one of the other things that we do at NC100, we are a convener and we do these resilient community conversations. We had a conversation with the police. We had a conversation on economic and social justice. And we had one on health. We've had 2 on health. And I'm going to show you a highlight reel from the social justice and economic justice. And then after that, we have the people from Triad Goodwill that were going to make a presentation, but they weren't able to make it in person. So they have a video. So we do have 2 video presentations to show back to back. So, and then after the Triad Goodwill video, we're going to have Miss Nikki Graves Knight going to be our MC that's going to take over and get us through the rest of our presentations. We have a whole bunch of unbelievable, great vendors and nonprofit leaders, and later in the afternoon, spoken word artists, people with Rockingham County ties, people some people you don't. So we're really looking forward to it. So 2 more videos. One from NC100 is going to highlight. It's actually the first face you see on this next video is going to be from one of the NGA 336 members, Mr. Michael Harris, who was a guest speaker on a conversation that we had about social and economic justice. And then again, like I said, there's going to be a video that we show about what did I say? I've lost my train of thought. Oh, the Triad Goodwill. They have a wonderful program about digital skills. And then after that video, we will have some time where people can ask questions, and we welcome people to ask questions here on the platform, and we can ask them, and I'll try to answer them before we transition over to Nikki. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. So let's check this video out, these next 2 videos out. I hope you enjoy. And of course, if you have questions, we will try to answer them. All right.
Things. Let's get these things in our community that we can put money back into our community. I'm a guy that came out of prison. The odds are stacked against me because they say I'll be back in prison in less than 1 to 3 years. But I flipped the script on it. That's why my thing is from dope to hope. I used to sell drugs. I used to run the streets using drugs and alcohol. But now I flipped the script by the grace of God. That now I push this message that if I can do it, you can do it. We don't have to go back into that revolving door. I didn't have to go back to that revolving thing that I was doing. That's why now I'm pushing this message that, look, hey, there is hope. There is hope. You have to believe in yourself. Some people have been broken down so much, been beat down, have been turned around when they walked in the door and applied for a job, have been broken down and they applied to go to school and they couldn't get in there because they couldn't afford to go to school. It's so many different barriers that people have been like, they're struggling with. They have given up.
What I do in my personal life matters. The conversations that you choose to have in your personal lives matter. Something that I'll say, that I often say to my white friends, if you're in spaces and you feel a certain type of way, it is up to you to represent someone like me in that space, because I may not be there and I may not get the real, honest thoughts of that person that occupies that space with you. So represent a mindset, take it everywhere, share it, and eventually those that need to hear about it, they should.
All right. Sorry, guys. I realized that we didn't have any sound on that video. We will start over. All right, we'll try that one more time.
For people that can't afford these things, let's get these things in our community that we can put money back into our community. I'm a guy that came out of prison. The odds are stacked against me because they say I'll be back in prison in less than 1 to 3 years. But I flipped the script on it. That's why my thing is from dope to hope. I used to sell drugs. I used to run the streets using drugs and alcohol. But now I flipped the script by the grace of God. That now I push this message that if I can do it, you can do it. We don't have to go back into that revolving door. I didn't have to go back to that revolving thing that I was doing. That's why now I'm pushing this message that, look, hey, there is hope. There is hope. You have to believe in yourself. Some people have been broken down so much, been beat down, have been turned around when they walked in the door and applied for a job, have been broken down and they applied to go to school and they couldn't get in there because they couldn't afford to go to school. It's so many different barriers that people have been like, they're struggling with. They have given up.
What I do in my personal life matters. The conversations that you choose to have in your personal lives matter. Something that I'll say, that I often say to my white friends, if you're in spaces and you feel a certain type of way, it is up to you to represent someone like me in that space, because I may not be there and I may not get the real, honest thoughts of that person that occupies that space with you. So represent a mindset, take it everywhere, share it, and eventually those that need to hear about it, they should, if they're listening.
Want to jump in about this?
Sure. I know I'll speak personally first. As for me, to be honest, even though I was aware of things happening in our society, I think I was so focused on, especially as a single mother, on surviving, that I really wasn't focused on getting out there to truly make an impactful difference to help when it came to this area, especially in the area of civic engagement. Now, when I was an educator, as a special education teacher, yes, I did advocacy, especially for those with different disabilities. But on this front, while I hate that COVID had to come for us to shut in, and to be paused for a moment, to have to watch George Floyd video over and over and over again. At the same time, I appreciate it because it has now completely shifted my life, where I knew I could no longer just be a bystander, right? And so from that, it has been beautiful because I have a 10-year-old son who's bringing things to my attention. And then I have a 19-year-old daughter who's bringing things to my attention. And they're the ones that encouraging me, Mom, get out there. Look, we're praying for you. Get out there and make a difference. You know, thank you for being
courageous. Action for childhood arrivals. And so they came here from another country, brought here by their parents. They apply for DACA, which right now they have to apply yearly for it. They pay, and if approved, they get to work in the country. They get to go to school, get a driver's license and all that great stuff. But there's no pathway to citizenship for them. So though they've been here their whole youth and now into adulthood, they're here. And if DACA is ever taken away from them, they could be at risk of getting deported at any time. So for me, social justice would be for people that have been here most of their life to be able to stay here without living in
years of organizing into the Black Self-Defense Team. And that is just a response not only to the police, the brutal police brutality that is happening to our people and has been happening from night watchers. It's also a response of knowing our rights and how to defend ourselves by any means necessary as a people. And that is something that we're trying to do now through civic engagement, know your rights training, and also kind of connecting that bridge between knowing what is happening in our city council meetings and knowing who is dictating, who's turning on the water, who's turning on the lights for your grandmother and your aunt's house, and holding them accountable, just in case we have to cut the bad cancer out like a
To be quite honest, I feel like you could be a painter and be, taking place with social justice. You could be a nurse. You could be an environmentalist. You could be an educator. I think the key is to whatever you're in, finding your place and feeling it out and seeing where you are really needed and what skills that you have to be the most effective when it comes to social justice.
Positive in it, because I don't really have a choice. I have to do it. But I have been an active student. I like going to school, but being like on lockdown and social distancing has made me appreciate the opportunity and the chance to actually go and sit in the classroom. But it has just become difficult for me. I have to have more discipline to sit down for 3 hours at a time on Zoom, listening to someone's lecture. And what I would do is my attention span is not as long as it should be, I guess. So I would still do something productive, like dishes or laundry, cleaning up, reading a book. And what I'll just do is go back and watch the class on my own time. But it definitely is a new norm. It's something that we have to get at.
A quick and unexpected change from where we were in the semester last year versus what our semester is looking like now this year. And the lack of social interaction has been difficult. I think one of the most important aspects of school, especially at the high school age, is kind of building your relationships and your kind of inner circle and that sort of thing. And losing that aspect has been tough. But like Keenan said, this is kind of the new normal for a lot of different work avenues and areas. So it is good to kind of have this background, but I definitely do miss one-on-one interaction with professors and classmates alike.
We told them to go for Black women candidates. We were very clear. They didn't listen. Look what happened in North Carolina. It was a win for us because 1.4 million Black people turned out in North Carolina to vote because of a lot of you on this call. That's a win for us, but North Carolina still voted for a Democratic governor, and the same people voted for 45. Okay, that's reflective of the core values of this state and the fact that we can't put our celebration solely in national offices because of what Portia just said. Accountability matters. So what do we need to do? We need to think about who we're hiring, who did we just hire, and who needs to be fired next year. And how are we evaluating who we're firing next year if we have no counter of accountability, if we're too busy celebrating a national election that really has no direct impact on our lives?
Well, being a part of the youth, I think I'm pretty young. I believe that we already lived in a digital world, and a lot of businesses were shifting towards the digital narrative, or digital space, I should say. But this really sped everything up. So we already have the younger generations growing up in the digital space. So I know that at times it can be overwhelming because now everything is on your phone or laptop, whether it be your social media, school, your job, whatever it may be. But I would say to be mindful of where you are when you're not in the digital space as well.
Social justice is striving to live and not relying on surviving. And that is often our Black and brown communities and oppressed communities. And I think just to kind of bounce off of what Mike said earlier, that ranges from not only those who are holding positions in power and the elected officials or are activists or organizers, but from the Black woman who will be the Girl Scout leader at her local church. And
I do want to get just closing thoughts from all of our panelists. And I'll start with some of my own thoughts about this call. I'm going to leave really energized about all of the different ways that people can contribute to this fight in their own with their own individual backgrounds and talents and approaches. And also about how people can bring others from their communities into that conversation. We've heard landscaping, we've heard barbershops, we've heard working with students on college campuses. So there's such a range of ways that we can engage our people and meet people where they are. And so I'm really excited about continuing that.
Thanks, guys, for bearing with us, and I hope you enjoyed the video. And we love having those conversations. Again, we talked about health, we talked about social justice, we talked, about police brutality and all those things. So, if people have ideas for digital content or need some help moving an idea forward, whether it's a nonprofit venture or a business venture, please contact us. We'd love to help. I think the thing that we're trying to figure out the best way we can step up for folks, and then figure out when the best time for us to step aside and let folks cook. Brother Mike, if you bring you up, man, I don't want to go video. We do have the Goodwill of Triad wanted to show a little bit about their digital skills program, and it's about a 10-minute video. So we'll show that in about 5 minutes, but we'd just love to kind of, I'm gonna let you take the floor. Give us about 5 minutes of just your thoughts of what you've been seeing today, and just your call to action for the community before we go to the Goodwill.
Thank you, Brother Merle. Thank you, Brother Merle. Thank you, Mama Portia, for believing in us. Only reason this is possible because y'all believed in our vision, and it became reality. I'm a little stuck, man, because it's like seeing ourselves make a change, seeing change happen. We as people would tell people things or say things to people, and people will just take what you say and not believe it and brush you off. I used to be that person. If I go back, it's about when I was a child, and I don't know if people understand this, is when you always waited on your parents, like your daddy or your mother, to come, and they never came. You just gave them that hope that they'll come, but then it never came, if it makes sense to you. So sharing this with our brother Merle and our mama Portia, our vision, shout out to our brother Greg Lee, our brother Sean Norman, and Sean Bradley. We collaborated our ideas, but to have someone that believe in our vision and say, man, I believe in y'all, NC 100 and Hayes Taylor YMCA, that means so much to us. We want to give our love back to y'all. And then to Dr. Kelly and Mr. Mark, Brother Mark, the man behind the scene right now that's operating this, we say thank you. I can't go no further without saying thank you to them for making this possible, to bring an empowering week to all of us, to empower our community, to show them that we are not what the media said we are. Like they said last night, when we get aggressive with our words, it's not aggressive, we are assertive with what we're saying. We are in a point now in life where we are demanding that we be treated equally. That's what the NGA, Next Generation Alliance 336, is going to be about. We are going to bridge the gap on hate to love. We are going to come together and collaborate ideas in our community, that we have leaders in our community, we have political people in our community that look like us, that talk like us, but we need them to represent us. So if we don't have them right now, we'll buy us one, we'll mold us one that wants to represent Rockingham County, wants to represent whatever county you're in. We are rising. The ball is in our court, the torch is in our hand. We need to pass the torch. If you're done, you need to give it to somebody and say, hey, look, it's your chance. It's your turn. That's what empowering is. We need to stop holding on to what we got and saying it's just for us and we gonna make it on our own. You can't do this on your own. It takes teamwork. And that's what Hayes Taylor, YMCA, the Achievers, and NC 100 done. They teamed up with us, NGA, Next 366, to make a empowering week. And not just an empowering week, this is gonna continue. This is our first one to many more to happen. So we asking those that want to be a part, those that want to donate, because this takes money. Thank God for Hayes Taylor, YMCA, NC 100, like I said, for believing in our vision, believing in the NGA, Next Generation Alliance. Our brother Sean Norman, our brother Sean Bradley, and our brother Greg Lee. They're not on here much because they have their own family matters, but they are they in the back. So I got to shoot a shout out to them. Thank them for coming together to put this vision together. We have a voice. You need to utilize your voice. That's the way we're going to make a change in our community. Speaking up and speaking out. After you've seen all these videos that they're shown as our young adolescents speaking up and speaking out, they have a voice. They have a purpose in this world. We have kids that have been choked out of their dreams. I was that kid one day. They told me I wouldn't make it. They told me I couldn't do it. But I'm here to tell you, I can. If you see my shirt from Dope to Hope, I sold drugs. I done drugs. I've been to prison. Just got out federal probation on January the 27th. man, what I've done, I am the toughest, the roughest, but I have a story. So my mess became a message. And that's what we're doing right now. We're giving you our story, our struggles, our situations that we all have been through, our brother Greg, our brother Sean Norman, our brother Sean Bradley, and letting you know if we can do it, you can do it. Because somebody like Mama Portia, our Black queen of Reidsville, North Carolina, the queen that said, son, I love you. Our brother Merle that believes in his Black and brown sisters and brothers said, I love you. That means so much. They gave us the shirt off their back, if you understand when I say that. They didn't have to, but they did. And we say thank you from the NGA 336. We are just beginning. Please, please help us. Donate, sponsor us, give us some ideas. Think you for following us since Sunday, man. Thank you for giving us your time since Sunday. You didn't have to, but y'all have. Thank y'all for sharing our these last 7 videos. Thank you for inviting people. Thank you for commenting. We want to thank our guests all the way from day 1 to this night. We want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you for those that's going to be on tomorrow. Thank you again to Dr. Kevin and Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark is phenomenal. He's made everything happen. I know we've gotten on his nerves, but he haven't gave up on us. And that's what we got to do in our community. See, people are giving up on so many people. So many people gave up on me because of my dreads, because I sold drugs, because I do this, or maybe I seem aggressive sometimes. But like they said last night, I'm not aggressive. I am assertive. I am direct what we want. Not what I want, what we need. So if you're afraid to speak up and speak out, man, you know what? Call me, inbox me. I'll be your voice. I'm the voice for the voices. We are the voice for the voices. We would no longer stay silent. We would no longer just go along to get along. Let me tell you that. We're not going along to get along. We're not just going to go with what mama said and daddy said. We are making a change with you or without you, but our hope is with you. Change is here. Change is possible. You got to want to make a change. You got to want to be different. Our community need us. Our young kids need us. They need to see us step up. They need to see us speak out. Black queens, as I said last night, you are beautiful. You are somebody, queens. I thank God for my queens. Everybody know my grandmother, Barbara Harris, rest in peace to her. That's why I am the man I am today. Y'all know my grandmother was a strong woman of God. She believed in loving everybody. Everybody knew my grandma. My grandma loved everybody. I salute to my grandma. That's my Black queen. I salute to my mother, Betty Jo Harris. Salute to my grandmother, Polly Flippin. Those 3 queens believed in me. That's why I am the man I am today. Regardless of my mistakes, regardless of my past, it's my present, it's my future where I'm going, where God is leading me. So I want you to be encouraged, who's ever getting this, watching this, or going to get this. Though no matter what you've been through, no matter what you're going through, somebody believes in you.
Wise words, Mike. Wise words, man. I echo, man, like everything. I mean, last night, unbelievable. The night before, I mean, like the conversations about the films, the Black health, the economics, the walk through history, and all the stuff that you guys are the networking, all the stuff you guys have put together, man. This is Black history right now in the making. I don't know what's going on with my audio. It's getting a little crunchy. I just wanted to set this video up. I know we've showed a bunch of videos, but this next one is from the Goodwill. The Triad. They have a digital skills class that they're going to be talking about. And then after the digital skills video, you're going to hear from Mr. Jesse Bradley, who also does digital skills work. So we're going to show that. And thank you, Brother Mike, for sharing those words. And Mark, you can go ahead and show the digital skills video from Triad Goodwill. And the next voice you hear after the digital skills video is going to be our host for the rest of the evening, Nikki Graves Knight, and we will we're gonna sit back and enjoy and have some more of this blessing. All right.
Well, I'll wait on this video. Just say thank everybody that's watching, thank everybody that's liking and sharing. Thank y'all, thank y'all. We could not do this without y'all, man. Continue to pray with us and for us for this vision to keep coming together and keep blessing our community, man. Teamwork makes dream work, man. Changes in our reach. Keep reaching. We keep us safe, all right? Don't stay silent, all right? Let's make good trouble, as John Lewis would say. good trouble. We're getting in good trouble, man. That's all we're doing, making noise for our kids don't have to go through what we went through. Making a better way for them. And that's what we need to continue to do. Don't be afraid to lift up your voice. Don't be afraid to speak up and speak out. Be afraid if you don't speak up and speak out, it becomes a problem for your kids. It becomes a problem for their kids. So we are in the time that we must speak up and speak out. The ball is in our court, man. What are you going to do? Are you going to speak up and speak out, or are you going to stay silent and keep going along to get along? Don't just do that. Don't go along to get along. It ain't worth it, man. It's not, man. You free, man. We not in slavery no more. Our ancestors done so much for us to get to this level, man. They couldn't go to school. They couldn't go to these restaurants. They couldn't do this and they couldn't do that. So don't you keep having yourself in those situations where you can't do and you can't do and you can't do. That you can and you can. I'm waiting on the video. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, I don't know. I know. Yeah, I think he's trying to run it. I know it ran earlier and we had a little bit of problems with it. So keep on freestyling, brother.
Well, keep on freestyling. Those that want to know about Hayes Taylor, YMCA Achievers, please get in contact with Mama Portia. Those who want to know about NC 100, please get in touch with Brother Merle, man. Thank God for them, man. They got two great programs that is helping our youth. Our youth need this to make a better community, make a better society, make it better in the world. As our brother Greg said last night, the other night, we got neighborhoods, not communities, and we need our communities
our
back.
mission,
so how we get our communities
who we
back
are, and some of the services that we offer. So again, my name is
bear with us as we get this technical situation.
Jessica Hill, and I am the Digital Skills Manager here at Try It. Goodwill. Try It Goodwill.
Hey, Mike, do a little bit more freestyle. We're having a little bit of an issue with the video. A couple more minutes of freestyle. We almost got it.
All right. But again, like I was saying, please contact Brother Merle. Please contact Sister Portia about NC 100 and Hayes Taylor YMCA, man. How can you get a part? How can you donate? How can you have a sponsor? Because we need these programs like this for our youth. Our youth need to learn things they're not learning in our school system. We know our school system is not teaching what do they need to have to be productive after school. What do they need to have while they're in school? Counseling, mental health things, as we've been discussing this week. Mental health is serious, especially in the Black community, as our ladies were saying last night. You know, you looked at like this because of your skin color, your light skin, your dark brown, your light brown, all these different things. We know this goes on in our school systems with the teachers, with the kids. It goes on. Stop saying that it don't. Stop saying that it won't. Now stop saying that it ain't. Stop saying that. I mean, because we know that's not true. So if we know these things are going on, we need, if we in these places, I think as our brother Felton said earlier, well, we in these places and we hear these things and see these things and know these things go along. Why do you allow these things to go on? Why do you? You're afraid what may happen? Well, won't you be afraid of what may happen to a person if you don't say something? Think about that. If you don't use your voice to help the situation, you damaging a person that can get some help. So we as people, we see things like the other day we was riding out to feed the homeless and we seen the cops with a guy on the ground. So what we do as activists that we are, we pulled over to make sure this man was all right. So that's what we must do in our jobs, at school, in the church, wherever we at. We see something, hear something, we need to start saying something. Speak up and speak out. Stop being silent. Stop, well, I ain't got nothing to do with that. It ain't got nothing to do with me. That's a lie. It's got nothing but everything to do with you, because if you don't fix that issue, it becomes a problem, a bigger issue in our community. Stop going along to get along. Speak up and speak out. Silence, that should be so punishing to yourself, that you will not help someone with some good words. You will not encourage your sister or brother. We as a community, we need each other. We need to make sure we are inspiring our kids. We need to have talks with our youth. My daughters, I make sure I can do the best I can with them, because I've been out of their life for 5 years in prison. So I was distant from them. So I had to repair our relationship. I had to prepare from being just, how I say, just a father to them. Is more than just buying them things. And that's what I'm looking for. We got to have conversations. I need to understand, what do they need? I need to understand, what are they going through? So that's what it's about, being a father. See, we need to not just buy kids stuff and say, oh, I'm being a father, or I'm being a mother because I'm buying them stuff. No, I need to talk to them. I need to listen to them more than anything. Is listen to them, because they're going through some situations. Me being going away from 5 years, they're dealt with so much because I wasn't there in their life, because they are hurting with pain. See, a lot of us were dealing with pain inside of us that we don't even talk about. But we must talk about those pain, those issues that we struggle with, to get over those things. You know, hurt, like we said last night, hurt people hurt people. So stop.
All right, I think we might be.
Pain, and let's get some help for that.
All right, we're gonna try this one more time.
Video running, and you can hear it.
Yeah, we're gonna try it one more time. All right, I'm gonna hit play and see what happens. See if we can hear his name.
Hill, and I am the I would like to first thank you all for having us today. We are so excited to share with you our mission, who we are, and some of the services that we offer. So again, my name is Jessica Hill, and I am the Digital Skills Manager here at Triad Goodwill. Triad Goodwill is a nonprofit charity that has been serving the community since 1963. At Triad Goodwill, we believe that all people, regardless of situation, should have access to meaningful employment. Through workforce development programs, we help individuals to develop the skills they need for today's job market. So many people think that our stores are just places that sell used items to people with low incomes. While we are happy to provide affordable goods and clothes, our stores do so much more. Money raised in our stores supports the many programs and services that we provide to our community. Triad Goodwill operates 22 retail stores, Triad Goodwill Outlet, and shopgoodwill.com, all which benefit our career services. So just like a hospital auxiliary thrift store helps the community through the hospital, a Goodwill store helps the community through all of those services that Goodwill provides. And I do have our mission here, which is Goodwill Industries of Central North Carolina's mission is to promote the value of work by providing career development services and work opportunities for people with employment needs. So just a breakdown of how it works when you do shop at Triad Goodwill. So 85% of every dollar earned goes to support mission, 10% of every dollar goes to support services, and 5% of every dollar goes to operating overhead. So from our career fairs to resume writing to our extensive trainings that we offer, Triad Goodwill helps your friends and neighbors get back to work. Last year, we provided job training and placement services for more than 13,000 people in our community, and we placed more than 2,700 people into new jobs. Many charities spend a high percentage of their income on overhead and fundraising. We actually do not. When you shop at our stores or donate to Triad Goodwill, like I said, 85% of that money goes back into mission services. Sure, overhead expense isn't, the only way to judge a responsible charity, but it is important, and we take value in that. So here's a list of services that we offer through our mission, first being career services, then our virtual trainings, community events, and special programs. So with career services, we are actually located at Greensboro's Career Center, which is at 1235 South Eugene Street, Greensboro, North Carolina. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We are closed for lunch from 12 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. You can come to us for help with your resume or your cover letter. We can also do some career coaching if you're not sure where you are looking for work at, or if you just need to revamp some of your skills and upskill yourself. We also offer some job skill search strategies as well as interview prep. We can help you figure out, what jobs you want to apply for, and we host several events throughout the month, and you can work one-on-one with our staff as needed as well. Virtual services are also offered at Triad Goodwill. We have been offering more since COVID has hit. We saw a great need for virtual services and trainings, and we've tried our best to fill that need. The first service we have here is the North Star Digital Literacy Assessment and Self-Paced Online Courses. So a little bit of back knowledge about North Star is that it was developed in response to the needs of job seekers who may lack the digital skills needed to seek, obtain, and retain employment, as well as to perform other tasks in daily life. Included are basic computer digital literacy standards and modules in 3 main areas. They include basic computer skills, internet basics, using emails, Windows operating system, as well as essential software skills like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Google Docs. We also offer Goodwill Skills to Succeed. So this is a program where you are able to learn online to help you actually build skills for a job or career of your choice. So the great part about Skills to Succeed is that it's interactive and it features a lot of engaging content with relatable characters. It focuses on building the skills and confidence to empower you to take ownership of your job search and not feel like your job search is taking advantage of you. And last but not least, we actually offer live Zoom classes in-house. We instruct approximately 15 classes a month online, which vary in topic and skill level. However, they are all focused on helping individuals become more comfortable and confident with digital skills, with the overall goal of narrowing the digital skills gap and preparing people for life with technology and technology in the workplace. Our class topics include mastering online applications and job searching, introduction to Windows 10, IT help desk for beginners, Let's Get Digital, grow your business online, just to name a few. We also host many community events, specifically around workforce development and securing a job. So we host hiring events and career fairs all month long. We also have an online job board that you can access at triadgoodwill.org, which shows all of the local businesses that are currently hiring in our area. The next virtual hiring event we have coming up is actually through us to work at our Goodwill facilities. It is on Thursday, February 25th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So if that is something that you're interested in, go to our website and click that picture that you see that says virtual hiring event in the banner, and that'll take you to sign up for this event. We also have some special programs, the first one being our Jobs on the Outside program. So Jobs on the Outside is a free program that helps individuals with a criminal background successfully obtain and keep a job. This comprehensive training incorporates strength assessments, soft and hard workplace skills, cognitive behavior principles, job search and placement assistance, as well as supportive services that can lead to competitive employment. We know that without meaningful work and a supportive network, a former offender has an increased risk of recidivism, which is just a relapse of criminal behavior and imprisonment. Through our program, we provide a holistic approach that helps men and women regain and control their lives, their families, and their future. Upon completion of our 16-hour program, jobs on the outside staff, members work with businesses and industries to help participants secure gainful employment. We have also partnership with TransTech Inc. for the CDO training that we offer here at our 1235 South Eugene Street location. This is a 4-week-long program to get your CDLs. The program is held at our Greensboro Career Center. And like I said, it is 4 weeks, and it prepares you for full-time employment as a truck driver. There is a cost associated with this program, but TransTech has partnered with multiple agencies to provide sponsorship opportunities to students who qualify. If that is something that you're interested in, please feel free to contact us directly, and we can get you connected with TransTech as well as those scholarships. And again, we are located at the Greensboro Career Center, 1235 South Eugene Street, Greensboro, North Carolina. Our hours, again, are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with a brief break from 12 to 12:30. Feel free to contact us anytime at careerassistance@triadgoodwill.org or head to our website for more information, www.triadgoodwill.org. Class sign up, if you are interested in signing up for some of our classes that are coming up next week and next month, you can go to bit.ly/triadgoodwill. This is case sensitive and it is all lowercase, and that will take you to our current list of classes. And again, my name is Jessica Hill, Digital Skills Manager here at Triad Goodwill. Thank you guys so much for listening. If you have any questions for me personally, feel free to email me directly, jhill@triadgoodwill.org, or give me a call at 336-275-9801. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you have a great rest of the event.
All right. I hope you enjoyed that video. I hope you enjoyed everything that's been going on since 11 o'clock. We appreciate y'all following us this early morning. Well, I ain't gonna be before you long. I don't want you to keep seeing my face. I want to welcome our host for today, Miss Nikki Graves Knight. She will be hosting today. You will see her face for the rest of the day. We're welcoming our guests. We want to thank our guests for coming on, for saying yes to the NGA Next Generation Alliance 336 Black Empowerment Week. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nikki, for saying yes, for being our host today. We know we're taking a lot of your time today, but we thank you for your time, your love, and your care for your community. That's why we invited you to be on this platform, because you show love in your community without anyone asking you to show love, and that's what we need. People that look like us, talk like us, and represent us. Don't just look like us and try to talk like us, but we look like us and talk like us and represent us. Thank you, Ms. Nikki Knight. The floor is yours. Enjoy yourself. You need us. You know what to do.
Thank you. Shalom and greetings. My name, as he said, is Nikki Graves Knight, and I'm so blessed to be with you today as your afternoon host. I want to, before I begin, give a special thanks to NC100 and New Next Generation Alliance for inviting me to be a part of this awesome week of fellowship and knowledge. I've just been so filled throughout the week, listening to the different sessions, getting so much information, as I hope you have as well. I've personally been spreading a specific message lately, which some of you may have heard on We Said What We Said. And that message basically is that regardless of your religious or non-religious beliefs, we so-called Black people need to put our divisions aside, whether we're Christian, whether we're Muslim, whether we believe that we are the Hebrew Israelites. We all need to come together to unite among our common goals. that is the one. There are certain things that we do have in common, and coming together and uniting on those goals is the way, I believe, forward to overcome many of the obstacles that we face, many of which have been talked about this week, and many that you guys see and feel and live every day. This week has been, for me, the perfect example of seeing my message in action. I've learned so much this week from all walks and all aspects of our life, and it's to me, it's really been amazing. So glad to be here with you. Looking forward to an awesome afternoon. We've had some great information provided today, and we've had awesome panelists this morning. We will not stop that flow. We also have some amazing panelists coming on this afternoon. So make sure you continue to watch, like, and most importantly, share. One of the keys to our unity is to share information and resources. So don't be shy. Make sure you are sharing the video so that others will have access to the information as well. I don't want to bottleneck the flow. I want to continue with the rest of the panelists. So I do believe we'll be bringing on Mr. Jesse Bradley, who has some nonprofit organization information to share with us today. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley.
Good afternoon. So let me share my screen here.
Awesome. If you will, once your screen is up, we should be able to bring that on for you.
Which one? Screen one or screen two? I think it's screen two. Yes. Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen now.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Bradley IV, and the name of my organization is called Right Here, Right Now Project. I'm here to tell how our organization is going to confront the digital divide. A little bit about the organization. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Just recently, we became a Grow with Google partner. The digital divide is an issue that exacerbates disparities in rural and urban areas alike. Communities served by organizations are increasingly dependent on reliable internet to access a variety of charitable services, including public health information, telemedicine, unemployment resources, education, artistic inspiration, religious services, and more. Affordable and accessible broadband is a necessity for all, regardless of race, income, or geographic location. The debate on whether internet access is a luxury or an essential component for survival is over. The digital divide is an equity issue that exacerbates disparities around educational achievement, civic participation, economic mobility, and countless other proprieties. With COVID-19 cases predicted to fluctuate in the coming months, increasing access to the internet and digital service is critical. At a time when millions have lost their jobs, the digital divide makes it harder for workers to apply for unemployment insurance, train for new jobs, and look for work. Digital inclusion is key to a better, more equitable economic future. Workers with no digital skills exist in all age groups, but are more prevalent among ages 45 and above. Racial equity gaps are being magnified due to the pandemic. Workers of color are more likely to lack home broadband access and home computers. Lack of access makes it harder to build digital skills. To succeed in this rapidly transforming environment, workers need broad-based digital problem-solving skills that equip them to learn a wide variety of today's technology and navigate continued changes in the future. But a startling one-third of American workers lack these vital digital skills. This lack of skills has wide-ranging consequences, hampering workers' own economic mobility and security. Workers of color are disproportionately affected by digital skill gaps compared to their white peers, in large part due to structural factors that are the product of long-standing inequities. While the rapid change in our lives brought about by technology do not seem to slow down, the gap between those enjoying the benefits of the digital world and those who do not will only widen the gap. As technology use permeates many parts of society, there are groups where the penetration of technology is low, including adults with little exposure to technology, users from lower socioeconomic status, and lower education levels, which have resulted in a digital divide between the haves and the have-nots. Shifting to what works, solutions to deliver digital skill training is essential for equitable recovery. So what I would like to present to you is the Digital Navigator model. This is what Right Here, Right Now project, and we'll be partnering with NC100. We'll be serving the community on digital inclusion to combat the digital divide. What are digital navigators? Digital navigators are individuals who address the whole digital inclusion process: home connectivity, devices, digital skills. The problem of the digital divide are devices, lack of a computing device in the home and affordable devices; broadband, lack of broadband services, sufficient speed and affordability; digital skill training, access of information, entertainment, tool of empowerment, and staying in touch; workforce training, professional development, job search, and applying for jobs; and final, banking, financial literacy like online banking and commerce. The solution to the problem is to create practical, hands-on digital inclusion programs in communities throughout, such as digital skill training centers that can provide free basic digital literacy classes in person or remotely; public computer labs, nonprofit computer refurbishing, community wireless broadband, and others. Digital inclusion programs focus exclusively on basic computer and internet skill training, or on providing low-income families with cheap refurbished computer systems, or on a low-cost access resource such as a computer lab, a free Wi-Fi network, or very cheap fixed 4G subscriptions. Digital literacy assessment and skill training will increase employability of program participants, improve their job-seeking skills, and create a more highly skilled, job-ready workforce. The program will also help seniors age in place by offering classes and workshops on how to use technology tools that will help them remain in their homes as they grow older. The term for digital equity is that we want all individuals and communities to have full access to information communication technology to do anything they need to do: workforce, health, education, all of it, life. Digital inclusion is the how, and digital equity is the goal. Digital inclusion is those activities that Right Here, Right Now project is engaged in to help folks get access to that affordable home broadband that is reliable and in their home, that they have the devices that is the right device, because you know the mobile phone is often not the right device. And then we need the digital literacy skills. Who's there to help us learn digital literacy skills? Who's our tech support? Some of us have those folks in our lives. Some of us are those folks, but then who's there for those who don't have support, and what happens if you don't have that support? What we know now is that we have to be intentional about these solutions. We can't just be like, well, folks will figure it out. That's kind of what happened pre-pandemic. Then, like when the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden the awareness just exploded. That we now have a greater understanding of who doesn't have access and why they don't have access. There was this assumption pre-pandemic that was all about availability. There was an assumption that if you didn't have internet at home, it's because those wires were present for you to have internet access in your home. There is now a greater understanding that this is not correct. In the United States, there are 36 million households that do not have a wireline broadband into their home, and this means DSL, cable, or fiber. What you traditionally think of as being more stable than what you get through your mobile phone. 36 million households don't have it, and out of those 36 million households, 26 million are urban areas. The populations that are least likely to have the internet service in their home are low income, older adults, communities of color, undereducated, and those are the populations in need. These are the populations that have other challenges that we as a society try to address. This is not an issue that exists by itself. It is woven in, and that's exactly how technology is for us. Technology woven in our lives, in everything that we do. Whose responsibility is to make sure that everybody has access to the internet, that they have the right device, that they have the skills, that they have the tech support? Is that the school's responsibility? The schools took it on right now when the pandemic hit, and we're going to hear some great stats about the survey that was done at the schools, that they were like, yes, we are going to take this on. But there are folks other than just the student that don't have access. So it can't just be the school solving this problem. How about households that don't have kids? We need them to have access too. Whose job is it to make sure they have access? So right here, right now, and partnering with NC100, would like to work with you to see what we can accomplish together. Before I end this presentation, I would like to leave you with a couple of quotes. Technology is nothing. What's important is that you have faith in people, that they're basically good and smart. And if you give them tools, they'll do wonderful things with them. That is by Steve Jobs, who was the founder of Apple Computers. And the last one is from Robert Kiyosaki. Your future is created by what you do today, not tomorrow. I would like to thank the promoters of this event and Brother Barrow for inviting me to address this. And here's my contact information.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Such powerful information. I personally work in a similar field to a data analyst, and advancing my career, finding those resources have been extremely tough. So the information that you've provided, I'm sure, will be very valuable, especially to our young folks. That is a whole sector that we could work wonders with our skill, but having that bridge of knowledge and resources to get into that field is lacking, and you guys are doing an awesome job of stepping in and filling that gap. One of the things that you said that really stuck out to me is that we have to be intentional about our solutions, and that's so true. You guys have gone in and assessed the needs and have provided a very, very viable solution. And I'm looking forward to getting in there, and you'll be hearing from me.
Okay.
You will definitely be hearing from me.
Well, this is vital because our world is changing, and we need to. This is very groundbreaking, and if we don't catch this wave now, we're going to be left behind.
So true, so true. Our kids, they have the skills. I mean, I have to often reach out to my daughter, nieces, and nephews to show me how to do certain things on my phone. You know, we have the skills, we have the ability, so we just need those resources. And we thank you today for coming out and sharing those resources with us.
No, thank you.
Thank you. We will continue to move on with our next scheduled panelist. We're welcoming today's Sakia and Morgan Wilkins. If I did not pronounce that exactly right, Sakia, please correct me. Beautiful names, beautiful queens. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So this afternoon, will you, do you have a specific presentation or information that you want to present?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We wanted to talk to something that was near and dear to us. And our title today is a conversation on Black identity, prioritizing mental health. Morgan and I are both content and creatives, and we definitely know how important it is to prioritize your mental health when being a content creator or being a creative in today's society.
Definitely, definitely. I'm going to step back, let you ladies take the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Okay, let's share. Hello, everybody. Just give us just 1 second. We're going to share our screen. We'll get started. Okay. Let's see if it's popping up. You see that? Chrome tab. Okay. Sorry. This is totally new for us.
I think StreamYard is new for a lot of us, so join the crowd.
Open. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen, Nikki?
We can see.
Awesome. I'll need to go here and go into present mode. There we go. Just taking a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it does that when you're sharing.
Yeah, I didn't realize it would take so long to pop up. Awesome. Okay.
Y'all set? Yep. Alrighty. So our conversation today is on Black identity and prioritizing mental health. And this is a topic to us as we are Black creatives. I'm a designer and I mostly focus on fashion and textiles, but I really like to design anything. And something that I've always been learning how to do is how to really be in touch with myself and my emotions, because as a designer, as a creative, or Black creative, you can to give you some tools and tips to kind of enhance your life and help you really prioritize your mental health and be able to excel in whatever you are doing in life.
Yes, absolutely. So making sure this is working properly. So moving right along, as we were saying, we're going to be giving you some kind of tips and tricks of what has worked for us over the course of some time. As Morgan said, she's a designer. I, over the last couple of years, have launched myself into being a content creator for social media. And it is definitely something that I did not realize that I had a passion for and have absolutely enjoyed it. The most important thing is making sure that you are, coming from an authentic place and always sharing who you are to the public, just who you are. Like, you don't have to put on these, super staged type of pictures, or you don't have to talk about anything that everybody else is talking about. When you're coming from the heart, a lot of people definitely from what I have learned, will identify with you, and you have no idea how you might be helping somebody that may be struggling in the certain situation that you may be struggling with too, or you're actually inspiring somebody to push them to do something that they've been dreaming to do for quite some time. So, unfortunately, I have to keep switching back and forth. So, next up, we will be breaking everything down today.
So today we're going to discuss 3 major ways that you can kind of become more in tune with yourself and discover your true Black identity. And we're going to start by talking about reevaluating who you are, breaking down, all the things that you have in your life that you think define you, but breaking them down a little bit further to see how they really are contributing to your life, or if they are contributing to your life at all. Next, we're going to go into how to take care of yourself, because this is something that we all have to get better at, is, having a balance in your life and making sure that you are really treating yourself kind of like your child, nurturing yourself and making sure that you are really in tune with how you're feeling. And next, we're going to go into some ways that you can define yourself, and we're going to go into some activities that you can do to discover that.
Okay, so let's go ahead and jump right on in, shall we? So the first topic is going to be about reevaluating yourself. And this can come in many forms. It can come in your form of your career, your friendships, your partnerships, your personal growth, as well as your mental and your spiritual growth. So when you're thinking about your career, specifically for me, I am 44 years old, and I have had many careers in my lifetime. I started off as working in retail, and we went to college and kind of wasn't super sure about what I wanted to do, and had some pivots at some point in my life. I've been an insurance agent for 10 years. I also worked again in retail, but I was in more of a sales management position. So it was extremely pressure-filled, high-impact type of environment. And now I'm working in mortgages. So the whole thing about this is you really want to kind of tap into, what do you really want to contribute to society that fulfills you? What makes you happy? And then how are you tying that into what you would like to do that society can actually benefit from? And the best thing about being a mortgage loan officer assistant right now is I am helping a large percentage of Black and brown people be able to get into homes. And as you know, home ownership is definitely on the rise, but it is not something that has been attainable for people who look like you and I. And so being able to work in an industry where I can directly impact that, I call myself the clear to close shero, and it is the best feeling I've had being able to help people. So I've definitely honed into something that makes me happy, but then I'm also able to serve my community in that same way. More so, the careers, like my plan to getting there was kind of, I fell into it. I really didn't know that mortgages would be something that I would thoroughly enjoy doing. But I had several other positions. I was, doing this and doing that. And then I finally feel like I found in the last 6 years that I have definitely enjoyed working in this. Do you want to add something to career?
Yes, so thinking about career, so I am 25. I just graduated from NC State University in 2018. And when I first got in there, I kind of had this whole idea about what my career should be and what I should be doing based on like how much money I should be making and when I wanted to be out of the house, things like that. But then after my first semester and talking with my mother and thinking about, what would be fulfilling to me, and I could also, actually contribute to the society in a way that, was a mutual beneficial relationship. I realized that I've always been a designer, and I've always been able to share the Black experience with whatever design that I'm doing, whether it be fashion or sometimes I just, paint or, sculptures. Pretty much any kind of art that I do, I like to share the Black experience and share my own experience. And so instead of, just going the route that I thought was the way to go, I switched, and it's been a great decision. And I'm realizing now that career is not about money for me. It's about fulfillment and about pretty much uplifting everyone around me in a way that is helpful for me too.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It's about having that mutual feeling of I'm giving and everybody is able to receive the gift that I'm giving. And then you're also having that feeling of elation, when you're able to give and share your gifts with everybody as well. So I feel like being satisfied with where you are in your career is extremely important as well. Like Morgan was talking about, how she started her first semester of school and, decided, hey, this actual major is not for me and I want to go into a different major. And she completely did something else. And that has been the same way for me as well. Just in the different positions that I have held with, insurance and working as a sales manager and even working in retail as a 15-year-old, nothing came easy. There was no instant gratification. Everything took time. There were, lots of training, lots of mistakes, lots of angry customers, or lots of things that I would have to go back and reflect, like, how can I slow down to speed up in order to make things a little bit easier? Not so much that it's taking the easy way out or that it's cake, but it's working smarter and not harder. The biggest thing that I had to come to grips with is that the things that I wanted to do is not going to happen overnight. And I know everybody has heard this, but Rome was not built in a day. And with that being said, you have to give yourself grace and know that every single step you take towards your goal is success. Even if you are, no matter what you're doing, even if you're hearing no's or people are not giving you the yes that you want right now, that does not mean that you are having this 100% rejection and you shouldn't be doing, your goal and your dream, but it just means you're just one step closer to that yes. And that yes is going to come, but it is not going to be something that you can just throw in the microwave like popcorn and it's done in a few minutes. It is definitely going to take time and perseverance. So also I can say endurance is a huge thing when you think about your career. If you are somebody who, and I totally just admire people who say, I was 6 years old and I knew that I wanted to be an architect. I absolutely admire people like that. I have always been a very free spirit. I enjoy lots of things. There are so many industries that I've always wanted to know. I've seen that I have worked in different industries. However, I have definitely felt that I have built a very, very good protection of myself in order to be able to go longer, because I've been able to endure the many things that I lost in getting into the career that I am in now. And hey guys, I used to decorate cupcakes and sell cakes and stuff like that. I have literally done everything. But thing that I did, there was a reason for that. So no, it is a marathon. This is not a sprint. That everything that you want to do is at the finish line, but you do have to build that. But it's not going to come as quickly, as you want to. But you just have to slow and steady wins the race. Just continue to go, to continue to put out. Just know that you're going to get. Okay, so we move on to friends. All right, so friendships, guys. We all have friends, right? I would say the most important thing about friendships is basically surrounding yourself with people who can grow with you. Whether this is, friends from high school, or I know there's people who have been since they were in nursery school, elementary school, high school, college, people you met in your career. Most important thing about friendships is making sure that you're surrounding yourself with people who can help you grow and who not necessarily share your exact goal, but are goal-minded. If you are in a position where you want to reach this specific, position in your life in order to make you happy, I do believe you need to have a support system of people who you share your goals with, who say, hey, listen, I know you want this goal and I know you want to do this. This other thing that you're talking about over here is completely off track from what you have shared with me what your goals are. And they can be those people that can definitely continue to push you. They're like your own little cheering squad that can push you along. Did you want to add anything about the friends?
Not really. I think one thing that we should think about when it comes to friends is just like, what does a good friend look like to you? Because it's very personal how you want your friends to feed into you. It's not really what everyone else says, or like, it's no kind of formula for a friend. You just have to figure out what do you want your friendships to look like? And that's really all there is for that.
And I can definitely say, like, even just expounding on that is, my mom used to always say, if it doesn't feel right, sometimes it's probably not right. And that you should be able to have a conversation with people where you are, able to have a very, very, how can I say it? Constructive back and forth where you all are able to express how you feel in a situation and be able to work through it and move forward and then move on. And sometimes that just doesn't happen all the time. And that doesn't mean that you have to have bad blood with anybody, but it also definitely just means that there's a season, just like there's a season for every single thing that happens in your life, there's a season for every single person in your life. Every single person is not going to start off and finish with you. Like I said, I'm 44 years old. My best friend and I have been friends over 21 years, and we have been through it. But in those 21 years, we met people along the way who we either are still friends with or we are not still friends with. Doesn't mean that there's anything bad going on. It's just everybody is not for everyone, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So let's move right along to partnerships. Can be anything from, I don't want to say this, because it could be corporate,
intimate, or it could be a business partnership.
Yeah, business partnerships and intimate relationships as well. The most important want to be able to have effective
You guys accidentally hit mute.
Okay, we're back.
There we go.
It looks like we lost connection, so we apologize for that, everybody. I'm not sure
Okay.
exactly where we were, but
Okay, we can move on to personal
yeah,
growth.
we'll move on to personal growth for this point. So for personal growth is all about, honing into what your talents are, your skills, your hobbies are. What activities are you finding joy in? Personal growth is very, very important in making sure that you are keeping a very healthy balance of fun, not just work in your life. So, what are you doing outside of work? Are you going to the gym? Are you lifting weights? Are you taking walks? Are you doing yoga? Those things are super, super important as well, that we're going to go into next about mental and spiritual growth, is just making sure that you are creating some peace and some balance in your life, because you can't just work all the time. And it's so important, as we were saying, as being, creators and creatives, as you cannot get to a point of burnout. When you get to a point of burnout, it's almost like you are getting too far to the bottom and you cannot produce anything. There is no creativity in you. You just are to the point where you are just stagnant. And nobody wants for their thing that they love the most, for their hobby or for their actual gift, to get them to a point where they feel like they cannot share it. So it's very, very important to make sure that you're finding joy in things that are outside of your 9 to 5, or what you're actually calling, and if it's not 9 to 5, whichever it is, what you actually call work. And also how much time you're devoting to your hobby. So, if it's something that you're saying, I'm going to do yoga 2 to 3 times a week, that should be definitely something that you are committing to, because it is also going to pour something back into you, when you are deciding to get back into, clocking back into work, or to getting back into drawing, or whichever it is, the extra things that you do that make you happy.
I do want to add something to personal growth that I personally have been thinking about in terms of just reevaluating my life, and that would be finances. I know I said money is not the most important thing to me, but it is important. I think as just Black people in general, we should definitely be thinking about finance and how we can create wealth for ourselves and the future generations after us. So definitely would think about that in terms of your careers and also your hobbies too.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So mental and spiritual growth. We did? Well, we didn't talk about the extra little things. Okay. Well, for mental and spiritual growth, just a little bit of tidbit of that. There are things that Morgan and I share that we have definitely discussed and we love talking about. So one is learning your love language. If you do not know what your love language is, we can definitely supply a link that will be able to give you a little quiz so you can know what your love language is. Also, there is something called your Enneagram numbers, and I'm pretty sure Enneagram is a little more popular. Enneagram number is a number that you are assigned, and you're assigned with a wing, and it basically aligns to how you are as a person, the things that kind of make you tick, and the things that you enjoy. But the best thing about an Enneagram number is you can also do this with a friend, or do it with your family, or do it with your partner. And you guys there's a very, very great way of how the two of you, or the group of you, can further know how to connect with each other effectively. All right, so moving on to our next slide. Oops, too quickly. Oh, it went really fast, huh?
You're going forward.
Oh, how do I go back? Is it going back? It's spinning. Okay, we can just.
Okay, so there we go. So next we're going to talk about ways that you can practice self-care. Pretty much, definitely think while you're working and after you're working too. So some of the topics we're going to talk about in terms of self-care are your physical activities, the way that you eat, and also your mental health activities, because all of these things together feed into your your being and how you are taking care of yourself. So first, in terms of physical activities, it would be very beneficial to exercise and just get some activity, walking, running, reading, yoga, whatever it is. And even if you don't like to exercise, like there's ways that you can pretty much just quiet your mind and do things that don't require anything from you, but feeling better and feeling revived from it. So definitely some things that because I don't really prefer to exercise, honestly, is definitely something that you have to just, but it's also mental because it combines exercising with like meditation and deep breathing. So those are some things that you can do, but definitely I would suggest to just try a bunch of things out, like try everything out 2 or 3 times, figure out if you even like it, because everything is not for everybody. And then next, definitely would think about what you're putting into your body, because that contributes to how you feel as well. Like Chef Lee was saying, eating a bunch of fried food and not drinking water and, putting the ham hock in your greens all the time is not going to make you feel good. It's going to make you feel sluggish. It's not going to feed your mind. So in the morning, eating a good breakfast that is, not just pancakes and syrup, like
even though they're good.
Yeah, like a good smoothie or like some oatmeal, and just incorporating more veggies and more fruit into your everyday life will help you feel better. And I will personally say that did help me feel a lot better in undergrad, because there was a point where I really wasn't really eating that much, and I kind of had to take a step back and just realize what I was doing to myself, because I had no energy, like at all. So I became more intentional with planning out all of my meals. Now I'm very, very strict on that, even in my household now.
Yes.
I encourage my family to plan out their meals and incorporate more veggies and less desserts into that, into our eating lifestyle. And it's very difficult, I will say. Anything that is a new something that you're introducing into your life that is healthy is always going to be difficult to kind of start, but you have to create that habit and just keep going for anything that you're doing. So next, we definitely should talk more about the mental health activities that me and my mom personally do. Something that I really like doing is journaling. And the way that I journal, I know a lot of people just kind of start with prompts or just like talk about how their day is. For a Black creative, personally, I really like to do something called a brain dump. And so basically in the morning, I set out about 30 minutes every morning, and I just write like 3 pages of whatever's in my mind, and it doesn't make sense at all. You're not really supposed to go back and like read it, but it's just to clear your mind and just pretty much detox whatever is in there. And I feel like throughout the day, it just made me feel like it wasn't things just like running rampant in my mind, because it was on the page at that point. And then also just sitting and taking a few moments to just reflect how you're feeling with yourself, because I feel like sometimes throughout the day, we don't check in on ourselves. If you have a pet or if you have a child, you're always saying like, how are you doing? Like, are you good? Like, but we don't do that with ourselves. We don't, think about how we're feeling and our emotions and thinking about what is causing that. So sometimes you do have to take a step back and just slow down and figure out what's going on here. Why am I feeling this way? And with that, you can do deep breathing throughout the day. I have an Apple Watch, and it does tell me to breathe throughout the day. And you just stop for that minute and you just breathe. In, 1, 2, 3, out, 1, 2, 3. And just doing that for... Did you lose us?
No.
Oh, okay. So yes, so you breathe deeply, and that also increases clarity of the mind, and it helps you feel a lot better throughout the day. We do have a little typo. I was supposed to say guided meditation. And there's many apps that you can use to kind of guide you into a meditation. Some of the ones that I like to do is the body scan, and someone will basically read out some prompts of like how you're feeling with your body, and it'll go from like your head all the way to your toes. And you like sometimes it'll be like close your fist and then open your hand. Do you feel like a string coming out of your hand? And you really can. And it's really grounding to kind of like take that time to do. And I will say meditation is probably one of the hardest mental health activities I have ever done. But you definitely could just start slow, start with just 5 minutes and work your way up to like 20 to 30 minutes. And it might seem like you don't have that time, but make the time, because it definitely helps to just meditate and just silence everything. And also when you meditate, something that has helped me as well is not dismissing your thoughts, just letting your thoughts flow, because meditation is not really to quiet your mind, because your mind is never going to be quiet. It's just to slow your mind and to help you realize what is going through your mind. Along with that is also making sure you get rest. I know we all work a lot, we have hobbies and we have things to do, but always getting that 8 hours of sleep is very important, because with no rest, you can't really do anything. Right. If you're always working on 50% throughout the day, you're never giving your all, and your ending product is not going to be the best that it could possibly be. Anything to add?
No, that was really, really great. I mean, I guess the only thing I can say just about the guided meditation is absolutely fantastic. There's tons of apps. Definitely we can suggest them for you. But definitely make sure you are taking care of yourself. And like Morgan said, if you can give yourself 20 to 30 minutes to do that, if you can scroll through Instagram and Facebook or TikTok or whatever you like, you definitely have time to do the guided meditation. So for our next one, we'll be talking about how do you define yourself. So this is gonna, kind of lean more into something you're probably all familiar with. It's just like, who are you? Who do you want to be? And how can you develop who you are into who you want to be? So even with that last one, is like there's a start and then there's a finish. But the most important part is knowing where you are, to give yourself that baseline. Even if you are just like Morgan was talking with brain dumping, getting a sheet of paper and describing yourself from everything that you enjoy, whether, I don't care if it's food, if it's TV shows, who are you? All of these things in our life define who you are. It is very important to know who you are, especially in today's society, because we are coming up against lots of things. So it is very, very important to have a grounding in who you are as an individual. And then once you do that, you want to move on to who is it that you want to be? And this is not age restrictive. This could be from somebody who is 10 years old all the way to somebody who's 75 and over. Who do you want to be? It's never too late to be the person that you've always wanted to be. It is just about you doing. It is, everything is all in the action. You can think all day long, you can write all day long, but you've got to put the action behind what it is you specifically want and who you specifically want to be. And then how can you develop who you are into on either the 31st of December or January the 1st, I do a goal analysis.
Ladies, your mute is on again. They're not able to hear me. again.
No sound, guys.
Okay, we keep getting knocked off the internet. We apologize. So for quickly, just vision boarding is about collecting images or objects that represent the kind of future that you want. And this can be from anything. It could be, leaves out of the front yard, or it could be pictures out of magazines. It could be just basically anything that definitely defines you. And then you arrange them on a board, and then, like I said, put it somewhere you can see it every day. Also reflecting, and we touched on this in our mental health activities, allowing yourself some time and space in every single day to make sure that you are in tune with yourself, like listening to that inner voice who is talking to you about who you really want to be. There's always like a little nagging feeling. I don't know if I'm the only one who has that, but there's this nagging feeling when you just want to be something else or do something else or hit this goal, and it's just always saying you can do this. So just making sure that you're staying in tune with that and reflecting. And lastly, of course, goal setting, creating 90-day, 6-month, a year goals. Decide what you want, create a plan. Celebrate those small steps. There's millions of wins that you make every single day. And you can definitely celebrate that every single step of the way if you have a specific goal set out. So,
right. So also I want to add with vision boarding, when you do it, I don't think there's a specific way to do it. I think you can do pretty much whatever you want to do, but I would make sure that you can always see it wherever you are, like every single day, waking up and seeing it. It's the same as kind of reciting affirmations, reminding yourself every single day where you want to be and your vision for what your life is. So next we are going to talk about some podcasts and books that you can kind of listen to and read to help you kind of figure out what you want to do. So first there's a podcast called Market Mondays, and this is for finance and, investing in stocks, and that's the same with Earn Your Leisure. Brown Ambition is also is a podcast that talks about financial success and financial freedom. Woman Evolve is a podcast that talks about pretty much everything to evolve into the kind of person that you want to be. It talks about friendships, relationships, a lot of everyday things. And this is with Sarah Jakes Roberts. She's really, really interesting and fun to listen to. We also have a podcast called Deadass with Kadena Deval, which talks a lot about relationships and friendships and family life. Small Doses with Amanda Seals is a podcast that it talks about everything.
Everything.
Really.
It tackles all the hard things.
Yeah. The one that I loved the most was the one about effective communication.
Yes. Oh, yes.
She just gives a bunch of gems about pretty much anything. There's so many different ones, so definitely check that one out. Therapy for Black Girls is one that it talks about a lot of things as well.
Yes.
It's not, she always says it's not a substitute for therapy, but it's definitely something that you could listen to help you reflect on what you're going through in life. Right. And then the Love Hour is another podcast. It's about relationships and friendships and defining those and effective communication as well. And then we also have some books here. My favorite one out of this is, of course, Becoming, because it follows Michelle Obama's life from the very beginning to when Barack Obama was in office. And it made me realize that there was so much more to
Yes.
Michelle Obama that a lot of people do not know, and it's really good. So I would
Yeah.
definitely check that one out.
That Morgan is an avid reader. I wouldn't say I'm as an avid reader as Morgan is. I set goals every year for myself of how many books I want to read. But these are definitely some I feel that are definitely will help with what our conversation is about. You know, The Happy Vegan with Russell Simmons. You know, it's more about talking about food and how you can live a more healthy life. And like Morgan said, with what Chef Lee said, right? It's like you definitely want to make sure that you are eating living foods, that you're not eating a lot of processed foods, and basically how your body feels when you are taking care of it by feeding it the better things. And also there's Black Pearls, daily meditations, affirmations, and inspirations for African Americans. The 1 week budget, the Budgetnista. I know a lot of people do know about the Budgetnista. She is somebody who will give you everything. She has also experienced a lot in her life. She has had a lot of lows, and then she has learned how to turn that around to a point where she's having a very comfortable life right now, where she feels as if she is able to invest properly and also make sure that she's hitting financial goals. She's very, very strict, but she's very, very informational as well. And then More Than Enough, of course, is, you know, I all love to say this, that you are more than enough. It's Elaine Welteroth is one of she's an up and coming author. She's been around for quite some time, but this book absolutely touched me like to my soul. Those are just a few books and podcasts that we love. And last but not least, our recap.
Right. So if you didn't get anything out of this presentation, we hope that you got these 4 main points. We encourage you to reconnect with yourself, to establish boundaries and cultivate your support system with your friendships, your partnerships. Take a moment to self-soothe, care for your body, and rest. That's speaking on all the ways that you can pretty much feed yourself, feed your mind, feed your soul and your body. And also take action. Put your ideas, your goals, all of them, put them down on a sheet of paper or a poster board or whatever you want to put them on, and post them somewhere that you can see it every single day, so that you can be inspired to become the person that you want to be.
Yep. So we hope that you all enjoyed our presentation.
Yeah.
And thank you.
We did. Thank you, ladies. That was awesome. So much. We should put so much more into ourselves. A lot of times we don't do that. We, just continue to go with the flow, just trying to get it done. And oftentimes we don't take the time to do a lot of the things that you ladies mentioned. But that was great information. We definitely appreciate all that you've shared with us. We will be reaching back out to you for more information. If there are links and information that you want to share, please get those to Mr. Lee so that he can share those with everyone else. But that was some great information. I did get a lot from it. I was able to connect on every level, even down to the podcast. I mean, I was able to tie in some of the things that you ladies were bringing forward with some of the information that we received also from some of our medical panelists earlier in the week. So it's all coming together. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
And we will, at this time, continue with our afternoon panel, and we will be bringing on Mr. J. Dwayne Garnett.
Hey, how you?
Good afternoon. Shalom. Looks a lot like it's coming on, and then we lost him. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
That's okay, long as you're back.
But yeah, shalom. How you doing?
I am blessed.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. I've been watching on and off throughout the day. I had to do a lot of running. I'm actually out of town, had a death in the family. So I'm out of my natural comfort zone. That's why I was telling you, like, don't leave me, because my sidekick is not with me. Usually I either have my wife, Cordell, who's part of the leadership team, or I'll be with Adrian or Meryl from NC 100. So I'm like, hold on, I need somebody to talk to.
I'll be right here with you.
Okay, but yes, I am J. Dwayne Garnett. I am the co-founder of Love is a Parable. That's an organization that my wife and I started in June of 2017. Initially, it started out with a simple thing that we wanted to do, is just show random acts of kindness. We were blessed in higher ed. I was an executive director, been that way for like several years. And I said, I just want to give back in some capacity. And while writing the second book, I have a few books out now, but writing the second book that I thought was going to be the second book ended up being the first book of what we now have as the Love is a Parable training curriculum. It shows people how to identify and how to love. Shows them how to identify love and how to love themselves and also one another. And before you know it, we are doing workshops throughout North Carolina. And then it later spread to the US. With COVID, ended up being one of our best years. 2020 ended up being one of our best years because people needed some help.
Yes. Yes.
And we're talking about even from a governmental standpoint. So we had towns and everything reaching out to us, and we said, okay, we might be on to something here.
Yeah.
One of the things that we talk about is our sacred box theory. And that ended up being one of the conversations so much that we just released our second training manual that really dives into it. Our first training manual is called Ifaka, being open to love, and then it's a reflection training manual. And the second one is called ampersands and commas, love is communicating. So we want to show people how to identify love, but then also how to recognize when it's communicating to us and how to be on both sides of that. Yeah. So when I started talking about the sacred box theory, Nikki, I'm gonna ask you a question. What is one of your mantras for life?
Oh, always be of help.
You said what now?
Always be of help.
Always be of help. Where did that come from?
Service.
Always be of service.
Yes. The way I was raised, which basically then goes back down to the Bible. So, I mean, if you want to work down to the root of it, I would definitely say the Bible.
Okay. And your love or your devotion from the Bible came from where?
Learning and understanding and reading and research, and I would say that's where it really deepened.
Right. So it's safe to assume that foundationally something happened in your childhood that introduced this to you.
Oh, yes.
And from there you built on to it.
Most definitely. Yes.
So what happens when someone attacks your faith?
I will tell you personally, I am not a Christian. I believe that we are the Hebrew Israelites. So I do come in, I have to, in my relationships, be very careful of, not just putting my beliefs off on other people, but just that impact and, not trying to offend or, step on anyone's toes or, create any type of negative vibe.
Correct. So what happens to a lot of us, and I know we've had these conversations before. Have you ever talked to someone and the conversation seems to go well, but as soon as you say one thing, it's like the person either shuts down or snaps?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, what we're talking about right now, Nikki, is our sacred box. Meaning we all have things that we value.
Yes.
The interesting thing about it is a lot of us don't know what we value, but we know how to protect what we value.
Oh, yeah.
So what we're doing is helping people peel back those layers and say, okay, we're helping them uncover what they value and know that they value them, because this is important for you. For some strange reason in this world, we have been conditioned to tell or feel like we have to disclose everything. You don't have to disclose the things that you value, but you do have a responsibility to yourself to know what you value and why you value them.
Yes. Okay.
These values are so important because these values shape who we are. Our concept of self is based on the things that we value.
Yeah.
If I don't know who I value, I in turn have an identity crisis.
Exactly.
So we help them identify it, not judging it, but letting you know, okay, well, if we're going to be talking about faith, you need to make sure that you're well-informed, well-educated, because Nikki is going to defend her faith, but she's going to try not to offend you. But you best believe she will protect the thing that she values.
Awesome.
Nothing is wrong with that.
Awesome.
We have been conditioned to feel like we're guilty because we have values. No.
Yeah.
Having values make you a person. Not being able to recognize them can make you a damaging person. So we don't want you to damage anybody. We want you to know what they are. And then the next layer to that is, as I develop my concept of self, there is an organic self, which is my self-image, and then there is an ideal self. If these are in conflict, it affects my self-esteem.
Yes. Yes.
So my confidence goes down.
Yes.
The more that they are balanced, the higher the confidence.
So true.
That's important because we make expectations based on our self-esteem.
True. We do. We do.
The lower the self-esteem, the higher the expectations, the more expectations we have, because expectations are designed to protect us.
You're teaching now. Now you're teaching.
So through Love is a Parable, we actually help people uncover through the reflective thinking the things that they value and why they value them, and help them peel back those layers. Once they peel back those layers, they will identify at the core of who they are is love.
Yes.
Once they understand the core of who they are, they will in turn see the same thing in others. So quickly, what we like for individuals to do is have an opportunity to visit what we our place where we welcome people to love, known as Love is a Parable. I'm trying to share my screen, so it's so funny. We do this podcast too, and I'm using StreamYard. I'm like, okay, where are my?
Yes.
And I'm on the receiving end this time, but I'm used to being the host, so I need to share my screen.
Different on the other side, isn't it?
Right. Be like, he is taking away my power. But while he's getting that up, we actually take people on a journey to rediscover and reconnect with them. Because truth be told, throughout life, we have been conditioned to not hear ourselves, to not believe in ourselves, to not even know what our voice is like. Think about it. For the first 2 years, we are telling our children no. We're saying this to protect them and to give them the guidance that they need, not realizing that we're also programming them and conditioning them to not hear their voice, to not trust their instinct.
So true.
So guess what happens at 18, 19 years old? We go on this weird journey of trying to find our voice, but our inner voice sounds so much like our community, our village, that it's hard for us to make key decisions. So we want people to return to them, which is returning to love, so that they can see the things that we share with others.
Yes.
Okay?
Very true.
So I didn't get a chance to share my screen, which is totally fine. But those who want to connect with me can do so at Love is a Parable, loveisaparable.com. We're on all social media platforms where we can definitely peel back those layers and help people uncover and rediscover love.
That's so awesome.
And,
so awesome.
I'm on my time. I'm done.
That is so awesome. You know, it's a very, very important area that You know, oftentimes we don't peel back those layers on. And oftentimes when you don't peel back those layers and get to the root, you're just only skimming when you're, you know, looking for solutions. So I'm very, very interested. I will be definitely reaching out for more information. I have done, you know, a lot of peeling back myself, but, you know, what you're saying, it makes so much sense. You know, in understanding that or, you know, that we are Yah's royalty. We are kings and queens. So, you know, I do see you as a king. So it just kind of goes back to what you're saying as, you know, seeing, you know, our expectations. And that is important. I do feel like once we, many more of us peel back those layers, get down to the root, we will have, you know, the tools that we need, the knowledge that we need, and be equipped to love each other as we should, and to be able to come together and unify.
I definitely agree. And I just end that with love is light, instruction is light, guidance is light, truth is light, wisdom is light. Whenever light is present, darkness cannot exist.
Exactly.
So it's not our responsibility to call out darkness. It's just our responsibility to be the light. If you be the light, there will not be any darkness. Darkness cannot coexist with light.
So true.
Darkness is literally the absence of light. So it's the absence of love. It's the absence of knowledge. It's the absence of order. It's the absence of these things. And so whenever you're present, so some people don't realize you may be a low light, but that doesn't mean you're darkness.
Right.
You may be a little dim and your flame may flicker a little bit, but guess what? As long as that thing is going, there is still hope within you. There's still light within you, and you can still shine. And we just want to help people shine.
Awesome. Awesome. Great group. Great group. Looking forward to getting with you, getting some more information from you. And,
likewise.
Yes. I'm sure you'll be hearing from me.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get off now because I'm at my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Have a blessed afternoon.
Same to you, Mom.
And we will continue with our regularly scheduled program, and we will be bringing on with us the minister, Katrina Harrison, along with the last Dons, if I am looking at the schedule correctly. We'll give them just a moment for them to come in. Bear with us just a moment. All right, well, I guess while we are working on those technical difficulties, we can go back and do a little bit of recapping. We can do a little bit of recapping on
technical difficulties, so we just need a couple minutes. Mark's computer went down, so we just need a couple minutes.
So as we work through the technical difficulties, we'll kind of go back and recap some of the information that we have been able to glean today from some of our panelists. One of the things that I would like to call out that kind of stood out to me during the presentation about ourselves, and I was really impressed at the level of depth that they went into in terms of the different areas and aspects from physical to mental. And as I stated earlier, some of the information that they presented, I felt fell right in line with some of the information that we received the other night from our medical staff, and some of the information that Mr. Greg Lee provided with the Lee Food Group. I can personally say for myself that some of the changes, or when you do, as Mr. Garnett was speaking of, peel back those layers and get down to the root and start reevaluating yourself. While it may seem like some of those changes are hard to make, it's really not once you put your mind to it. Changing up your food or your diet, for example, is not as hard as some would make it seem. Most of us are aware that we as a people are not lactose tolerant people. Changing up those diet habits can also work for you, doing it in minimal steps. One of the examples that I will provide is that, and one of the podcasts that we could also add is our own hometown Tabitha Brown, who provides us with a wealth of information on our diet, on vegan life, on vegan eating. So do go back through the video, take a look at some of the information, the resources that have been provided. As you start to peel back your own layers, you have resources, you have information, you have people that you can come to, but you got to make that start yourself. So I will end that portion, since we now yes, so excited. I've been waiting for this. Welcome. Katrina, I can't hear you.
It is so good to be unique.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining us today. I will say personally, I'm excited because I've not had a chance to talk to you guys, to ask specific questions. I think that you're doing the community, and of course it excites me. It just touches my soul. But I'm glad to have the opportunity to ask, find out more about what we can do to help you guys and what it is that you're doing that we need to be aware of.
Awesome. So glad to have the opportunity to be here with you. Also have from board members of Bonds here. I love to have an opportunity to share their thoughts about our event, our history, things that we've been doing. Everybody pretty much knows to be in the field, but just of knowledge, strong men, I work a lot. It blesses me.
Yes, most definitely. I can say that you guys have truly been a blessing in our community. And I'm not sure if you guys are hearing feedback when I speak. Are you hearing feedback?
I did, but I think it's sort of, I don't hear it now.
Okay, good. Want to make sure that everyone can hear. I'm sure that you guys have some great information. I shared your flyer and wanted to, of course, make sure that we get some of that information out to everyone. So let me start, and I'm not going to, I'll let you guys decide who answers which questions. But I'll also ask you to give just a brief introduction of yourself so that we know who's a part of the Last Dons. And I will ask you a couple of questions if you will bless us with that information. We would greatly appreciate it. So let me start by asking for those who are not familiar with the group. Of course, by now we all should be, so I won't ask you to go into anything long and drawn out, but if you will just kind of briefly tell us about the group.
Duran, you want to grab that? Clavon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're the Last Dons. We're a group. We started a group of friends who came together after the passing of Don Harrison, and we created an organization to honor his legacy. He was such a great guy. We wanted to find a way to honor him, so we started out hosting events and raising funds for what we call our Second Chance Scholarship, and it's a scholarship where we give a scholarship to someone who's looking for a second chance. They're like your non-traditional student. They're looking to create a career for themselves and better their lives, and we started raising money for that that purpose. And now we've expanded into even more events to bless the community. So we have our backpack drive. We feed people at Thanksgiving. We have bowling events. We have charity rides. We do whatever we can to be a blessing to other people, because we're blessed to be a blessing. And we started out a lot with motorcycles, which is why I'm in front of my motorcycle. But we've branched out to do a lot more, because we're not a club, we're a culture, and we're a culture of open arms and extending hands, and we just love giving back and helping our community. And just such a great group of guys. We're all over Raleigh, Texas, Minnesota. We're all over, and we all come together to do great things for the community back home in honor of our friend Don. So
I personally knew Don. I went to school with Don, and he became friends with my husband. Don was one of those people that was in tune with himself and knew that, or you could tell by his surroundings and the people that he surrounded himself with, that he was really in tune with himself. And I want to take the time while I have an opportunity, not to speak for everyone else, but I'm sure that I would speak for many, many people when I say that you guys represent him so well. For those of us that did know Don, we know he was a light. He was always brightness, always smiles, always fun, always goodness. And that's the vibe that we always get from you guys. I'll say this: I've not had the opportunity to tell Katrina this before, but Don came by to see my husband and I one day, and he said to me, "Nikki, I found her. She's the one. She's the one." And of course, we definitely see, Katrina, you are the one. You are the one. And I appreciate, from being a friend of Don, to be able to see his legacy shine so much. I thank you. I appreciate you. And oh man, the kings that you have standing behind you. Whoa. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. And I wanted to take, a moment to tell you that, because I felt that for a long time. I've just not had a chance to stop you and tell you. So the next question I wanted to ask, because you touched on it a little bit, is about the scholarship. That's huge. That's huge. Can you talk a little bit about the scholarship fund that you guys offer?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Corey.
Nikki, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. Just to add to what Duran or Clavon stated earlier, I mean, what we've done we've tried to be a blessing to the community. And so when you think about the Last Dawns and the things that we're doing, this second chance scholarship that you're referencing right now is huge. We try to go out as a team and find someone who may not have all the opportunities, because every one of us is given an opportunity in life, may not have all the opportunities because they've made a mistake or something otherwise has happened in their lives. So with the second chance scholarship, what we try to do is give them a boost back up, give them a meaning, a purpose, because all of us on the Last Dawns have a purpose in life so that they continue. We all know, I would assume that each of us on the camera right now, we're probably in our 40s or 50s. So we've lived a life of fulfillment. We understand what it means to give, to extend our arms. We understand what hardship is, right? We understand what prayer is. We understand, what struggle is. So when you think about that, we only touch a small percentage of those with the second chance scholarship. And we've had some great opportunities. Duran has brought some people. We've gone out and found some people. And, we've had people to come to us. We've sent them to truck driving school. They've come back, changed their lives, and given back to the community and given back to the Last Dawns. And, we see something, or the first lady is what I call Katrina. If she sees something where somebody has a need and she brings it to the table, then we're all on it. We tell her, you go out, we're your disciples, you find that person or whatever, we're going to do the heavy lifting for you. So when you talk again about that second chance scholarship, I mean, it's huge for us. We find someone who needs a second opportunity. And Katrina, Clavon, if you guys want to extend on that, I mean, to me, that's the big point that I see for that scholarship.
Most certainly it is. And just to tag along from truck driving school, we've had a cosmetologist, we've had young women to receive the scholarship. A young lady that went forward to be a veterinarian assistant, a young lady that is in process still of getting things together with her background, but moving forward and getting things together for her CNA. We've had professional boxers to come in where we could sew into them. We've even extended out to making a child's dream come true. We identify families that may have a child that has gone through some medical issues, challenges, and just to give them a break when they're able to, we try to send them somewhere where they can just rejuvenate that family, spend time together, let the child have a good time. We've identified food insecurities here. Last year was our first year in spreading the table. Well, our second year of spreading the table for Thanksgiving. We identified 2 apartment complexes, one in Reedsville, one in Eden, and we were able to serve 240 families, which I think it's a great segue. Yes, a great segue, guys, to just let the community know we've set a goal this year for 1,000 meals, Thanksgiving meals, to go out on Sunday, November the 21st, 2021. We're starting now because the need is so big and we do have so many things and opportunities where we can serve. So we don't just stick to the scholarship, the backpack giveaway, where we gave out 2,020 field backpacks. We really want to be that organization, that resource center that can not only meet the needs, but to feed the soul, encourage, uplift. Nikki, you do a lot of this yourself. Sometimes we see and we think that someone's doing okay, but sometimes that's the toughest thing. That is the toughest thing for someone to say, I'm being challenged in this area. And why not? We're blessed to be a blessing. Let's take the initiative. Let's meet the need. Let's serve with dignity and love, open arms, extended hands. That's who we are.
There are nonprofit groups that, focus on one thing and specialize on one thing. And that's really good. But I really appreciate how you get out here and assess the needs of the community. It's really important. Any of us can kind of throw together a nonprofit and we can call it a nonprofit. But when you are actually, in order to be successful and to make a difference, you've got to assess the needs. And that is evident in the way you guys have picked up different projects and been able to contribute in so many different areas. So that's really exciting. How can we, I know that we're also putting up the PayPal information, contact information to help out. But a lot of times, I think we just see things that are going on and assume that somebody else is going to take care of it. So I guess it's not really a question. I basically want to point out that supporting you guys is really, really a big deal. A lot of people don't understand what it takes to run a nonprofit organization or to take on some of those humongous projects that you guys have taken on. So wanted to take a moment to point out there's a lot that we can do between contributing. Also, I love to see your videos as you guys are packing up those backpacks and how the community comes out and helps out. It's really, really awesome. And I'm looking forward to that. I know that this year was, with COVID, was a bit challenging. Did you have anything you want to say about the program from last year, or maybe what you're anticipating for this upcoming year?
Certainly. 2020 was certainly a challenge, but Nikki, you nailed it on the head when you said the kings that stand beside me. You know, I'm the face. I'm honestly the first recipient of the Last Don Scholarship. When he passed away, these brothers came together and they lifted me up, not only in prayer, but presented something to assist in meeting the need. So I say that to lead into, there's always a need somewhere. Someone may not speak up, someone may not say it. COVID put a restriction on our school supply giveaway because the high school opened up their doors for us. With people being kind of nervous, and rightfully so, using wisdom and maybe not coming out. We served those that came out, but these brothers and volunteers, they loaded up their personal vehicles. They loaded up the U-Haul, and we went out into the community. We went to Marcella's place. We went to Old Duke Street, you know. We went to Brownstone Commons. That's where we fed. We went to Cambridge. You know, we went to different apartment complexes where we could before night fell. So I think this year, projecting, we're going to come to the table and see if it's best for us to be mobile and set up distribution sites, or if it's for us to do it in a traditional manner. But just know this, we're coming and we're going to do something.
Awesome.
We're coming and we're going to do something. We have individuals that are part of our organization that went to Moorhead. Some went to McMichael. You know, I can't help everybody can't be great and go to Reidsville, Nikki. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to divide the house. I didn't mean to divide the house. But you know what I'm saying? Blue and go, blue and go, blue and go. No, but just being able to come together and, like you said, 501c3 nonprofit confirmed. We can provide a tax deductible receipt for you. Partnership, we welcome that. From corporate partnership to those that have an idea or who may have observed us become a nonprofit organization and they're just getting started. One thing I know that my brothers can attest to, we've heard the word no. We've been doing this thing 10 years, Nikki. 10 years in December, we had the first event that collaborated and made us to come into to be the Last Dons. And from that moment, taking an opportunity to celebrate his life, which we transitioned to something so much bigger, you know. But just being able to move forward with our hearts to serve. So I'm gonna hand it over to one of the guys so that they can certainly chime in and just share their thoughts and see any.
I just add on to what Trina's saying. I think, there's a few ways that people can support us. One, of course, is donate. Two would be to volunteer. Volunteer, sign up to volunteer for our events, reach out to us and find out a way that you can volunteer. As Trina said, also partner. If you have an idea for an event where you would like for the Last Don to be the beneficiary of your fundraiser, then we're open to hearing more about things that you want to do to support us. And also, if you work somewhere, your job may also match funds that you choose to donate to the Last Dons. So you can set aside money from your paycheck. It could be $5, $10 a paycheck, but it all adds up. And a lot of companies will match as long as you have an official 501c3, which we are, as Trina mentioned. Your job will also donate funds to match. So donate, volunteer, and partner. Just echoing what Trina just said. We're open to partner with people on their events and holding for them to hold charity events to benefit our organization. And we welcome it, and we thank everybody who supported us for the past 10 years.
That was an awesome call out. With the donations, I had not even thought about it until you said it. But the company that I work for do match donations to 503Cs. So now I can go back Monday and and start the paperwork. and it's very convenient. I don't have to go to my account and give it to your account. They pull it out and put theirs with it and send it right on to you. So that's a great call out. It's something that's available for a lot of people. If you don't know whether you have it, do check with your employer. Most employers will let you know, but if you're not sure, make sure you do check with your employer because that is also an awesome way to donate. And that would mean that you guys would have that money coming in steadily. That's something that you could count on. And that's a good place to put in our help. Mm-hmm. I will want to ask Mr. Akins if there's anything that you want to share. I don't want the queens to take over the whole scene. We understand our order, and we understand who we stand beside, and want to make sure that you kings are heard. Yeah. And that we understand, where you guys are coming from. So if there's anything that you want to add, we'd love to hear it.
No, I'd just like to validate and solidify what Clavon and Katrina all added. I would like to, make a personal challenge to those in the community who have the means to do what we're doing. One of the main things about this organization, and Clavon and Katrina can attest to that, when we started, we didn't have much of anything in a bank account whatsoever. It was all funded by the individuals you see on the screen and the other strong individuals who stand behind and with this organization. And we have made a personal commitment that no matter what we need to do, if Katrina comes up with an event or something, that we're going to make sure that it happens on behalf of Jesse Harrison. So I get a little emotional when I talk about it because the group that you see before you and the group, again, to stand behind Katrina, we came together for a reason and for a purpose. And to me, I'm 52 years old. I went to Eden Moorhead. Katrina, that's, just want to make sure you know that, red, black.
Still ran pride.
And but the thing is, all of those boundaries and barriers that we had coming up in the 80s or whatever that we had is gone. I see friends. I see classmates, I see everybody, and we work collectively. So I'd like to challenge communities, especially those who have a means to give or whatever. We're not asking for a whole lot, but with or without community, we're going to continue to prosper because we have a purpose. So we're going to continue that march and that fight, right? The battle is real, and it takes a village. So I'll leave you
Yes.
guys with that. Thank you.
Awesome.
It
Awesome.
does. So awesome. I can't say enough how much you guys shine. I'm just you amaze me with everything that you do. I see and feel the love in everything that you do. And like I said before, you know, as long as you guys are doing what you're doing, you know, Don's legacy is going to continue to shine. When we look at his queen, we see how, you know, as I said earlier, she's out here assessing the needs in the community. She's finding out, you know, what we need, how we need it. And then you guys right there pick it up and provide as kings do. So from the bottom of my heart, from the community, I will go ahead and speak for the community. I will say thank you. Thank you. You are meeting our needs, and we can't thank you enough. I also want to thank you for joining us this afternoon to make sure that everyone in the community is aware of what's going on, how we can help you, and what we can do. And if anyone has any questions or any further, you know, want any more information, the contact information is on the screen. Make sure that you're not only utilizing it, but sharing it so that we're all uniting and we're all helping to assess and provide for the needs in our community.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we will continue on with our awesome panel. I don't know about you guys, but I've had a ball so far. We've gleaned some awesome information. I'm inspired. And I am looking forward to continuing on through the afternoon. I see we do have Mr. Isaiah Withers, and thank you for joining us. We will be, or I will be stepping aside to allow you to present the information that you have for us this afternoon. And I will come back in the end. If there's anything else that you need from me, I will be right there at the end. So with that, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to you, Mr. Withers. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you for that introduction, Ms. Nikki. And first, again, I want to say thank you for NC100 for allowing me to speak and the opportunity to speak. And for everybody that's gone before me and that's coming after me, this is powerful. And this is a living and testament to what real Black empowerment is in our communities and moving forward. And today I didn't want to be in front of everybody long. I just wanted to kind of circle in on something that has been stated throughout this whole week, and that is the power of local organizing. The power of local organizing. I think that is an essential staple to our Black empowerment, because it can happen when it comes to the principle of organizing. It's something that can take place within an organization that you're trying to build, or an organization that you think should be created due to what you have identified in the community. So I'll start off with a few bullet points. And I'm pretty sure nobody can see the sign back here, but I worked hard on it. But I have 4 bullet points for local organization. I have time management. What's the issue? Resources and plan of action. And I'll go ahead and start with the first one, and that is time management. A lot of times we may see things happening or going on and this and that in the community, but our own, we may feel intimidated by it because maybe we have some things internally and personally that we want to work out, that we want to arrange. So when I go through all these are just some examples that I've used in working in the community. I've had the honor to work in the community since I was 13 with the NAACP, and now moving into as organizer with the National Black Workers Center and co-founder of the Black Self-Defense Team. And these were all some staples that I use and I'm still learning. So when it comes to organizing in the community, there's no one quick pill answer. It's a constant empowerment thing, and it's a constant moving train that we all have to learn and be adaptable to. So it's always a learning process. So something that I've learned on this road is time management. Once I started doing the simple things of eliminating distractions in my life or trying to prioritize my own days by waking up, scheduling my own days, it was easy for me to kind of understand things from an organizing standpoint. I always like to go with the micro before the macro. If we want to identify things that are happening in the community, it's always great to identify what is happening for yourself. So that's why I have time management is number one, because this is something that you can implement on your day-to-day routine, where at 1 o'clock, I want to do this. At 2 o'clock, I want to do that. So scheduling out your days is a very essential component to time management. A couple of great apps that are good to download as far as organizing your days and then organizing your own organizations is Dropbox. Dropbox is a huge storage file where you can share information, where it could be pictures, videos, any great things that you're doing in your community can be shared through Dropbox. So that's one thing under time management, a great app that can help you utilize and move forward with your own organization. So that's Dropbox. We also have Rescue Time. So I'm going to revisit the internal battles that we have when we have to prioritize our own days. And Rescue Time is something that it's an app that you can use to eliminate distractions. It is an app that you can download on your computer. It'll track pretty much what you've been doing in your downtime from your computer to your phone. So now you have an idea of, okay, this is where I was at. This is what I did in this time. This is why I was unable to achieve this goal, because at this time, instead of working on this goal, I was looking at a funny video on Facebook and I left a lot of comments with laughter under it. So Rescue Time is good for that. And also for last but not least is Asana. So if you already have an organization, Asana is a great tool to be able to utilize projects that you may have coming up, goals, SMART goals, measurable goals, and monthly manners that you can always go back to, share with everybody in your organization, and everybody can be held accountable. So we can actually get some things moving and get some things going. So time management is a huge component when it comes to organizing in our communities. Something else along the way that I've realized is, what's the issue? The idea of what you may have in mind to do in the community could be amazing. But I always like to say a good sidestep in analyzing is, what are some of the needs for the community? And how can my idea move in congruence with that? So that is something else as well. So we have time management, but what is the issue? An easy way to go about identifying some of the issues in your community is surveys. Surveys are a great component. It's hard to identify where to go when it's not being addressed. So I'll give an example. For me, when we and some friends created Unknown Society, we wanted to create something that would be great for college students at HBCUs. We wanted to reiterate and educate ourselves on a monthly basis to have a book club where we could talk about Black history and ways we can do service for our communities. After we understood that goal, we were able to go out to schools and colleges like Winston-Salem State, North Carolina Central, and A&T, and now identify who are the political science teachers, which goes, and I'm kind of skipping a little bit, so y'all bear with me, that goes with resources. And I know y'all can't see this, but I'm going to announce it out loud. That goes with step 3, which is resources. So our issue was, from talking to a lot of college students, we realized that there wasn't enough education on self that was happening even with the HBCUs. It wasn't like an extracurricular course or activities that the students would really want from talking to students at all of these schools. So we figured out what the issue was. So the plan was, we're going to create a book club. And through this book club, we will bring in X amount of books. We would discuss the books as projects and come back in monthly manners and discuss what we have learned and ways we can apply the teachings from the book, whether it be Malcolm X's autobiography or James Baldwin, the teachings of these essays and these books, and how can we apply it to our community at large. After we identified that issue, we then said, what are some of our resources? A lot of times we take on a lot of projects, and one thing that we all know, especially from this amazing event and all the amazing participants and leaders who are on this event, is that several people are doing amazing work in the community. And you may feel at times that I may have to get this started, when really, if you do the research, there are several people that you can align yourself with, and you will both be on the same page to get the same common goal for our communities. And the beautiful thing, which is not beautiful, but it's rough, there's so many things in our communities that needs to be worked on in the Black community. And all we have to do is make a choice and say, which one do we want to take on? And there's so many amazing groups who are doing this work that we can be aligned with. So resources, who else is doing the work? And at the time when we was at the HBCU, the question was, who can I reach out to be able to get in front of the students a little bit more clear? We want to set up this book club, but we know going on campus, because I've tried that, just going on campus and running up to students was not the best idea. We wanted to be able to narrow it down to how can we be able to access the most students. So the next best thing for resources was we reached out to the political science teachers. Black education and political education that we wanted to have discussions around was aligned with political science. So after reaching out to those teachers, we were able to speak in front of the classes and say, hey, we are Unknown Society. This is what we would like to do, and this is our sign-up sheet. Now, if anybody is interested, we would love for you to come out at least to one event and get the experience, and you let us know what you think should be the next event. So understanding your resources is a huge component. And with resources, that can stem to so many other levels. If you're doing a big project in the community as far as policies or laws, we all know that some resources that we have are city council. We got our city council members. We got the Senate. There's so many different resources that we can reach out to. We have our local churches. We have our barbershops, salons, where the talk is happening 24/7. Something that we've done now here in my organization with the National Black Worker Center, where I organize with, is we would go to our barbershops and salons. And at the barbershops and salons, we would hold these conversations that are crucial pertaining to our Black workers and the power of local voting and the power of the people. These are resources that we have. So understanding your resources is huge and another big component. And it can really take away a lot of the legwork as well. If you're doing work within the workplace and you want to take on a task of identifying racial discrimination that is happening in several chains of stores and workplaces, well, you have a team, but now what is a resource? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly helped push these laws. And we also know that the labor commissioner can investigate in on that workplace. So what would the next step be? The next step would be to reach out to those pieces while also maintaining your team as well. And you all putting in the groundwork, but to have these big power pieces to have on your team as well when attacking this certain issue. So resources is great as well. And the last thing is plan of action. There's nothing to it to do it, but to do it. And it's the fun thing about organizing in the community is you'll never, ever really get it right to how you may want it. You may have, I done had events where flake rate is real, where you done reached out to 100 people, 10 people show up. You reach out to 1,000, 50 show up. It's all part of the work. But the interesting and fun thing about your plan of action is through that, you learn so much on how to improve it and get it better. When we first started the Black Self-Defense Team, we started out with me, who at the time did not have a vehicle, took nothing but water bottles on my back and some granola bars so we can practice self-defense in the park and teach hand-on-hand combat while aligning ourselves with knowing our rights when conflicted or in front of a police officer. One person showed up. One person showed up. What I learned from that was I should have had a flyer out, should have had a bigger venue. I could have used more resources. I could have reached out to the schools. I could have reached out to the student bodies at the local HBCU schools. I could have went to the high schools, could have went to the football team, could have went to the football coaches. There were so many different levels that I could have went to make sure that that event could have been better. So after trial and error of understanding how can I better serve the community and how can I better serve our people and how can I go about this a little bit better? What I learned was to use the resources. And what me and my team sat down and we said, okay, we're going to go to this school. And after reaching out to the school 5 months in advance, we got it locked down and we were able to have a way better turnout and a way better event for the community and the people. So those are the 4 steps, which is time management, what's the issue, resources, and plan of action. I always like to say this too, and I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Organizing, when it comes to organizing, the question should always be, what is going to best serve our people? I may like this idea, but if it's not serving our people, how can I reevaluate this to where it is serving nothing but our people? So it's always good to know, what are the people thinking? Power to the people isn't just a power to the people. It's power to the people because we are serving our people in the Black community. And that's what Black empowerment is really all about. So what am I doing that will be able to answer some of the questions or help create the conversation to some of the questions that we are having in our Black communities? So I always want to say, with organizing, the power of the true organizer is the person you may not know who he is, because organizers keep building and building leaders, and we are all leaders. We just have to identify within ourselves and align ourselves, but everybody has the capabilities to be a powerful leader. And the art of the organizer is to find our amazing leaders in our Black communities, to have this work keep going and to keep pushing on. So you may never know who the organizer is, but that's a good thing. The organizer should be a person that you come to an event, I don't know who he is, because everybody has stepped up to become their own organizers and leaders and empowering in our full community. So that is the 4 things I've learned when it comes to local organizing and the power of organizing. So that is all for me. And I thank you all again, NC 100, Black Empowerment, and everybody that came before and everybody that's coming after. This is amazing work, and it's just the beginning. And but we got it, because this is Black Empowerment, and ain't nothing better than being Black.
So true, so true. Thank you. That was awesome information, great insight. Oftentimes, looking out, we just kind of look at the event, but we don't really stop to think about what all goes into it. And, planning and preparation is so key. A lot of times we, have a vision and we'll just jump into it without that planning and preparation. And oftentimes that is the key to our failure. But the insight into what it actually takes, to be successful or to gain that success is key. It's very important. And I really appreciate you sharing that with us today. A lot of times the Bible says we are a stiff-necked people. We are oftentimes very prideful, and we, think we can do everything on our own. So I really appreciate you offering, yourself and information on how we can be better, on how we can make sure that our events are successful, and what all we need to be looking at. But I'm sure that you will also have some people reach out to you now that you've offered yourself up for assistance. We will be coming to you for that guidance, and we certainly appreciate your wisdom and sharing that with us this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a blessed evening.
You too now.
All right. Wow, so much good information from all aspects, no matter whether you're looking to create your own nonprofit or whether you're just looking to get in and volunteer and help someone else. There has been so much information and it's still coming. So everyone keep watching, keep taking notes, and make sure you soak up as much of this information as you can, as it is definitely vital to us unifying and our success. And at this time, we are blessed to have in our presence Reverend Rosetta Badgett. She is coming to us today to share some information with us. And I want to say welcome and thank you, Reverend Badgett, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and just turn the floor over to you and, allow you to go ahead and present, and I will be standing by.
Oh, thank you. I am honored to be sitting here in this seat this afternoon. I thank God for his many blessings. And I thank God for these young men and what they have done, what he has enabled them to do. I want to bring to your attention a program that I've been a part of for almost 22 years. It's called the Garden Ad Litem Child Advocacy Program. And we have our Rockingham County advocacy. And so what that is, your voice for the child who has been taken out of the home for various reasons and is in foster care. And that Garden Ad Litem is a person that speaks for the child in the courtroom. She is or he is the voice of the child. And so if you're interested in that, we need volunteers. You only have maybe 3-4 weeks of training, which is not hard. And it's rewarding because what we would do, what would the child do if this program was not in place? So I just want to put that out there to you. It's the Rockingham County Garden Ad Litem Child Advocacy Program. The P.O. Box is 302 Wentworth, North Carolina. The zip code is 27375. And the phone number is 336-634-6106. And we are in need of volunteers. You will be rewarded, I promise. And I want to talk now concerning young people, especially these 4 young men that has put this program on. Our young people, today's leaders / change agents. Leaders must pray. A spiritual life cannot exist without prayer. Prayer brings God's wisdom. When we pray to God, seek him first and his righteousness, he will give us wisdom that we might know how to please him and to serve his people. Prayer accesses God's power. We must have God's power to live holy. For greater is he that is in us than he that's in the world. 1 John 4:4. For I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Prayer relieves stress. When our heart is in tune with God's heart, we find ourselves in a special place of peace, a special place of gratitude, a special hallelujah place for all that he has done for us. Prayer reveals agenda. When we pray from our heart, asking God to lead and guide us in the way he wants us to go, not our will, but his will be done. Prayer is the heart of God. Nothing external significant happens apart from God. Prayer is the leader's foolproof remedy for stress. Prayer is the ultimate way we dialogue with God in simplicity, and that's a good thing. There are three main reasons why leaders need Jesus. Number one, because we have a past. We can't go back, but he can. The Bible says Jesus Christ the same yesterday and today and forevermore. Hebrews 13:8. We can walk into those places of sin and failure, wipe the slate clean, and give us a new beginning. He can do that. Number two, because he holds the future. Who else are we going to trust? In his hands, we are safe and secure today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. His words say, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans for good and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." In those days when you pray, I will listen. Jeremiah 29:11. Leaders must make decisions, and those who are unwilling or unable to make decisions are incapable of true leadership. It is a fact that true leadership will cost us. So can we thank God for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who gave his life for his people? Oh, yes, we can. And most importantly, can we thank God for his son, Jesus Christ, who made the ultimate sacrifice to go to the cross for our sins? Leaders are also change agents. Consider the following. Without change, the thing that's in the curse will also be in the choice. Breakdown. The nucleus, the center mass, or part, the essence of something, the very existence of, that which is deep-rooted in the heart, controlling all thoughts and actions, has to change unless all choices will remain to be the same. So what am I saying? What does all this mean? Young people, you are today's leaders and change agents. Scripture says, "In the last days, I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your young men shall see visions." Acts 2:17. Jeremiah said, "I know the plan I have for you, says the Lord. Thoughts of peace and not evil, to give you a future and a hope." I say to these three young men, Sean Norman, Greg Lee, Michael Harris, and Sean Bradley, who encompassed God's vision for such a time as this. Merle Holloway and all of those who supported them, I say well done. God bless you. My last thing for you to remember, it's not about glamour, a famous name, or any other kind of selfishness. It's all about commitment in becoming the leaders and change agents God has called you to be. God bless you.
Panelists, the most mild-mannered, softest panelist would come with the most powerful voice. The volume was down a little bit low. I did have to turn my volume up. So I want to make sure that I call out, or that we recall out the call for volunteers. I want to make sure that everybody also heard that there is a call for volunteers. The contact information is on the screen. So for those of you out there looking to put in the work, the call has been made, and Reverend Badgett is looking for us to show up and show out. So we do appreciate you coming today with those most holy words. We appreciate your message. I can no longer put myself in the younger crowd. So I won't even try to speak for them, but I do believe that they hear you. Very, very loud and clear. It was a really, really good message, and looking forward to coming out and being a part and helping you do what you do. Is there anything else that you want us to know, especially in terms of the volunteer activity?
No, I think that pretty much sums it up. And I'll try to talk a little louder this time. I think that pretty much sums it up. All the counties in North Carolina has this program. Okay, and Rockingham County, we have way over 100 and some children that's in foster care.
Wow.
I will go as far as to explain this because someone probably wants to know. How this happens is there is a report that goes in concerning a child, and I'll just use the school. It may be that the teacher noticed that the child, is not clean. It's, things seem to be going wrong or whatever. Anyway, and that's reported. Okay, an investigation takes place. And if it proves, that the child is one of three things, or all three, dependent, neglected, or abused, then the child is immediately taken out of the home and put in temporary foster care. And then there's a time that's set aside that the judge will view the case. That's called adjudication. And it will determine, through the court that the child is, abused, neglected, or dependent, or all three at the same time. And that has happened, that the child has been the victim of all three. So it's very sad.
It is.
It's very sad. And I've had the opportunity to, to speak to new people that come into the program. And I tell them, with this, you're going to do three things. If children are your heart, you're going to do three things. You're going to get mad a lot, you're going to cry a lot, and you're going to pray a lot because they need you.
Yes.
And I just want to put it out there that if you don't love children, this is not for you to do. I can't be any more blunt about it than that, because they need love.
Yes.
They need love. They need a whole lot of it. So the program is open for volunteers, and like I said earlier, it's just it involves I think maybe a 6-week training program. It's not something that you won't be able to do. And after that, then as the children come in, then you can be assigned. And in 2 weeks, we have had 17 cases that involve 20-some children. I mean, this was in 1 week, and that was just last year. So it's a sad thing, as I said, that, and I ask God, I don't question him as Job did, because Job got out of line. But I do ask him, why the children? I don't understand why the children are suffering. He said, suffer the children to come unto me. So I get real teary-eyed, and my heart just goes crazy when I think about what some of them go through, at the hands of their parents.
Yes. Yes.
So
there is
it's
such a
thing. It's just so much needed. Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. There's such a huge need, and from a community standpoint, we do appreciate all that you do we oftentimes, get busy doing, our own things, and so many different organizations and so many different things that sometimes, or we often don't hear about, foster kids in our community. So I do appreciate you coming out today and talking to us about, their needs and how we can support them, and through, by supporting you. We will definitely note the information, the contact information, the call for volunteerism, and we will definitely do all that we can to get out there, help you. Those of us who, as you were saying, do have kids at heart, then we will definitely come out and volunteer. Those of us who maybe are not also have that opportunity of providing funds or other resources and skills. So thank you, Reverend Badgett, for coming out, making sure that we are aware of the needs, and providing us with a way to join in the solution.
Well, I know the children would appreciate it. They can't speak for themselves, because that's what you would become if you get into the program. You would become their voice. So, just keep in mind that the need is great. The need is great.
We will do that. We will keep that in mind, and we will continue to remind everyone. Thank you. Have a blessed afternoon.
You too.
Awesome. Welcome, Miss Quintisha McMurtry. Am I saying that right?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. That's right. Hello, how are you?
I am well and blessed.
Good.
Thank you and welcome. Oh, awesome. We also have Chloe Carter.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will you ladies do you have information that you would like to present?
So yeah, we actually don't have a slideshow or anything, just to present some information, tell you a little bit about our group, things when we began, what we're currently doing, and some things that we're hoping to grow to in the future. So just a conversation about us, no particular program or presentation. So yeah,
Awesome.
just a conversation about us. Yeah.
Awesome. That's what we're here for. The information doesn't have to be fancy, pretty, doesn't have to be all that. We just need the goods. So I'm going to step back and let you guys give us some information on what you do and how we can help. And I will be standing right by.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, everybody. Well, we are the Pink Butterfly Group. We are a mentor group for young girls ages 9 to 17. We promote the confidence to be pink, which is pure in virtue, maintaining self-integrity with nobility and kindness. We love to support our butterflies in whatever way or capacity they may need to help them as they bloom, as they transition into a butterfly, whether it be through academics or emotionally, just to support the entire girl. We began in 2017. I founded the organization and recently became a 501c3 organization. Me and Chloe have worked together through this whole program from the ground up. So I'm so thankful for all that you do, Chloe, as the assistant executive director of the group. As far as our current programs, you all, we did want to share with the community today 2 programs, our iLearning program as well as the iEmerge program. Chloe, you want to start with, I'll start with the iLearning program.
Sure.
Or you can start with, okay. The iLearning program is where we wish to provide tutor support for young girls that will be in a virtual setting. We are currently in need of volunteers as well as participants. So we are having a welcome meeting on next Saturday. We would love for you all to join. If you're interested in being a part of the program, you all can email us at pinkbutterflygroup@gmail.com and receive the Zoom link information to be a part of that welcome meeting. This program would allow college students or high school students as well to maybe receive community volunteer credits, and that also possibly for community persons to receive a fee for service. So if you we are definitely in need of that service. Moving into our iEmerge program, Chloe.
Sure. So our iEmerge program, this program is for Pink Butterfly members who, again, are 9 to 17. However, the iEmerge is really for our emerging butterflies who are almost on their way out, graduating high school, and either going into secondary education or into the workforce. And so as our butterflies begin to emerge out into the world, we do want to help to prepare them for that, for their flight. So the iEmerge program helps to support them as far as college readiness, getting prepared for SATs, ACTs, or getting prepared to go into the workforce, career readiness, interview practice and things like that. And so we want to continue to provide a well-rounded environment for our pink butterflies. So whether it's through the iLearning program or the iEmerge program, we want to assist and support our pink butterflies throughout their education continuum. So with the virtual support that iLearning gives, we're able to support students at home between 3rd grade and 12th grade. That's that 9 to 17 age bracket. And so as Quatisha had mentioned with the volunteers, just doing virtual learning and with that community, those community hours available to those folks that do volunteer and participate. And so with that, we've launched these programs as a part of our entire program, the Pink Butterfly Group. And we're really excited to get folks to sign up with the Pink Butterfly Group to, benefit from the resources that we can provide.
Yes. And we know that, even in this COVID climate, we are still able to meet virtually. So we are looking for continued, participants. So we primarily service young girls of Rockingham County. However, if you know a girl who could maybe benefit from this program who may not be in this immediate area, eventually we hope that we can service girls in North Carolina as a whole. So this is just an opportunity to continue to grow the program. We are excited about the Pink Butterfly Group. We have some awesome girls in part of this program. It allows us to combat bullying, to encourage these young girls to be confident in who they are, build a sisterhood bond, because sometimes it takes your sister that can get you right sometimes, knowing that somebody is there for you to encourage you. So we are excited. We're excited to serve this community. We also have a butterfly cabinet, which we provide families in need with immediate food services. So if you know someone, along with the butterfly closet, if you know someone who's in need of clothing or food assistance, we also provide those services as well. You do not have to be a member of the Pink Butterfly Group in our mentee program that these programs also service. We are excited. We are thankful for this platform, for a chance to get the word out there of the services we provide. You can reach us on Facebook at Pink Butterfly Group, as well as on Instagram. Also, am I missing something? I know we've tried to cover so much. I just don't want to miss anything.
I think that's
cover a lot.
I think you pretty much covered it. Just the Pink Butterfly Group. If you'd like to pour into us as we continue to pour into the community, we would love any donations as well. That all goes towards our program, all goes towards our community and our girls. So our Cash App is $ Pink Butterfly Group, all one word, at. Oh no, there's no at. I was thinking about our email, but $ Pink Butterfly Group is our Cash App. But our email is pinkbutterflygroup@gmail.com. You can find us on Facebook at Pink Butterfly Group and Instagram, Pink Butterfly Group.
Yes, we're excited to grow. We're excited to grow in this community. We know that with together and collaborating together, we're so excited to be able to collaborate with other nonprofit organizations and just community. so that we can grow to our full potential, to serve our purpose right here in our community. So thank you to the Black Empowerment Week for this opportunity to have a spotlight, to tell you a little more about us, about our story, and we're looking forward to continuing to partner with you, as well as local schools and organizations as well. So thank you, Ms. Nikki. Thank you all.
Thank you. I can't say thank you enough. I'm so excited. First of all, I love the name, but it also, I mean, the need is there. It's great. You guys have taken me back to my high school days where we were fortunate enough to have the late Dr. Dorothy P. Jones, who started a group called Abawala. It's Swahili for young girls. And we would basically go through the program and somewhat similar to you guys, transition into that butterfly. We had a ball, and that night, you know, after the ball, then we come out from there. It was eventually taken over by Miss Denise White. And when I say that program alone nurtured so many of us that I can't even begin to tell you. There was so much good times. I remember, you know, all of us sleeping in the floor at Miss White's house. I remember, you know, community activities, getting out there. I remember feeling part of a sisterhood. You know, we as women, we are the nurturers, and you know, it does come natural to us, but not enough of us are out there doing it. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really, really exciting, and I'm looking forward to the board. That's a great way for me to kind of give back to what was given to me. So I appreciate you guys for having the group and for coming on to tell us about it, because knowledge is so much power. Without even knowing that you guys are there, I can't recommend, or, you know, any of the other young women or direct them to you guys. So thank you for taking the time to come out and share with us, let us know what's going on, how we can help. Yes, we will definitely take note of your Cash App, and any volunteer calls that you have. We will definitely be reaching out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So we will continue to keep rolling. Our next panelist is Mr. Greg Commander, and we will give him a moment to join up with us, and we'll find out information from him. And I'm hoping to ask a couple questions once he's logged in and with us. You will just sit tight. It should only be a moment or two. He is on with us, but we're awesome. Here we go. Bringing him on now. I don't know about you guys, but I am having a ball. So much good information, so much I didn't know that was going on right here, right under my nose. Hope you guys are taking notes and making you know, appointments to volunteer and help out, making plans to chip in, donate, help out, or as I like to say, get in where you can fit in. There is a lot going on right here around us that oftentimes we don't even realize. So this is definitely a great platform for nonprofit groups to come out and give us some information. I got a little tickled earlier during the broadcast when Miss Portia Paris advised that NC 100 and their program is actually here in Reedsville. I made the mistake of commenting on We Said What We Said's page about the need, and she quickly came on and let me know, oh, no, we're already here in Rockingham County. So, sharing those resources and information is very important. So make sure that you're sharing the video. Make sure you're telling your friends and loved ones about the information that you've been able to gain today. You can also, if they don't have time to watch it live today, can pull it up a little later. Just make sure you get it. Very, very important information. And I'm really, really excited to not only be taking it all in, but to actually be a part of it. And I think we are still working on getting Mr. Commander in. And we'll give it just another second or two. I did catch a comment or part of a comment just a moment ago, and the beginning of it said, I needed this today. I think that echoes the sentiment of a lot of us. I will say for myself, oftentimes we get invites to different presentations, and we sometimes dial in and find that it's not exactly what we were looking for. And I did have high hopes for this entire week, but I have to admit I have been absolutely blown away with all the information, resources, tips, tools. It's really been right on point, something that we've needed, and I think we needed it not just today, but every day that we've had it. So glad that you guys out there are enjoying the information, and glad to be providing something that you do need. Okay, so since we don't or have not been able to get Mr. Commander on the screen, we'll go ahead and bring up Beth Lucas. And I'm not sure is Mark joining as well, or will you be alone?
Mark would not be joining us today because he had to work, but I do have my sister here. She should be on, Stephanie Proctor Johnson.
Awesome.
She should be there somewhere.
Awesome.
If I'm not sure if she can get on, but I wanted
to get on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we of course hate that Mark couldn't join. Of course, he's always working. We, those of us who know Mark Bowler, to know Mark Bowler is to love Mark Bowler. So we definitely miss him being here, but I do feel better knowing that he's at work.
Yes.
That lets us know we're protected. So glad to have you here with us, and your sister. And your sister's name?
Stephanie Proctor Johnson.
Stephanie Proctor Johnson. Awesome.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when she joins, we will go ahead and get started. Did you have information that you wanted to present, or are you going to allow me to just ask you some questions?
Well, you can ask questions. I didn't get a chance to pull up the flyer here. I don't know if you can see it.
We can see. Yes, we can.
Okay. This is our March menu, which will have, what we do is for share, we have a value package, which is approximately $23 a package. And it includes 4 meats, which is chicken halves, 5 pounds, ground beef a pound for this month, Italian meatballs a pound of cheese, and a pound of spaghetti, fresh fruits and vegetables for the month of March. And I don't see you. Well, let me introduce myself again. As we wait on my sister, my name is Beth Proctor Lucas. I'm from Ruffin, North Carolina. I've been from this area. I left this area around the age of 21, and I moved to Atlanta. So when about a year ago, I noticed that Mark Bowler was posting some information on to help feed some people in the Reedsville area. My church, which is in Manassas, Virginia, called Word Alive, we have this program called the Share Program, where we get fruits and vegetables and food from a vendor that's approximately $23 a package, along with other things. So what Mark and I decided to collaborate and get what is called the Rockingham County Share Program. And I bring the food down once a month. It's usually the third Friday or Saturday to Mall Street Elementary. Just yesterday, my husband and I and my youngest son took 22 packages, value packages, to help feed the backpack kids. So, and we've reached out to the SCORE school. I think it's the old Booker T. Washington. Yes, we started to help with those kids, the backpack kids there as well. For Thanksgiving, what we did was we collaborated with the Last Dons as well last year. We also got sponsors to help us feed the Mall Street Elementary backpack kids as well as the elderly. We feed the elderly by cooking their meal. We get their meal, cook it, and then take it to them so they don't have to cook Thanksgiving and Christmas.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome. Lots of work.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because I live in, besides living here, I go back and forth. My parents are here and here's my sister. My parents are here in Ruffin. They are elderly, so we oftentimes have to come here and help take care of them. So I'm usually back and forth from Gainesville, Virginia. I don't know if anybody knows where that is. That's near DC. So my husband and I drive the food here once a month, and it's worth it. I want to make sure the backpack kids here, and my goal, and I'm pretty sure Mark Bowler's goal, we don't want any kids or any elderly hungry. So if I have to drive 4 hours to get the kids some food here, I will do that. And thank you. So again, here's the March menu. You can reach out to Mark Bowler. Our email address is Rockingham County Share Program @gmail.com. Our cash app is $RC Program one, and as many sponsors as we get, because we really need help.
Yes. Our kids, we can't let our kids go hungry or our elderly go hungry, and it's really important, especially with not only with COVID, but with school being out and so much of a need in the area. It's definitely needed and definitely appreciated. So yes, we will definitely chip in, help out where we can. And with that email address, we can reach out to you, Mark or Ms. Johnson, to get that flyer information.
Yes, ma'am. You sure can. Or you can give Mark a call, and my number here is 336. I have a nonprofit number, 336-432-7024. So give us a call, email us, and my sister here, she's actually in Atlanta right now. She does our contracts and everything like that. So she's my behind the scenes person.
Get done, lady.
Yes,
so, Beth, I would consider dropping in the chat your email address, if you'll put that in there, and the telephone number. And that way people have access to it. And also we have a Facebook account for Rockingham County Share Program also, so that you can access us and keep up with what's going on at that page.
Awesome. Let me ask this, for um, people out there who are in need of service? I know you mentioned you go to Moss Street, starting to go to Score Center. How do people in need reach you or those programs?
So what they can do, they can reach out to Mark. Oftentimes because they know Mark. Mark is well known in the area. So reach out to Mark. They can catch him on Facebook, instant message him or call him, and then we can make sure they get a meal.
Awesome. So Ms. Johnson, way out there in Atlanta, sending all that love here to Reidsville. What is it that you do? I know she said that you do a lot of the behind the scenes and a lot of the work. Tell us what it is that you do.
So I'm a CPA by profession, and so as part of getting this organization up and running, I want to make sure that we've got the proper documentation, we've got the proper contracts. We're a nonprofit organization, so we want to be appropriately set up with the RIS, and then eventually we'll start working towards getting funding. So that is in addition to the assistance that we're getting or receiving from neighbors in the community inside and outside of Rockingham County. We also want to see if there's other ways for us to be able to supplement the financial need that we have. And another thing that we're going to look forward to in the future is providing some educational assistance. One thing that is dear to my heart is making sure that not everyone is educated about creating legacy and wealth. And it's about, putting those things in place to make sure that funds that you have are situated so that it doesn't go to the government when we pass or anything like that. It's set up so that it goes to other people or other organizations to continue to support the community.
That's an awesome program and an awesome vision. They're again assessing the need. That is another great need, for our community.
Right.
The whole financial aspect of it. With that, getting a grip on that will help us to solve the food issue.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And then another piece of it would be, I know within the Rockingham community system, we have elderly that are still possibly paying property taxes. So we also want to investigate the property tax scene and make sure the elderly are receiving and have the ability to fill out the paperwork to get their exemptions.
Yes. So very important. So what, is there anything else that we can do besides donating? And let me ask, when we donate, are you looking for us to donate the money, or is there a specific food product that we purchase and bring to you, or how does that work?
Beth, do you want to answer that? You want me to?
Oh, you can start it off. Go ahead.
Okay, so each month we will distribute a flyer that provides a listing of the food options. You can basically select one of those food options and either have it donated to a family, or you can just give us general funds and we will make sure those funds are earmarked to supply food for people in the neighborhood.
Awesome.
And then one of the things we're looking forward to in our future as a vision is getting a location so we can house a pantry, so people can come get food or donate food.
Yes, that would really help. I know that our food pantry in Reidsville does a lot of work, but I'm sure they would love to have some assistance. Power. Oh, we are just, that power outage thing is just going crazy. Are you guys still able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thought
yes,
I may have lost you there for a second. But yes, the issues that you guys have stepped up to face are definitely huge in our area. We began to get more aware or become more aware during summertime when school is out, and but there is a need year round, whether school is in, whether it's it's out. There is definitely a need in this area. So you guys doing what you do is such a blessing, and I'm hoping that everyone will take note of your numbers and the information to reach out. I know there will be some that will be reaching out to Mark to find out, where we can get in, where we can fit in. But we definitely will be supporting the program and trying to help you to get to those goals, the physical pantry here and some of the other financial goals, educational goals that you have, because that is what benefits us. So when we all work together, it was something that you said earlier, the educational piece kind of put me in the mind of one of our panelists earlier today, Adrian Hensley, who was, speaking about the educational aspect. We have so many opportunities, even, as nonprofit groups, to get together.
Right.
We've talked about some of the groups working together, and there definitely may be some opportunities. Hopefully, some of the other panelists that you see today will inspire you or help you to take another step or push you a little forward in that vision, and and making it happen and getting it done. So I will ask, is there anything else that you want us to know or want to make sure that we know we've not talked about or discussed?
Well, we first want to say thank you to you and the others behind the scenes that have made this opportunity available for us to get the word out, and for others to have an opportunity to possibly collaborate with us and us to collaborate with them.
Wonderful, wonderful. We have taken down your information. Thank you. We do have it rolling across the screen. It will be here for anyone else to pull up. We also have the contact, or Mark as a contact. So we will definitely be in contact. We'll be supporting, we'll be rooting you guys on, and offering any help that we can, because we definitely can't have our kids going hungry. We all know that, without food, that's foundation. We can't expect them to be successful at anything else if we can't nourish them, So thank you for your time, for all your efforts. We appreciate you, and we do look to support you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You do the same.
So next we will be moving to our next presenter. We are bringing on Miss Danny Blackwell. Hello, beautiful.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Very good to see you.
Pleasure. Oh man, this program has been amazing, and just
hasn't it? Yeah,
it's
just
really,
awesome.
It has been.
We are very looking forward to the information that you have to bring us. Will you be presenting?
I am, so I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
It is. I'm going to step to the side and let you have the stage. If you will provide us with once you pull up that link, Mr. Lee will pull it in. Our awesome engineer.
Okay. Trying to, share my entire screen. Okay. There we go.
Once you pull it up, he will pull it up on the screen for us.
Okay.
And I will let you have at it.
All right. Thank you all so much for being part of this presentation. I want to bring up my website first, if I could do that. But then I can't see myself. So, so I'll just talk through because I really can't see you all now. But when I first got on, and thank you NC 100 for inviting me. When I first got on, I was blown away by the 14, 15, 16-year-old presentations. And I thought, did Portia and Meryl just set me up? You know, how can I go behind all of these phenomenal presenters? And then as the day flew on, they were mostly, you know, many colleagues that I know and all the great community work. And I'm thinking, I'm the only for-profit on this program. What's going to happen here? But as the day progressed, I saw a theme of unity and equity, and a theme of transferable wisdom that Isaiah and Katrina brought on. And I thought, well, I am a part of this community. I am a part of this story, our collective story. And so my organization was founded in 2008, D-Image Production and PR Management. Originally, it was an events organization, and we produced a lot of events, mostly in Washington, D.C. area. But as I grew older, and one of the things I wanted to talk about here is I realized that, you know, every 5 years I needed to reinvent myself and reinvent my organization. So reinvent what you reinvented is one of the mantras I want to share with you all, my colleagues, and all of the organizations, because change is so inevitable. And in order for us to meet the needs that we have, and as you know, we've witnessed just over the last year, the needs have changed. We have to constantly reinvent ourselves. And so my business mantra is transform, and it's a personal one too, of transformative seeds, superlative deeds. And I've seen that today with so many of you all. It's just been really touching. And so I want to share some of the projects that my organization is working on currently. I definitely have collected a lot of information. I hope the group will put my information up, because I would like to help and support many of you. I am one of Mark Bola's stand-in, so I bring him supplies, and I didn't even realize that he had this organization going on. So I just really appreciate being a part of this wonderful community. But currently, I am working on what I call my transformative seeds. I am working with, and I helped the singer Monica build her foundation. So I'm going to pull up her foundation, which is called the Be Human Foundation. And the foundation came about with her song. I don't think it's getting airplay per se, but it's on her new album. And I'll just play a snippet of the song so you can get a feel of what the organization is about.
Who am I and what are we still fighting for? How many times have I said I'm sorry? Who are you and what exactly are you trying to prove? Answers hidden inside your psyche. You gotta ask yourself, who are you and what are you doing it all for? Then ask yourself, what is our purpose? You gotta ask yourself, what wakes you up in the morning when you're tired? what made you happy when you were young and innocent. All I want is love unconditionally, but there's nowhere to be found every time you go away. All I wanna know is what is this truth they teach when all we were meant to be, all we were meant to be is humans, being human beings, being human, humans, being human.
So that's the gist of how her organization started through the song. And so if you'll check out the foundation, it's behumanfoundation.org. But one of the things that I've seen transferable here with all of you is we all are looking for organizations, and we are starting organizations that where we're helping each other, where we're teaching and manifesting kindness, because that's been missing for some decades now. And what I love about the young people who came on earlier is they get that and they understand that's what's missing. And so I'm just so excited to see, my generation and older, we're coming on board, which is another one of the thoughts I want to share with you of, cultivating your knowledge base, learning from these millennials, because I couldn't have helped produce and create this website and this foundation without the young people and their creativity, all of these amazing platforms that they have brought to us. And so globally, and just from Reedsville on out to Bangladesh, like we definitely now need to teach our kids and present in front of them and to show them what kindness is all about, and how we go about helping each other. So through that project, I also was blessed to work with another project, the Susan G. Komen project, where Monica actually performed on the song, and I'll do a little snippet of that song, where this project is trying to change how we think about our health. And so now we've gotten to the space where we only think about breast cancer in October, where many of us are suffering and our family are passing from breast cancer year round. So it's not just an October piece. And so we just started a campaign for February, the Black History campaign for Monica and Susan G. Komen is Know Your Risk, Know Your Health. And that's where we begin to talk to our children and our grandchildren and nieces and nephews about our past and our family members, and who has, had heart disease, and who has diabetes, and who has, different ailments. So we begin to groom our children, not only to change their diets, but also know what risk may come to them at a later date. And so I actually, been trying to get my own girls to let's go do this genetic testing together. Nyla is all for it. Naja's been reluctant, but I'll give a little snippet of this song, Pink, when pink was just a color in regards to breast cancer awareness and health. Is Apple telling me I didn't pay my Apple?
When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break, lean on the ones that love you, the guardian angels above you, and think where pink is just another color. Someday your time will be your own time. No waiting rooms, the doctor's news that make you wanna cry. Someday we're gonna have a party or pop pink balloons with people who know love can be an army. Someday is coming every day. You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. You face.
So it's a really beautiful song, and I know that eventually this campaign, some of the panelists have touched on, culturally how difficult it is for us to, look beyond some of the, smaller things and changes that we need to make, and really think beyond just self and just beyond being transactional. And that's another piece I want to talk about, is being transactional versus transformative. And so in fundraising, and my whole day on my day job is about moves management. It's a fundraising word where they talk about moves management, how we take a donor from the time we first meet them to the time that we get them to give a gift. And so that moves management is, I realized about 5 years ago that I'm actually move managing, and we are, and I've heard many of you, you're all move managing. It's not just a fundraising thing where we begin to not just think about this one thing that we're doing and this benefit they may happen one time and this gratification one time, but how we leave something, leave a seed, leave a transformational type of impact on that next generation to come back to make, change. And so that's really what D-Image is really all about. So we take our clients through the same moves management that we're going through to help them build to the level of being impactful and having those superlative seeds that those young people are now planting. And many of you are planting these seeds. And so we don't want this to just stop, and then 2 years from now, there's silence, and then 5 years, another epidemic comes and we build again. So we want to keep building and growing and building and growing. And so we have to definitely keep our young people engaged and our communities engaged. And like Isaiah said, it's so hard to, you have this wonderful, great product and you think, oh, everybody's going to jump on it and you're going to have 1 million people there and then one show up. So it really is also about, I say cultivating your knowledge base is really understanding where people are mentally, and then thinking about how to get to that tunnel that they're in and the tunnel that this group is in, and then bringing this multi-generational group together. There's no one platform, there's no one thing that can do that. And so you definitely have to be knowledgeable about all of the platforms, all of the technology to reach out to folks, and also to give them that piece of what is in it for them, because unfortunately that's where they are. And so they are going to look at your product and say, well, what can I get out of that? What can I gain from that? And they might not even see, the magnitude of what they can gain until they actually get there to you, but you still have to present it in a way where they see that and they feel that and feel that authenticity from you. And so that's how we approach our client base, and that's what we build. And so I just finished working on a nonprofit with a young woman in Albany, Georgia. Her group is called Box with Love, and she has a cleaning service. She, as she says, she was the town's cleaning lady, and Albany, Georgia is probably about as big as Reedsville, Rockingham. It's a little bitty town. If you want to go to the mall, you have to drive to Tallahassee, Florida. So she was the cleaning lady in that town, but she was the only one during this pandemic who would go into houses and had the fogger and to be able to clean up from people who had passed in their homes. And so she wound up putting together her own boxes of supplies for different families in this great need. And she created her nonprofit. It's called Box with Love. So I definitely am going to be connecting with many of you. I hope you all reach out to me, and I hope my website is posted up on there. I can't see it, but it's dimageprproduction.com. And my telephone numbers, my email, everything is on my website to reach out to me. I will be reaching out to a few of you probably today, and just to let you know I've got your information and connecting with you. Portia knows how to get me. Meryl definitely knows how to get me. And I'm just really honored to be in this group. So if there's anything that I can do to help with what you all are doing, please let me know. Definitely check out my website. If there's an area that I can help you with, I would be more than happy to do that. So I don't see Miss Nikki. Oh, there you are.
Can you not hear me?
Yes, I can.
I was just saying thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We do appreciate you bringing that information. I especially appreciated the music ministry. If we definitely know, you know, being the people that we are, that there is definitely a ministry within music, and both of those songs are songs that I would not say come across my my radio stations or anything that I listen to. So it was really refreshing to you know, hear that message, or you know, those messages in both of those songs. So that was a good attention getter. It got my attention. Also the awareness factor is really, really important. And I do see the work that you're doing in that field. You kind of touched on, you know, when we're younger and as we get older, and certain things that we didn't know or don't necessarily know when we're younger. A lot of times, you know, when I was coming up, they just tell you to do it, not necessarily why, just to do it.
Do what I say.
And a lot of times, you know, we just did it. But giving our kids now the power of that information allows them to connect, you know, the outcome or the impact if we don't do what our parents say. And that makes a difference.
Absolutely. And not being afraid to talk about things. So, you know, when I talk to the girls about projects that I'm working on, and when I was talking to them about the breast cancer, you know, awareness, and now how they can test for genes and test genetically if you are predisposed for, you know, different types of cancers. And, you know, usually I didn't even hear about breast cancer unless somebody died in my family, or until I had turned 40 and they started telling me to come get your mammogram. So we can't wait that long anymore, because young people are leaving this earth over health issues that are preventable. And so we have to go ahead and talk to them about their risk and things in their family that they may not or may know about, but we need to talk to them about it and definitely let them, you know, understand it.
And I will definitely say it doesn't necessarily have an age limit. My mother and her sister are both breast cancer survivors.
Oh, wow.
and my mom stays on me. Since she rang that bell, if you don't go get your test, I'm going to drag you in there myself. So
Absolutely.
we definitely have to continue to get that message out and to make sure that we're taking heed to that message. And groups like yours is a great place, you know, for us to do that, and a great vehicle to get that message out and help us along with that. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. I
Thank
love
you
it.
for sharing. Yes, yes, very powerful week. And we appreciate you being a part of it.
Thank you. I love my Reedsville family.
Yes, yes, we love you too. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. All right. All right. We're going to continue to keep rolling. So much goodness. I know you're just kind of getting overwhelmed, but we're going to do a little more overwhelming as we bring on Brother Muhammad. I'm really, really excited about him being here with us today. I am biased. I will go ahead and say that. I've loved Brother Muhammad since I can remember. Always goodness, always good vibes, always good information, always learn something from him. Always love to have him around, and I'm more than blessed to have him here with us today to give us some insight. Before he gets started, though, I do want to thank you for there is so much that you do, but just to start with the Black Family Day. You may not believe this, but just a couple months ago, it took everything I had, but I finally threw away my Black Family Day t-shirt from it was from the first year. I can't recall, is it 24 years that you've been doing it? Man, it blew my mind back then, still blows my mind today. Such an awesome platform. I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to sit back and did you have information you want to present, or are you going to let me just ask some questions?
Oh, I would love for you to ask the questions. I came to, first of all, let me say thank you so much for a wonderful effort, not only today, but throughout the week. This is, you know, really a godsend, you know, Black Empowerment Week. And so, of course, we want to thank you for your hosting and talk to Sister Portia earlier. And of course, Brother Merrill, everybody, and of course, North Carolina 100. I mean, just so much good work. So I really wanted to make sure I'm out today and just be able to chat with you, answer anything, you know, whenever we have a chance to be in a forum that is friendly to our efforts. I really want to just open ourselves up to whatever God has placed on you all's heart that you may want to know, and because, you know, we can always share, but we want to stick to whatever it is that you'd like to have covered today.
Awesome. Well, there is, of course, like I said, a lot that you do, but the thing that stood out to me in terms of nonprofit groups is the Black Family Day, because it's so big, because it encompasses so many of us, and it's been going on for so long. Can you, for those who maybe are not from Reedsville, just give us a little bit of insight as to your beginning vision? What was it that you saw? What made you put Black Family Day together? What were you thinking?
Well, when we got started in 1996, which seems like yesterday, but time moves on. At that time, we were fresh from the Million Man March, and we had worked feverishly from 94, 95, preparing for the Million Man March. I was young at the time and single and was all over the place. So I had an opportunity to travel, crisscrossing America with Minister Farrakhan, tour prepping for the Million Man March. And I had a chance to see up close firsthand the impact of what not only what the word could do, but the hunger among our people for a good, solid, fruitful family life. So at the time, by the time 1996, I had recently opened my first store at that time, which happened to be downtown Reedsville. And so during that time, there was a lot of things going on downtown. Believe it or not, it was. And one of the things that would happen often was, festivals and this type of thing, goes off, all this kind of stuff. And I figured that, this would be a good location to have an event downtown. And so at the time, I was an official at the mosque in Greensboro and had recently done an event in Greensboro around the corner from our mosque there that closed off the street and what have you. So I said, well, I'll just use this template to do the same thing and it won't be a problem. And that's what I thought. So we filed an application for closing downtown streets that was denied. And so this kind of snowballed into a back and forth. It was never our intention to make any problems where the city was concerned or anything like that. But our initial effort, just to have something that would bring our people together under the principles of righteousness, fellowship, education, the things that we were already about. It disturbed many. Then the fact that it was being hosted by Muslim added to it. So, that was our initial desire. And downtown, as some may not know, logistically speaking, if you knock down all of those buildings and maybe went a mile or two radius, that area is very highly densely populated. So that was another reason why we wanted to be in that area, because we wanted to capture foot traffic and people from the neighborhood and around the area that don't often get a chance to have something that includes us and really entertains us in that sense. So that was our innocent initiative to get something for our people. And in the Nation of Islam, we had been doing these type of events literally since the 50s. So it's not a concept. It was just new to the area, but that's how we got started.
Yes, understanding is so key. A lot of times we reject things that we don't understand, not knowing that it, even when it's for our benefit, that they could be things that that benefit us. But one of the things that I have admired for a while is the way you're able to stand up for us and get around permits or whatever, what have you. You get it done, basically, is what I'm saying. And is there any advice that you could give to these up and coming nonprofit groups, the groups that are getting started, the groups with all the visions of doing things that we want to do, where we here in Reidsville, or some people may not quite be ready for? Is there any advice or any words of wisdom that you can provide to those nonprofit groups?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would say right away, I would have to say this. Everything that you do must be rooted in love. It must be rooted in the love of the people, the love of the Creator, and you have to be able to remove yourself. If you are motivated by money, you will not make it. You're not going to make it. You'll make it maybe for a little while, but we have to be moved. We have to be moved by love. We have to be moved primarily by love. And what you have to do is be innovative in how you seek support from the people that you are looking to serve. Because whoever fund a project, and I'm not saying don't go out and get grants, those who are able to get grants, or you may have funding from here and there, but do understand, whoever controls the purse string controls your group. So never rely solely on one income stream for your. I've seen many people that were present when I got started, many who have gotten started and meant well, but the money got funny, or got dried up, or they just couldn't do it anymore. But you can't stop your movement. You can't stop what you're doing. So you have to always be coming up with different ways to make sure that you can fund your movement when other outside entities or groups or what have you, maybe that doesn't work anymore. But you can't let your organization go because you lost this grant, lost that grant. If we are properly motivated, that will give us the strength to make it through the hard times. And I'll just also offer this. When you are working through and with Black folk, primarily, you're going to have to be very patient, because when you work with our people, you have to give a little light education. At the stage, maybe you didn't sign up for that. So if you're a Black professional, you have to, you're a lawyer and you want to work with your people, but you gotta almost teach your client how to be a client. You gotta teach your student almost how to be a student. You have to show our people sometimes who mean, you have to show them and how they can do the thing a better way. And sometimes we're going to give you pushback. Sometimes we're going to talk about you. Sometimes out of that wicked disease of the heart called envy, sometimes we will purposely go out and misrepresent the intentions of your group or your organization. But don't lose focus. Don't get caught up in spending extra hours trying to clear your name over here, clear your name over there. That's not your mission. Your mission statement doesn't say I have to spend 80 hours a week trying to clear my name from people that are spreading lies. or whatever, you know. So you don't want to get caught up outside of what your mission is. And if you remain strong, it may take a couple of decades for your name to be clear, and then you may begin to see the of your labor and what your organization is offering, motivated, and love. It has to be.
Mhm. Good information. Good information. I think one of the keys to your success is understanding your audience. You can't be successful if you don't understand your audience, and understanding your audience is one of the ways that I see you meeting us where we are. You know, not waiting for us to get on a certain level. You meet us where we are, and that's huge. I know you got other appointments, and we do have other panelists. So before I let you go, let me just ask you, because there is so much to Black Family Day, and it's so huge and has been such a success for so many years. What is it, or is there anything that you would like to leave us with that maybe we don't know, or maybe we should look forward to, or how we can get in there and help? Anything about Black Family Day that you want us to know?
Well, I will leave us with this, and you can take it from us. You know, this event, this program, our efforts, it has always been and forever will be for the people. Black Family Day does not belong to us. It's not ours. And from its inception, we have always had it opened up for many people to participate. And for anyone who's ever attended, I would absolutely say, without fear of contradiction, that it is the most ecumenical event. You have the most whatever your musical taste may be, the most variety of genre of music. You know, people that produce things with their own hands or provide services. So I encourage people to always work and find a way to be a part of, and don't worry about what people may say about you, or how you may be misrepresented because you decided to stand with us or work with us. Don't worry about that, because we don't worry about that when we work with you or stand with you or support your efforts, because that's not going to be a drawback for me. So we would just encourage people to, whenever you see anything, and we're online, blackfamilyday.org. We have a strong social media presence, Facebook, Instagram. If you just pull up Black Family Day, you'll be able to go right to us. So anything that you want to do and you think is good and beneficial for our people, always feel free to reach out. And if we're able, we will find a way in what you want to share, what your idea may be, and you're free to be who you believe that Creator has made you to be. We won't stifle you. We won't try to moderate your message, change what you may believe. You're free to be yourself. You're free to share what God places on your heart. It belongs to you. So whenever you want to be free completely, come on and check us out, be a part of it, and we're always here to support whatever that's good for our people. We shared this week through all of our networks. Anything that's going good, I've seen some of the best throughout the week that I recognize that we've had the pleasure of working with over the years, and I'm so proud to see so many people begin to develop their own independent platform, so we can just keep talking and vibing with each other. We're gonna be all right, people. We're gonna be just fine. We're gonna be all right.
Yes, yes, yes. I totally agree, 100%. And I, of course, thank you for coming today and sharing your knowledge. It's really important that we not only talk and speak with the new nonprofit organizations or some of the younger ones, but we also look to our adult nonprofit organizations, the organizations that have been here and have been doing it and know the ropes and can kind of give us some guidance and partner with us, like you said, so that we will all be all good. But I do want to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough for coming and sharing. We will be participating in Black Family Day. I've always just came out and enjoyed, but on this next one, I'm planning on being a vendor. I appreciate the opportunity to be free. And if we all take that opportunity a lot more, we will all be better off. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And we look forward to speaking with you again soon. Awesome. 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 So we will next bring on Mr. Greg Commander. And I want to say good afternoon, Mr. Commander.
How you doing?
Glad you can be here with us. Good now that you're here.
Yeah, it was rough getting here, but I got here.
Well, the key was that you kept pushing, and we wouldn't let you go. And now that we have you, we're gonna talk about all the goodness that you brought forth to us today. Do you have a presentation that you'd like to show us, or do you want me to just ask you some questions?
Just ask me some questions. Presentations, you know, one thing I learned about presentations, you know, you really don't get the essence, the true essence of an individual when they're trying to express themselves about certain things. So I try to be more like one-on-one because I deal with my people where they at.
Yes, that's very important. Very important. So can you start out by telling everyone a little bit about yourself, what you do, what your vision is, what your goals are?
Well, it's been a long journey for me. I'm one of the chosen one by God. I was one that was out in the streets and breaking, entering, stealing, robbing, selling drugs on the high level, you know, gangs and all that. It wasn't called gangs back then, it was called crews when they got me. I went away to prison for 18 years in the federal penitentiary for all the negative things that I've done in my life, or not listening, not believing, you know, what mama say. I went to prison, served 18 years on a conspiracy to sell large amounts of drugs in the community. And in prison, I went to prison with an 8th grade education. I got my GED in prison. And when in prison, I found myself, I found life, I found energy, I found God. And when I was released from prison, while I was sitting in prison, I was watching young men come in and out of prison. Every time I turned around, there was another young man jumping up on the top bunk. And I was like, man, this is amazing, man. I'm seeing all these young men jumping these bunks. And I was a young man when I first started. You know, my bed, I was only 19 years old. 24 years old when I started my bed, when I started my sentence, and I got out of prison. When I got out of prison, I was introduced to an individual who became my mentor, who I trusted and believed in. My mission was to make a difference in my community, to make a difference in my life. And I went to college. I went off to college and got a bachelor's degree. and everything was starting to be amazing to me. When I got my GED, I felt like a champ. When I got my bachelor's degree, I walked out of the penitentiary into the university and got a bachelor's degree. And then God blessed me to go back into the prison with reentry, helping guys transition out of prison up to this COVID time. And doing so, God was working with me. He needed someone who actually lived the life, lived the streets, and can teach from a level that our new generation can understand. Which I was confused how that was going to happen because I've been going away from society for so long. But God had already instilled in me that peace, and that peace was to be separated and to be given and to be distributed into the community. And I was reaching young men who was just like me. I was reaching young men who can only hear me because I knew their language. And after I got in there, I was coming out and I was going around knocking on doors, wanting to tell my story to everybody because I wanted every kid to know that you don't want to go to that place I've been. And I was go to some places, they said, we got no money to come in. I said, I'm not asking for no money. I said, there's a child in there that needs my help. And the only thing you need to do is have time for me to get inside and talk to him and share my story. Let me plant the seed and let God, and you come back and water and let God give the increase. I was into the Bible, and the Bible was my guide. So as I did so, I said, people wouldn't let me do what I want to do. So I started my own nonprofit organization, which is Commander Peace Academy. And the Peace Academy was an organization that will get close to the people, not stand on platform, not say, come here. And we was like, we didn't have a location. We didn't have a building. We was mobile. We could move this on your front porch. We can move it in the playground. We can move it to the school. We can, wherever we wanted to go with this Commander Peace. This was my vision. This was my vision. In order for me to do this, I had to start my own. And starting my own, I had to be real with myself. I had to sacrifice myself. I had to give up part of myself in order for me to be successful in meeting my people where they at, because the young generation is what I was working with. I work with young kids from 8. I really work with people from 8 to 80 because I found more parents, more children than the children were. And that means that the children were more parent than the parents was parent. And that was something that I ran into when I came out. And it was different to me, but God had already equipped me. So to this day, Commander Peace Academy has been around now 3 years right now. We ground rooted, we get out the street, work with the gangs. I sit with gang members. I know gang members that's working, that, you know, it's not publicly, we can give testimonies of their names and stuff. But you know, that's not here or there. But the thing is, we're working with our youth, meaning we have boots on the ground. We goes in the community. We meet all types of organizations like we're doing with you guys today. And we are adding these as resources to go into the community and extend the olive branch to the community on all levels, rather feeding them, education, GEDs, clothing, whatever. And this is what the Commander Peace Academy does. So that's a little bit about me. So I brought you all the way up because I know time is of an essence. So you can ask your questions now.
It's so awesome. You know, to hear your testimony and glad that you recognize that, you know, when God gives you a ministry, it never gets old, regardless of how long you were in there. But it's really special and important because you're touching on an area that a lot of times when we think nonprofit or helping the community, we think of, you know, the gangs and as the tough, you know, those are tough guys. They don't need help. They don't need, but that's actually not true. It's actually the opposite. So the need there in your vision is spectacular. What area are you working in?
I'm in High Point. I'm in High Point. Really, I'm universal. I'm all over. I'm everywhere. I spent time down there with Michael down there in Reedsville. I actually been trying to work with them, and that's what my organization do. We reach out and we try to add that opponent that you don't have. We're not looking to do what you do or to do something better than you do. We come to bring what you don't have. If you have your organization and you just giving out flowers, but you have a lot of rough kids and tough kids that you can't get to or don't know how to get around, that's when you call my organization. That's when we come in. And we'll tell you how to do it, or we'll help you do it, or we'll do it.
And much needed. And I know you say universal or mobile, you go wherever, and that's
wherever.
That's really good. Yeah.
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 And God gave us all four corners of the earth. I mean, I'm not bind. I can't be bind. You know, God can't be bind. You can't put him in a frame. You can't put him in a circle. You can't put him in a place. He's everywhere. And that's what I try to emulate his walk and try to travel everywhere, even though sometimes funds is a problem. Sometimes funds is not a problem. You know, like I travel to Chicago, different places, you know, and they call me out there to do work. And I do it on a level that most people don't deal with because they're not meeting the people where they at. It's like, you know, you heard the saying that they say it takes a village to raise a child. But first of all, you got to get that kid to recognize the village. Because if kids don't recognize that village, you're going to destroy it. So it's my job to go in and teach that kid what a village look like. You are the village. How to respect this mother. How to respect this queen. How to present yourself when you're in that arena with those type people. You know, how those who trying to help recognize their hand. Look at their hand. They look how they grab your hand. They grab you with love. And we try to teach them this so they'll recognize the teachers when they do appear.
That's so powerful. That is so powerful. What is it that we can do as a community for those that want to support? We have some awesome kings here in Reedsville who I feel are somewhat like you in understanding how to meet people where they are. And what would you have us do? What could we do to help you or to help your organization, help those young kings coming up to, you know, to better your vision and your goals?
Well, my thing is with my kings is not that I look for them nothing. I look for them. I look for them to be. It's like when Michael calls me to Reedsville, he'll tell you I never miss a time. I'm always there. I'm always supporting. I'm always come there booted and like, what you want me to do? You know, take a little time out of your day. It's 1,440 minutes in a day. You can give a few to another organization, to another brother who needs your service or help. It's like you guys may not have a guy like me who been to prison who can talk and take the guys at an angle that they wasn't ready for or they wasn't expected to see. I never had a bad show. I never went anywhere that I got booed off the stage. I never been pushed to the side as one that I didn't like. They didn't like. It's not that I'm a better person or I'm a better speaker. It's that I talk their language. I can rap, I can sing, I do poetry, I do it all. I equip myself. I study, I read books, I watch YouTube. I do what it takes to raise my nation, to raise my generation, to raise my community, to raise a child, to raise an old person. And it's kind of tough, but it's real. And it takes a lot of energy and it takes time and it just takes space. So I just ask the next brother, is like the brother that just left, if you're in it for the money, it's a lost cause. You know, it'll last for only a little bit. But with God and trusting God, prayer and believing in your mission, move forward and everything gonna be all right. I've been out here 12 years now. I have not been back in the system. I have not had no running into the cops or none of that. and I never did care about what the people thought about me. You know, the police had a bad rep for me when I came out here, but I ate through that because I through consistency. You know, I was consistent with being positive. I was consistent, and they couldn't say a word. Now they have to sit back and look at me from another view. Now they want to ask, how can you use me? And that's all part of the development and growing. I didn't beg them to accept me. I know they wasn't going to accept me because I was a convicted felon, and I'm still a convicted felon. But I'm just a convicted felon that every time they push me down, I push back up, and I step up 2 steps every time they push me down 1 time. I step up twice. So I just have brothers come on the ride with me.
Yeah, that's exactly what our community needs. That's you know, your example is huge. We do have people in every community. Our young men, for different reasons, have gone, have fallen by the wayside or make some of the wrong decisions. But your example and your guidance, the things that you did, to make those changes is highly important for them to see. So I do hope that you will continue to be mobile, keep coming to Reidsville. Hopefully, there will be some of us here in Reidsville that can jump in with you and continue it. There will be girls and boys who, can join you and help take it even farther, beyond High Point, Reidsville, throughout North Carolina, because it's really important. We know about different groups that, maybe feed the hungry, or different, basic nonprofit groups. But I can't say that it's often that we come across one like yours that are, supplying needs for, this specific topic. It is an area that our young men and women do need guidance. And I do appreciate you for speaking out, for answering the call, for getting out there and doing what you could do to not only make amends, but also to bring others up, from where they are.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes. I do appreciate you being here today. Is there anything else that you want us to know, or need us to know, or, tell us what we can do for your group, or how we can help?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna do something real simple. I'm gonna leave you guys my phone number. It's 336-991-3524. That's something that everybody can do. I done seen babies dial number. So first of all, I'm just gonna leave my number. That means you have access to me. That means you're my sister, you're my brother, you're my friend, you're that person that God brought before me, and God brought me before you. Use me accordingly, and allow me to use you accordingly. And together we stand. And we can't, I don't even have to say the rest of it, of the cliche. It's just together we stand. And the only way we're gonna stand is stand together in unity, in love, in peace, in prosperity, and in love. That's the only way we're gonna stand. If you come with malices, you come with hate, if you come with greed, if you come with anything else other than that, etc., then you're downfall to the rest of the building of the community. That's where we get our buildings from. That's when we start building. Right now we're building crack houses, stash houses, jail houses, and prisons, because we ain't doing nothing together to help one another. That's what I leave with you guys.
Your work, and you left us with a lot. That's huge. That's huge. And we will be utilizing your number. We'll be reaching out for those of us who feel like or may come across kids that you can help. We'll be calling you to help them. We'll be calling you to offer our assistance and help. But what you're doing is huge. It's awesome.
Let me give you my. Let me get. Excuse me. I don't mean to cut you off. I really apologize. But I want to give you my Facebook. My web page got torn down because it's the strangest thing happened. The devil tried to destroy it. The woman that was building my website, she passed away, and she had my password and everything. And I was up and running. It was under construction. But I'm gonna give you my Facebook. My Facebook is Greg, Greg. You got it? Command. COMMAND. Greg Command. COMMAND.
And the name of the group is Commander
Peace Academy.
Peace Academy. That's it. Awesome.
Yeah, peace is proper education always corrects error. Those are acronyms.
Yes.
But you can find me on my Facebook at Greg Command, COMMAND. And reach out to me anytime. And anytime you guys want to strategize, want to figure out how can we get into the community, how can we touch a part of the community that we can't touch, how can we do, I want to be part of that strategy team.
We do have your information on the screen for everybody to gather. So do be listening out for us because we will be reaching out. Again, we truly appreciate you coming today and sharing with us and giving us this information. I will admit this is information that I, didn't know. Not going to say I've done a lot of research, but at the same time, we don't always have time to research everything. So by you coming to us today, now I'm in the know. Now we are in the know. So
that's right.
We thank you for coming and listen out for us. You will likely be hearing from some of us.
Okay, thank you so much again, and looking forward to meeting you face to face.
Yes,
all of you guys.
Yes,
every one of you.
That's what we do. That's what we do as a people.
The next family reunion we have, we all be there.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
You too. All right. We are rocking and rolling. We do have another guest lined up for you. And we welcome Miss Casey Ahmed. Did I say that correct? I'm sure you say it much better. Let's hear you say it.
Yeah, peace, love, and light. My name is Cassie Map Ahmed. The community often call me Classy Cassie. It rhymes.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, do you have a presentation that you would like to provide for us today? Or you just want to talk about your...
Yes, I want to share about my company and just about myself. It comes more authentic when I just speak what comes to my heart.
Yes. Always. So go ahead and start off by telling us about yourself and about the group. Give us a little more insight.
Yes, well, as I mentioned, my name is Cassie Map Ahmed. I am the CEO and founder of Village Sis Doula LLC. I am one sister in the village who's a doula, but the biggest part of Village Sis Doula is village, right? A doula is someone who provides emotional, physical, and spiritual support, and most importantly, education, especially as it relates to medical care in our community. Informed consent is not informed consent unless you're educated and know your options, right? So I'm a birth worker, and I give all respect to my ancestors, the grand midwives, the history, the wet nurses, all that information that is not shared in a lot of the doula trainings that I've had. I'm very blessed to come from a family who taught me my history, taught me my roots, and I never forget it, and I always speak my truth, right? So I'm the CEO and owner of Village Sis Doula, but I'm only one sister in the village. We have so many people in our village, and as Brother Commander just mentioned, our duty job is to let our community know that the village is there, that you're not alone, especially to all gestational individuals. And the reason I say all gestational individuals, I don't care if you don't identify as a female. If you're bringing life in this girl, this village is here to support and uplift you. You never know somebody's story until you speak with them, right? And another thing too is that Black gestational individuals, because it doesn't matter what you identify as, we are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. And those numbers are higher in certain states. And it has been increasing. It doesn't matter how much money you make or where you live. Serena Williams, Beyonce, we know she got money. But I love reading peer-reviewed journals, evidence-based, but they refer to it as weathering, right? Weathering is just the stress around you. That stress around us is structural racism. Some of these things that have occurred has not occurred not too long ago. I still have relatives who went to the hospital to give birth, and they said, we don't deliver Black babies, so you can have your baby in the basement. So my family member went home, and we had elders in a community who knew how to bring life in the world. And what's interesting, back in time, the infant mortality rate wasn't as high as it is now. Right?
That's right.
So Village came to me in a vision, and I knew it would take a village. Right now, it's going to take a tribe for us to work collectively to not only support the gestational individual, but all the health and wellness in our community. And Black Lives Matter was a really big thing for a short period of time. I sound like my grandma said, I've been Black all my life. This is not new to me. But one thing that it did do, it brought a lot of triggers in our community on top of a pandemic, okay? So gestational individuals, that was increased stress, increased trauma. So one thing that we're focusing on now is that it's okay to go to therapy and counseling. Yes, pray about it, but also find the resources that you need to help you get through what you need to get through. Because I'm from very humble beginnings. I know about incarceration, gang life. I'm the oldest of 6 kids. And structural racism, the school to pipeline, then the pipeline from school to prison, it exists. But my brothers were impacted because they are Black males, okay? So I am a master's in public health because I know where I come from. I never forget. But a lot of instructors and researchers don't know where I've been. They did not live in my shoes. So with all my master's degrees, certifications, honors in biochemistry and biology, there was a lot. So I love how my brother mentioned, you have to work from your heart, right? So once I start working from my heart and really holding into what my calling is, it brings me a sense of peace. So it's not so much now of what I want to be, but what I want to do. So with that being said, Village Doula, I am a certified health coach. I am a fertility doula, a birth doula, a postpartum doula. Postpartum doula is very important because when you come home from having a child, you should not come home to an empty home, right? Even my elders and my relatives in Africa, right, our family in Sudan, when you come home and you are expected to cook, clean, and take care of the family, no, this is really your village, right? We need to bring that village back, have a meal train, have a support, have somebody to call on. Right now, all my services are provided virtually, but it's all about that village and identifying that you do have a village, a non-judgmental village, and a village who is there to listen and not to judge, right? I do not work outside my expertise. So I have village sisters, brothers, whoever you identify as, or therapists, counselors, expertise in different areas, but knowing that you have somebody who is culturally trained or really know how to talk to you, your language, like Commander said, to really, really work with you, not for you. And there is a difference. So that's just a little bit about Village Doula, about me, a little bit I'm from Asheville, the mountains. I've been blessed to be in a lot of programs because even as a young child, I was taught that education is key and you don't know what you don't know. So it is your responsibility to learn more. If you really, really want to do what you love to support others, you have to continuously educate. So I am part of Asheville Black Wall Street. Some people heard that reparations. I'm from Asheville, right? And one thing that I see that is really, really hope in our community is they have to be by us and for us, including medical care. They may not like to hear that in government and county, but I am saying that it have to be for us and by us. You have to have that person who's able to speak your language and understand where you're coming from. We all have a calling, right? I admire all my brothers and sisters at different levels. But for me, it was very important for me to build my own company organization where everyone in my village feel comfortable to say and be who they genuinely are without being afraid of speaking up or even coming in with a rap or natural hair. That's the way I'm born. This is professional. Professional is my culture and always will be. So I do have a village that speaks about the importance of being culturally competent, right? And it's more than a 30-minute training. So I have different scars, but what brings me peace is not being burnt out. I don't really support the strong Black woman. The thing with that is I have strength, but my strength comes from my village. So when I'm tired, I can lean on my brother or sister and someone in my village and say, hey, I'm tired. They'll let me know when I need to sit down and somebody else can put on a wrap and be there for me. So that's a little bit about Village Sis Doula, about myself, Cassie Math Ahmad, and I love all the people I'm here today. And thank you for inviting me.
You are so exciting. You are so exciting. It just excites me because I know that we're getting back to where we're supposed to be. Seeing you and you being here sharing that is definitely a sign that we're as a people getting back to where we should be. We are so conditioned, and I will admit that I have been that way for a while. We don't think of why would I even consider a doula or when all I know is a white doctor. That's who delivers. That's who's going to deliver my baby. That's got to go to the hospital. I've got to go to. But you, what you're bringing, what you're reminding us and bringing us back to is that culture that you speak of. When we look back, way back, we understand that we as Black women, we didn't have doctors to deliver our babies. We delivered our babies under a tree. We didn't need the things that we are conditioned today to believe that we need. And you bringing that understanding, that history, that culture, back to the table, will definitely help so many other, women out there. I'm sure you will definitely, your phone will be blowing up because they're gonna, now that we know that you're there, we will definitely be reaching out. It's so exciting. Of course, life is exciting, but and how you start that life is really key. And having our children come into this world with you supporting the mother, with the child having everything that they need, that village established, we can't go wrong. We can't do anything but be of success. I'm just tickled to death. Of course, there are so many, probably so many questions that everyone has. I know we have to be mindful of our time because there are others also waiting to bring forth their information. But you have brought us a wealth of information, a whole new area of need that some of us had not assessed or had not really thought a lot about. But when we go back to the beginning, when we stop and we go back to the beginning, in order for us to solve, we got to get down to the root. And that is one of the root areas, from the beginning. You are awesome.
Thank you. And I like to say 3 things. I know our time is short, and all these, I love everybody on here today. Is that one thing I always say, there would be no Black lives if there is no Black uterus, right? If you preach back Black lives, then you should support the Black uterus. As my granny say, don't be about it and preach about it and be about it, right? And holding those individuals accountable, holding the medical care system accountable, asking for that care, and if they decline to provide that care for you, say, would you please put that in my medical record? So if anything goes wrong, that they are held accountable and they know that they have a village behind them recording and making sure that that uterus and that gestational individual is healthy, as well as they partner. So it's not just for the gestational individual, but also for a partner, that inclusive village. Please visit my website, villagesisdoula.com. I do provide different webinars about different health topics. I also mentor a lot of birth workers and different people in health fields, because we need that diversity. We need different individuals at different tables. So I do a lot of mentorship. I do, if you like to donate, those donations go towards scholarship, because all gestational individuals need support. And I support you no matter you purple, green. We all are God's children. And history shows we all come from South Africa. So we are all family. But bringing that together, but the most vulnerable population right now, especially during a pandemic, is our melanated community. So all your donations go towards scholarships or for any type of program like the Black Wall Street in Asheville, because it's going to be, our goal is to have a Black Wall Street everywhere like we had before, and bringing back that Black entrepreneurship in our community. So it is for us and by us. It truly takes a village. And please visit villagesisdoula.com. I'm on Facebook as Village Sis Doula. Instagram is Village Sis Doula. Just Google Village Sis Doula. So peace, love, and light. And thank yous. Oh, and my son, my last thing, he's beside me. He's my business partner. He is 8 years old, and he is the CEO of Beloved RQ Creations. So we want to teach him at an early age that no one can take your education and talent away from you. And also that you should be compensated for your talent and work. So his company is Beloved RQ Creations, and he is 8 years old. Thank you. And he's been taking notes. So thank you.
For being here with us today. You have brought us some awesome, excellent information.
Thank you.
Ways in which we can, reach out to you. As I said, some of the other panelists, with your mission, your vision, there are others out here that would love to support, would love to jump in there and help out and learn as well. You have a wealth of information that I'm sure many of our Black queens would love to share that information with you. So we definitely appreciate you coming out, giving us some information, giving us some guidance, letting us know where we can go from here. And we will definitely also be checking into your son's business as well. Yes, that's so inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a blessed evening, you both.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. We are really having an awesome afternoon. I kind of wondered at first, how I would, whether I could really sit here all day but wow, the time is flying. The information is awesome. And I kind of feel like we just started. The good thing is, though, we have more panelists coming up. So we do have more information to share. It's not over yet. So stay tuned, continue to share the link for others, and we will keep rolling on through our remaining panelists. At this time, I'm not sure if, are we bringing on We Said What We Said, and those kings, or are we going to now move to Mr. Wilson? So if you guys will just bear with us, we did kind of get a little behind and have some of the schedules kind of running into each other. So we're trying to accommodate everyone's schedule as we go, for those that need to kind of go ahead and speak with us so that they can go. And there are some that are waiting to come in as well. So we will continue to work on getting our next presenter up and ready to go once we determine who needs to go next. So just bear with us. If you need to grab something to drink, need to use the bathroom, do anything really, really quick, don't stay too long, because we're going to be bringing up our next presenter very, very shortly. So just bear with us just a moment. Awesome, awesome. Good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Glad to have you.
I'm glad to be here. Yeah, I'm glad
Love
to be
the
here.
background. Love that background. I see the artistry, the skills, the talent. Did you do that?
This piece right here is a Jamari Witt piece. She's from out of Reedsville, North Carolina.
Yes.
This piece here is my wife's piece. The one behind me is a piece that I've painted. Up here, I'm not sure if y'all can see. It's a portrait that I got from DJ Herbert and Tamika. And it's just we're a part of the art community.
Yes, yes. I'm inspired. Just once you came on the screen, I was like, wow. Thank you for being here. I'm going to, step aside and allow you to bring forth the information that you have for us today. And, I'll still be right here in the background. So if you speak or ask a question, I'll be right here. But if you will, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then go ahead and provide us with the motivation that we need.
Okay. My name is Rashawn Scope Kid Wilson. I'm a part of a music group called Scope Vision. I'm a co-CEO of TVOC Industries, and I also do car and bike upholstery here in downtown Draper, which is in Eden. And today, I guess I'll be doing some poetry and some spoken word. And if y'all have any questions about what you hear, just jot it down, and I love to come back and explain something, or emphasize on some of the I guess words or bars or whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit about myself. In middle school, I was a reject, because class and homework was something that I refused to neglect. I used sports as an outlet, and through there, that's how I earned my respect. Failure was a title that I could not accept. High school, perfect attendance. Yes, I went through 4 years of high school and I never missed a day. Senior years, 3-letter varsity, part-time job, so I would often find myself tired, so I would literally dream through class, waking up to a 3.8 GPA, National Honor Society. I went to college. And that's when I began to lose my way. But through favor, yes, favor, trouble never flew my way. I used to be in the club from Thursday to Sunday. 508, Atlantis, Minaj, APs up in there talking about Draper City all day. I got no one scuffle. Well, it was more like his push followed by my punch. Because when Cat got up, he turned his focus the other way. Few years passed, I started getting money and them chicks and them cats around the way. They started to hate. Print upon the day they could send me to that pearly gate. Like I said, too, not through. Because at that point in my life, I don't think I could have made it through. So there I was, 22 for 22, trying to protect my 24s while taking care of an ex-chick who claims she's at week 8, which gave me an excuse to continue to break down that 28. But the crazy thing about this whole situation was there never was really a due date. So there I was, drinking away the hate, drinking and driving, trying to tempt fate, waking up in my driveway 7:45, opening up the door to the food I just ate. My God, but every dog has his day. Mine just so happened to come 7/11/2011. I was on my bike on my way to work and a car pulled out. Just say for work that night, I wasn't present. But thank God, yes, God, I didn't get there early. Trip to heaven, my life. And that right there is, I guess, an introduction to Scope, to Rashawn, to all the AKAs. You know, I've been through a nice life, man. I really do. I feel like it's been nice because every lesson, you know, came from those mistakes. And, you know, I really wanted to, I guess, give inspiration and give y'all a little bit about my life, those that don't know me. And those that do know me, they can vouch for pretty much the things that I speak on. So that's the introduction. And there's a couple of things that I wanted to, I guess, go over. And that's, of course, living your dreams, of course, having love, and, of course, faith. So I'm not no preacher or nothing. My pops was. So a lot of people, like to associate that. But, you know, I'm a man of faith. And, you know, I'm not perfect. So, you know, that's the biggest thing. You know, I've lied. You know what I'm saying? Sold, cheated, you know, all that good stuff. So, you know, I'm not perfect. So who am I to tell you what not to do? See, that would make me a hypocrite. See, I've done some things in my past, but I ain't proud of it. But those things made me who I am. So I acknowledge it. See, I could have got locked up and knocked off for a polish. Realized the things that I was doing wasn't benefiting my life journey. So I had to quit. I turned legit, completed my first job, and my product was fire. Just to say that, my passion was lit. I no longer was running in place, but my friends started to send fast. So needless to say, my circle got thick. I started my business in the hood. That defined me of being hood rich. See, I'm killing the competition, leaving bodies in the ditch. Because when I was coming up, I humbly asked for a hand, and you ain't even reached for it. Now God is blessing me now. Y'all want me to slow down, but I'm not taking my foot off the gas, not 1 inch. I used to worry about if this was meant to be. Now, a few years in the game, now this boy is confident. 8th grade economics, I learned the pros and cons of paying rent. At 21, I signed my first deed, and now I own it. Bought a second one on the same block. So it's safe to say I literally own my block. God laid the foundation, gave me the building blocks to a great future. See, the devil tried to throw stones, but all I did was catch them, grind them up and mix it into the mortar. See, I'm looking at a bigger picture now. When they say I couldn't get past the border, I grew up with a great mother and a great father, and they instilled in me, if that man's working hard, then you work harder. I get high off of self-preservation. I inject my veins with greatness. I fill my lungs with success. Sight pain in my chest. Deadlines approaching, overwhelmed with stress. Because it's been over 48 hours since I've last slept. See, my mother's telling me that I should rest, but the only thing on my mind is success. Success. My pure motivation is to be better than the next. Scope Vision's worth ethic is going to have us at the top with the best. I said. So, yeah, that's why I don't judge nobody. You know, I've been through a whole lot in my past, and I'm going to continue to do a lot in my future. And I feel like this road to chasing dreams and chasing the purpose, man, is destined, man. So definitely want to shout out to Brother Almond, man. If I said your name right, with the Black Family Day, man, he's been very inspirational. He had us on a few years for the Black Family Day, so shout out to him. Shout out to Katrina earlier. And I just want to say thank y'all for having me and all this good jazz. And I definitely want to thank my wife, man. She's definitely been the rock. So this right here is going to get on the love. Most of these roses are covered with flies. Cats is falling victim to thick thighs and hazel eyes. See, it's hard to balance multiple chicks with simple minds, and having a level-headed girl, see, that's a prize. See, my wife, she came as a surprise, just so happened that she has those gray eyes and dimples. I try to offer attention to prioritize, but my plate is overloaded, which came from all them ties. You can't blame them tailor. You can't blame the suit. You gotta blame the tailor. So these duties came with favor, and karma's never fixed. It either coming now or later. Building planes up out of paper. I'm destined to marry a queen, and this king of the South came straight up out of Draper. Wonder Woman, I had the caper. Waking up the cake up. I prefer no makeup. See that natural. See, she walk in the room, she boosting my morale, changing names at the mountaintop, strawberry ring, pop colorful stones from the water flow, purify love with a spiritual glow. See, we standing on the rock, we rocking crowds and roam around heaven gates. We are making them proud because our souls are tied forever. And that right there is my rock. If you got a dream, you better chase it. If you got love for something, you better chase it. Would you believe me if I told you I'd do anything just to live my dreams? Clever lines, so listen closely, because everything that you hear isn't always what it seems. Chasing a career that consists of the triple beam. See, no reference to a scale. I'm talking about a career with a great foundation. See, triple beam, the balance of life. I have us in a tough situation, make us have to do what we have to do. So I did what I did. I can't front like I was inspired as a little kid, because back then, I didn't even look to the cats that did. See, I was of some age. Some say when I started, I was making a bad choice, but to me, I had no choice. Judging me when your name was not on that Duke Power late invoice. So to me, y'all ain't even have a voice. I wasn't out here flipping and flossing with my boys. I was just trying to find a solution for my situation. Yellow tassel at graduation. I hustle with intelligence. That's how I stayed away from interrogation. Yeah, I played it smart in these streets. I wasn't gonna be no statistic, so I learned my math. I learned my geographics and I made my own path. See, I didn't mess with anything that required chemistry because I learned from past history. I mastered economics, so if we talking about wealth, ain't nobody out here messing with me. See, God has truly blessed me. I'm still looking at zeros that I made in 1-3. Benzes and big rims. See, that overcompensation does not excite me. I prefer loud pipes for riding on rallies. This gator in this caddy got me sitting comfortably. See, I'm a CEO. And I know ain't nobody working harder than me. Late night at the shop creating something that is out of this galaxy. Then I stuff that in a full galaxy. Working while y'all sleeping, so don't be mad at me when my dreams turn into reality. Long stroke to them niggas that doubted me. I should be thanking y'all because y'all was my motivation. Now it's early flights in the morning. That's what I call first in aviation. Carolina boy. I'm here to put Draper City on the navigation. And I'm taking off for sure. Cause I got first in flight, gliding with me. That's entitled Dreams. I can't read y'all's comments because my screen is a little too small and I guess I'm too far away. So if I'm taking too long, just let me know. And if not, I continue. If y'all enjoying yourselves, let me know. Drop some hearts or whatnot. I won't be able to see that until I get on Facebook, I guess. I hope everybody's doing well. Let's get to another piece. You know, you just think back, and this is Black History Month. So reminiscing on days when life wasn't so copacetic, my rival was so unexpected. Words shaking up the game like an epileptic, knowing that I'm speaking the truth, but some refuse to accept it. Hoping that I bite my tongue, but my soul won't let it. See, God opened up my third eye to a new vision. 24's open for business, traveling roads of the unseen and left lane doing $160. Success in sight. I don't know why they trying to take my blur out of my tunnel vision. See, I'm here to inspire greatness. Through God, you will witness. I can't go back to running through campus losing weight. See, I'm trying to stay away from that physical fitness. You see, God made a way for me to see my full potential. So I'm no longer talking about math when I say he gave me the vision. College wasn't teaching me how to survive. So I stopped paying tuition. I went with my intuition. Now I live life carefree. See, I create a product that is timeless because time is money. Just so happens that I like to spend a lot of time making money. If God was to place a meal on the table today, I still will remain hungry. Go back for seconds just so I can make a way for thirds. Because being without, see, that's for the birds. You can look at my life and tell these are not just words. See, I put my words into action. And I watch them judge. Now that's one hell of a life sentence. Nappy-headed afro, oversized jerseys. See, my teachers labeled me a menace, but I finished with honors. So for graduation, she had no other choice but to call me Mr. Wilson. Wow. Now who sound like Dennis? Could have spent $250 on LeBron's just so you can witness success at its best. But I decided to go half, and we created this art fest to teach these kids that art is where they can put their heart at. I'm giving it my all. I'm going wholehearted, like a heart attack. And that's a fact. Jack. That one's one of my favorites because it really goes through the struggle. And it comes out to a beautiful picture. Because sometimes you gotta take your pain and your past and turn into something beautiful, man. Cause God ain't do that on purpose. Like he ain't do it without a purpose. So, you know, I just feel like, you know, when you take your pain and you turn it into a flower, man, that's a beautiful thing, man. That's a beautiful thing. By the way, I do like flowers. Shout out to Valentine's Day. And give the flowers while they here, man. If you see somebody doing something great, give them their flowers, man. Don't be one of them crabs. You know, crabs is good though. I do like crabs. Let me stop. I'm a fat boy. I ain't a fat boy. I'm a fat boy at heart, I guess. I like crabs. But anyway, I'm start rambling, y'all. You know, just make sure you give your people flowers. And I want to shout out to NC 100, bro Mike for hollering at me, and brother Sean Bradley for definitely putting this thing together for him, you know what I'm saying, inviting us. And shout out to the host. I didn't catch your name. I think it was Nikki Knight, if I'm not mistaken. If I got it wrong, I'm sorry. I was in a little, what's it called? So is there anything y'all want to know, or y'all want me to keep going, or?
Go Kid Wilson, you blew it up. Oh, goodness. I know you couldn't see the comments, but they were rolling. And no, we didn't want you to stop. We were just right where you had us. Oh, so awesome, so talented, so blessed.
Keep moving. But no, I know y'all pressed for time, because you know when I started I was a little bit behind schedule, so I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Hey, you are hitting the spot. So if you have another piece that you'd like to give us, we will more than be happy to partake.
Okay. Actually, I'm glad I asked, because I didn't even get to talk about faith. And you know, I'm not no preacher like my wife. She hates when I say that, but you know I'm not, because you know I'm a everyday human. But when it comes to me being a man of faith, like I am a strong man of faith. I'm a man of God, because God is instilled in us. And you know, when I was going through the trials of trying to identify with, you know, God and everything, it kind of hit hard on when you're confident, and how the devil will seep in and try to put you in a place where you are not. And you know, I got it first, and I should have came off the rip and said thank God for just being here, because you know at the end of the day we couldn't. You know, I started doing these custom pieces right here. It's jewelry. And I was at a vending, my actually first vending event, because you know I do car and bike upholstery. And I didn't have anything to vend. And a young lady from out of Danville, Miss Jocelyn, she hit me up and was like, "Can you come vend?" I didn't have anything to vend, so it was this idea that was always in my head to start making jewelry. So I started making leather and croc and all kinds of custom jewelry for the vending session. And it was a young man that was there, and I had this exact cross sitting there. And that's why this was so special, because this was actually my last piece from originally, and this has been 4 years. So I thank God for that. So basically, come to the story, you know, he was speaking on a white man's religion, and this is where this piece came about. And I don't have it in my mind yet, so I'm gonna be reading it. And then I guess we'll conclude on that. If you have any questions, I would love to answer. Well, this is entitled White Man's Religion. I don't serve religion. I serve him from within. Now, do I need to say that again? I said, I don't serve religion. I serve him from within. So that is my spirit, man. And with that said, the devil has no stance. See, you say I serve a white man. See, that's where I take my stance, because your faith is only by glance. And it clearly states, lean not by sight, but by faith. See, the God I serve, he is the word, the truth, and the life. And from what I can remember, the white man wouldn't let us read. So the white man wouldn't let us read the word. So he painted the truth white. They could never take our light. See, my reflection is of the sun. See, I'm melanated bronze with roots of wool. And I see fire as I stand on granite. See, my faith is as strong as a rock. And it hurts me to see my people lose a lifetime of faith over a 30-minute YouTube video based off of hate and man's opinion. So I have a question. Who is killing our kids? It's not the white man, it's a black gun in a black hand with motives of the Ku Klux Klan. See, our youths are hanging around on corners while our parents aren't breaking the limb. See, if you spare the rod, you will spare the child. See, our fathers aren't there to discipline because our women aren't holding a standard. See, it's easy to get in, and so it's easy to get in, so they're gone by the weekend. So our black family is weakening. So whose side are you on? The devil's deception or what God has already written? I don't serve a white man's religion. I serve God from within. And that's entitled White Man's Religion. And that piece hits hard because, you know, if it was a white man's religion, I mean, it's for everybody, it's a spiritual, but when he was here on the earth as a flesh man, he was a man of color. So it kind of doesn't make sense that the God I serve and what I read and what I get my knowledge from is a form of bondage, which is not, it's freedom. And what it was people used it that were devils. They used it for bondage. And if we weren't able to read and get the strength, and I want to give a shout out to, you know, my brother Bertha Nation, and y'all know who I'm speaking of, and you know how he really led a revolution. And you know what I'm saying? Nat, man, he really turned. That's a bar right there. Nat turned. Nat really turned a different side of vision, and he really led a revolution that we all need to fight. Man, we can't sit here and just be told what to do. We have to see it for ourselves. We have to gain a relationship with God, and you know, that's the biggest thing that, you know, I can say is, you know, build, man, build.
Mr. Wilson, you have blew it up today. You have touched souls. I'm sure we wouldn't be able to count. Oh man, Mr. Lee, we need to figure out how to get those emoticons, those fire emoticons. That we used, because that was fire. That was everything. It was love. It was understanding. It was knowledge. It was so deep. You are awesome. You are. It's nothing that I can say to come behind that, and I'm not going to even try. All I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do. Please continue to do what you're doing.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all continue to do what y'all doing, and this Black Empowerment Week has been phenomenal. I've been tuning in even when I'm at work. That's what I'm about to get ready to do now. You know, and Brother Michael be sending me the lives. I was like, yo, I'm blown away. So I really respect, and I love what y'all are doing. And if anything that I can do for the future, I'm here, and I want to do a shameless plug. I really want to do a shameless plug. Coming up in April, Lord willing, I will be leaving my job for good, and we're opening up a store down here in downtown Draper. It's actually called TVOC, which stands for the Vision, Opportunity, and Culture Center for the arts. So this is where I'm at now, and we've been hosting events here for a few years now, and that's where I do my postery as well. So if you all would like to stop by. If you all like to do anything to help with the vision, and this is a main question I really wanted to ask, especially when they was talking during the health week. If anybody that is in a small business or a business that has health insurance, I would like to know what is the best health insurance that I can go get, because I would like to start a family, and I'd like to make sure my family is secure and health wise, you know, to be able to do so. So I definitely want to, if anybody has any advice, just hit my inbox. If anybody has any links, please hit my inbox. I would love to hear about just the possibilities for the health insurance, so I can quit my job. So
here's how we can reach you. How can we reach you? Here's how we can reach you. I'll be reaching out. I will offer what knowledge and expertise that I do have. I've worked in the insurance industry for over 15 years, so I can help you to decipher, you know, what you need and where to go to get it. I'm sure that there are others out here in the community that are willing to. So if you'll tell us how we can reach you, we will definitely be reaching out.
Facebook is Rashawn Scope Kid Wilson. The photography and artist page is Scope Vision 421. You can type it in, and my Instagram is Scope Vision 421, all letters. And you know, I'm here. I think if you look on the screen, you can see my name, so you can reach me through Facebook via Rashawn Scope Kid Wilson. And if you need my number, it's 336-279-0092. I'm up for conversations and advice and anything. If you need your car seats done, holler at me. But I definitely would like to have all the information I can about health insurance and what's the best rates and best coverages for me and my family. So I would definitely be speaking with that.
Awesome. Yes, I'm sure someone will be reaching out besides myself, but we will definitely try and give back just a little bit of what you've given us today. It was so much. It was powerful. It was awesome. It was all that. And we thank you. Thank you for coming out and sharing your artistic skills and your knowledge. And we so appreciate you.
I appreciate you all, and y'all have a blessed and prosperous day. And I guess I'll be up working all night.
Don't work too hard. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Y'all
You have a blessed night as well.
All right.
All righty. Wow. Sean, X, Norman.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I won't say glad to have you. I'll say thank you.
No, glad to have you. Thank y'all. I thank y'all. Y'all don't even know how like this has really impacted people.
Awesome.
And y'all, like this right here has touched so many people in the local communities, ones that feel like they was overlooked. There was a conversation that touched them, and I appreciate everybody who tuned in and helped us this week. This is nothing that we could have did by ourselves. It took everybody coming together, wanting to be on one accord, and I really appreciate y'all.
Yes. Well, we appreciate you, because without you, we wouldn't be here. So thank you. And I'm gonna step back and let you go ahead and take over for a little while, and I'll be sitting right here standing by listening.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna read a little spoken word I wrote. It's called Call It How I See It. You got the right to remain silent. But with your skin tone, I'm already assuming that you're violent. I'm going to give you basic instructions, and I'm going to act like I don't like it, and I might just shoot you 6 times while you reach for your license. Anything you say might just lead me to shoot, because I'm fearing for my life whenever I'm dealing with you. Black skin, guilty. Dreadlocks, filthy. He got a badge, but I got Malcolm and Huey Newton with me. And shout out to the cameraman. But where was the cameraman when they killed Sandra Bland? That's just something I can't understand. Kaepernick took a knee, now it's time to take a stand. License and registration, officer, don't shoot. My right hand getting my license, don't shoot. My left hand's getting registration, don't shoot. Man, I think he got a gun, bam, bam, he gonna shoot. The police will shoot you, then tell you to freeze. And it's something I can't fathom. It's kind of hard to believe. And until we get some change, I'm going to forever speak. And I'm tired of hearing my people scream, I can't breathe. All summer long, we said justice for Breonna Taylor. And it'll be spring soon. No justice for Breonna Taylor. And I'm not here for no mule or no 40 acres. I just want the cops to do life that murdered Breonna Taylor. When they see me, I know they wonder if I'm packing it. Am I a ball player, drug dealer? No, I'm an activist. They don't care about our welfare. You got to have an absent dad in the house in order to get welfare. We walk lines in school just like we in prison. Hisses around the projects like we in prison. It seemed like our whole life they've been lining us up, prepping us for prisons. Now I'm just hoping my message will meet somebody that'll listen and empower everybody. That's just part of the vision. Some people pray to a Messiah. I pray to the ancestors and hoping they could guide us. There's no black on black, white on white, none of that violence. Whites kill each other for insurance money, but they just keep it silent. When I say Black Lives Matter, I mean Black Lives Matter. That means gay, straight, or trans, you and your Black life matter. Even to the crack fiends, you and your crack pipe matters. And this for the prostitutes who feel like they might not matter. Because at the end of the day, your Black life matter because Black lives matter. Thank you.
What are we going to do with all this talent and skill right here? Deep knowledge, spreading it.
Thank you.
Sharing it. So awesome. So awesome. Wow. You guys are just doing it up this evening. I'm so filled with, gratefulness. And I definitely appreciate all and can relate to everything you said. You guys have definitely put us on a whole nother level as we start winding down the night. Yes, yes.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead and bring Sean on with us at this. No, I'm sorry. We're going to Matt. Are you going to stay on with us, Sean X, or?
I'll say you can just take me off until Matt get done, and I'll come back out and close us out.
Awesome. I've been looking forward to Mac.
Thank you.
We will
so much.
Thank you very much. And we will go ahead and bring on Mac Lawson, who will be our last panelist for the evening. Shalom and greetings. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
If you could speak a little louder.
Let me turn my volume up a little bit. How was that?
That's much better. Good evening. Glad to have you with us.
It's my pleasure to be here. I really appreciate the invite.
Yes, yes. Well, do you have some information you want to present? Would you rather me step aside so you can present? And
Look, I'm a writer. I just like to write and express my feelings. And I am so honored that I got the invite to share some of my thoughts and my feelings with this audience. So whatever you want to do, you can stay where you are. I just want to say my piece, express my feelings, and I hope that I can touch somebody.
well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to hang out right here in the background because this is your time. And I don't want to impede on that. If you have any questions or want to bring me back in, just say the word and Mr. Lee will pull me right back up.
Cool beans. Cool beans.
Awesome. Mac Lawson, everybody.
All right. I wrote 2 pieces here. The first one, I titled it "My Thoughts," just my feelings. I haven't memorized it, so I'm going to be reading it to you all, and I hope you feel it. My thoughts. I'm going to tell you the problem with a lot of my sisters and brothers. They're jealous of other people's shine, but they don't know about their struggles. You can't shine by throwing shade on anybody else's name. And you're not going to win if you don't follow the rules to the game. You don't have to flaunt your success, and you never brag or boast. And don't ever get mad about somebody else's slice of bread when you got a whole loaf. Just be thankful for what you have, or you'll miss what you had. I'm just thankful for my good times, but I learned lessons from the bad. I don't try to keep up with the Joneses. I just try to keep from drowning. A lot of things make me happy, but I fell in love with peace when I found it. I've experienced a lot of pain in my life, and I carried a lot of hurt. But I found relief from my grief and peace when I put these hands to work. It's freedom where you don't have to ask anybody for anything. And I have the utmost respect for my ancestors, the true kings and queens. They had to work hard every day, and they had to be productive in some of the worst conditions. But in today's world, it's hard to be productive when the brotherhood and the respect is missing. The thoughts of the contributions of my ancestors make my heart beat fast. They were killed, beaten, and held captive, but still managed to share some real laughs. Just because I'm pro-Black, that doesn't mean I'm a racist. That doesn't exist within me. I've been faced with so many obstacles and locked doors that sometimes I forget that I'm free. I know I'm free to live with the choices that I make, and I choose to live in love and harmony, but I'm faced with so much hate. I can't even begin to make you feel or understand my pain. But please don't judge me by the skin that I'm in when you don't know my history and you never even asked for my name. There are white people who don't like me, but there are also some Black ones. But I managed to stay positive and focused and deal with some ridiculous distractions. I didn't teach my kids to look at colors. I taught them the difference between boys and girls. But now they're asking me, how could they be innocent Black men and coexist in this cruel world? Listen, if you have my back, I certainly got yours. Together we can knock down all types of racism, special privileges, and locked doors. I ask that you please don't judge me by the color of my skin. Stand with me, shoulder to shoulder, and let's bring racism to an end. Love and respect me like I love and respect you. There's strength in numbers, so let's make it do what it do. That's my first piece. Are you there, Miss Knight? Okay, I guess I go to the second piece. Okay. All right, the second piece that I wrote. It's called Imagine. And I hope that you guys can hear me okay. Imagine. Over the years, I've learned to write my fears on paper because I don't want to walk around with malice in my heart and live like a hater. I struggle each day to obtain the things on my wish list. I was raised in love and I was taught how to fight without using my fist. I may say some things that will sting your heart, things that you might not want to hear, but I stand before you a proud American, but I refuse to live in fear. Have you ever been in a place that you didn't want to be? There were freedom fighters before me who paid the price for me to be free. Imagine being a Black man and proud to be Black. Imagine people who speak hate to your face and still shoot you in your back. Imagine times when nobody want to deal with your pain or even hear your voice. Imagine having to deal with this on a daily basis because you have no choice. Imagine being educated by disregarded books. Imagine real lies, fake smiles, graveyards, and crooks. Just imagine the pain that I carry in my heart each and every day. Imagine wishing, hoping, praying, and waiting for racism to go away. Imagine having to explain to your kids this rolling snowball effect when the world is so full of racism, hatred, and disrespect. Imagine still believing in Dr. King's speech. I still have a dream, but I'm living in a terrible nightmare with other kings and queens. Imagine wanting to do something, anything, but your hands are tied. Imagine believing that the people that you voted for would do something, but you get empty promises and multiple lies. Imagine getting up every day believing there's a better way. Imagine me exercising my freedom of speech regardless of what they may say. Some of you may look at me and say, look at the nerve of this guy. But your opinion of me doesn't heal my heart. And I'm gonna tell you why. If you know there's a problem and you do not acknowledge that problem, it's still a problem. There are hate groups that hate people like you and me, but how can we stop them? This is really personal for me, but the God in me won't let me act a fool. I just know what karma can do, so I just maintain my cool. Either you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. But this is a new day, a new time, and a brand new revolution. Thank you so much.
Wow. I'll say like we used to say back in the day, I didn't know you had it in you. I knew you were talented. I knew you had skills, but I didn't realize you were going to bring it like you brought it tonight. That was deep.
Well, I write about things that I feel strongly about. And some of the things that I say may offend some people, but I certainly want to exercise my freedom of speech.
You know, we got to kind of stop getting out of that offensive. I've been told that you can't be offended if you're not living a lie. You know, if it's the truth, you can't be offended by the truth. So if you're speaking truth, then you continue to speak your truth. And if anyone is offended by your truth, then it's likely because they're living a lie. So we have to make sure first that we're speaking truth. And as long as we're speaking truth, then we need to bring it and, like you say, make it do what it do.
Make it do what it do.
That's how we unite and stand strong. But the words that you brought us have definitely touched souls. I know it touched mine. It was awesome. It's good to know surrounding us. A lot of times, even though Reedsville is small, we sometimes kind of feel like we're in our own world, and don't realize, the wealth that God has already given us just right around us in Reedsville. Yeah, I mean, I so appreciate all of your words. I felt them, as I'm sure many people did out there.
Well, I appreciate the words of encouragement. Certainly make me feel comfortable, and I will always try to speak my truth. There may be some people who don't agree with some of the things that I say.
Mm-hmm.
This is my life, my feeling, and my wishes. I mean, I hope that we can all work together and try to change this place that we call the world.
Yes.
One of the things that I'm really proud about is I'm beginning to see Black people unite.
Isn't it beautiful? Yes.
If you got a Black vendor that does this, or I'm loving that, because only people that I know of that don't really stick together, and if we can stick together and put those Black dollars in the Black community, oh my God, our voice will then be heard.
Yes, I totally agree. We definitely have got to unite, and that's one of the awesome things that I have really enjoyed this week is, getting to understand, not only what's out there, but how I can access it. It's just been so much information. It's so many groups out there that I didn't even realize that I had access to. We're building a bigger community. We are uniting, and this is such a powerful start. I don't think I'm the only one that feels it and recognizes it, but this platform all week and just today, I've just, been amazed at some of the information. It's just almost anything I think of I need, or any area, we've touched on that. If I didn't get enough information, at least I know where to go.
Exactly.
But that's how we begin to unite. That's how we begin to keep those dollars in our own circle. That's how we begin to, come together. But yeah, that's your words. Your words were very encouraging. Really made me think. Which of course I would believe would be your goal is to have people, really think about, what it is you're saying. And I appreciate the message that you brought to us today.
Most importantly, this forum, this program, that great minds have put this together. And this is going to be an eye opener for a lot of people. And I hope that this will be the glue to bring us closer together. But anytime you have anything like this, please feel free to invite me. I would be honored to participate.
Awesome. Well, we would be honored to have you again. We appreciate, again, everything that you've done today, everything that you do throughout the day within the community, and your contact information. If you want to give us your contact information. That way, if anyone wants to contact you or reach out to you, there may be other venues or other places that you may be needed. So if you will just give us your contact information, Mr. Lee will put it on the screen. And
well, my name is Mac Lawson, MacLawson, but I'm on Facebook as Cam Noswald. That's my name backwards.
Awesome. Thank you again for joining us tonight and bringing us such a powerful message. We really appreciate it. We can, it's a message that we can continue to take forward on with us for sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a blessed night.
You do the same.
All right. All right. So at this time, this actually concludes the last of the panelists that we have for today. Show's not stopping yet. We still have another day, you know, of powerful information, great resources coming your way. So go ahead and make your plans now to tune in tomorrow as well. But at this point, we're going to go ahead and look to close out. Sean, you're going to close out with me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me, I'll just give a couple words before I close, and then I'll turn it over to you to close us out. Awesome. Well, I would just say, I guess, in closing that, well, let me first leave you with a quote that I picked up from the North Carolina Center for Nonprofits, which will kind of help you understand the importance and the depth of the information that we've received today. And that quote is, "The solutions to many of the greatest challenges of our time, from climate change to cancer, all of those solutions lie in the nonprofit sector." Let me say it one more time. The solutions to many of the greatest challenges of our time lie in the nonprofit sector. The information that we've received today is of utmost importance. It's been information that can actually save lives. I'm so thankful that we have had the opportunity to share information and fellowship, as well as fellowship with each other while, as we shared. I do want to give thanks to all of the leaders who are not only out there, putting in the work, but those who came today and shared their solutions and their knowledge, their insight, direction, their purpose. They've inspired us today. So I do want to send a shout out and special thanks to our panelists, everyone who joined today to bring you all of the wealth of information that you received. Each presentation was, I believe, intentional. I know we heard that word earlier today in one of the presentations, and that's very important. And why I point that out is because each one of those presentations were intentional to specific needs. They were distinct and greatly needed and appreciated. Each one of you nonprofit groups that have joined us have the support of the community. NC 100 Next Generation Alliance, as well as myself, will be more than happy to jump in there and help you out any way we can, whatever we can do to help serve the people in our community. So just wanted to thank and shout out to all of our panelists today. One other, well, I won't drag you into all of that. I'll just end by pointing out, I'll say that the opportunities that we have to serve our communities, the opportunity to employ others within our communities through these nonprofit groups, the opportunity to serve others, the opportunity to empower others, as has been proven today, is very, very possible. There's a lot of needs in the community. There are people out there already working on those needs. So as we said earlier today, get in where you can fit in. There is a growing demand that's out there for, different things. These groups are faced with shrinking resources, competition, COVID, and that's all before we even get to the racial injustices. But as these groups are faced with, all of these different challenges, we need to keep that in mind, make sure that we're out there supporting, getting in there with them, assessing the needs of the community. That's how we begin to overcome those obstacles that I just spoke of. I believe that if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. So, even if you don't lead a nonprofit organization, I encourage every one of you to be a part or to be that solution in some way, whether it's giving your time, whether it's giving, financial assistance, whether it's, giving physical labor. There are needs, the community needs you. There's so much out there that we can do, that there is not an area where you would not fit in.
Exactly.
Those of you that know me know that I don't want to ever leave you with my words alone. So I will always give you words of truth. So I'll leave you with one scripture, and then I'll go ahead and close and give it over to Sean. Proverbs 24:5 says, "A wise man is strong, yea, a man of knowledge increaseth strength." My people, what I'm trying to say is that knowledge is strength. Knowledge is power. And we've truly been blessed and empowered this week with so much, so many resources. The panels have been loaded with experts. They've done a phenomenal job bringing us the all of the goods from, different areas. And I will also lastly say, NC 100 Next Generation Alliance, you guys have outdone yourself this week. I know we still have another day to go, and we're not ending. I don't want it to sound like, this is the end, because it's not, but man, so far you guys have really outdone yourself. This has been an amazing week, an awesome day. I'm so thankful for the privilege to be here to share with you. I'm just so full. So I think I will go ahead and step to the side and bring Sean in and let him go ahead and close us on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight, from the bottom of my heart, from the Next Generation Alliance. I want to thank you. There's nothing we can do to repay you, but I thank you to the bottom of my heart. I really do. Before I close out, like you were saying, in the wake of everything happening over the summer, protests was going on across America, I did have white friends. And you notice I say did, past tense. And because when I would talk to them, and I would ask them, and I was like, "Do you see what's going on the media?" And they're like, "Yeah, bro, me and you cool. I don't got nothing to do with that." And little did they know, they had everything to do with that, as long as I had something to do with that. And as long as that's my brothers and my sisters that's out here getting choked out by the police, shot by racists, little black boys getting hung in the woods, it is also your problem. So yes, silence is violence. Not being part of the solution, you are the problem. You'll continue the cycle of problem. And that kind of ties into what I was saying last night. At the end, I was telling the women that don't be quiet when you have a problem. When you have a problem, you speak on it. Tell somebody. If somebody come and do something and offend you in a way, you tell it right then and there. Yeah. As long as we continue to be quiet, like they want us to be quiet, we'll never get nothing done. But as long as you have people like me, Brother Mike, Brother Greg, and Brother Sean, the Next Generation Alliance, you'll forever hear something. Because what we'll do is we'll pass this down to the next generation. This is exactly what this is for. And they'll pass it down to the next generation. And this will continue to go on. And this will be a cycle. And we're going to create a healthy cycle of us coming together versus the unhealthy cycle that the media portrays as us in the hood, us as gangbangers, us on drugs. So we're gonna shake up the narrative a little bit, and we're gonna give them something, because at the end of the day, we make them uncomfortable. And with them being uncomfortable, we might as well keep them uncomfortable. Because as long as people are comfortable, you will never get a change. As long as people see things and keep kicking it up under the rug, it'll never be a change. I heard somebody say earlier they're actually thankful for COVID. Because without COVID, I wouldn't have had my phone in my hand staring at the screen. I probably wouldn't have seen George Floyd get killed. I probably wouldn't have noticed that they kicked in the door and killed Breonna Taylor. They killed her. It was no accident. They killed her. I would have never seen this had I not been looking. And now my job is to keep looking. Whenever there's a problem, I want to know about it. I want to see about it. I want to bring awareness. If we got to go down there to Reedsville, stand beside the library and protest every week, we will. But as long as we see a problem and as long as you're quiet, you are part of the problem. But I want to do my things so I can close y'all out. Ms. Nikki, again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you so much. I really do. And if it seems like I'm repeating names when I'm giving my thanks, I kind of am. I want to thank Portia Paris and Dr. Merrill. They've really been on top of us. When I first got introduced to them was over the summer after I held my protest in Reedsville, and they really enlightened me. They showed me different ways. They showed me different outlets, how to connect to people and talk. So I want to thank Dr. Merrill, Portia Paris. I want to thank Phelps and Fauci for coming through. Thank you so much. NC 100. I want to thank y'all 100 times. Thank y'all for everything you did, the interns, the people behind the scenes that helped make this go. Mark Lee, you are the man. Mark Lee is the man, y'all. I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart. Jessica Hill. I want to thank Goodwill, Jesse Bradley, Sakia and Morgan Wilkins, Dwayne Garnett, Katrina Harris, Isaiah Withers, Rosetta Badgett, Cartisha McCurdy. Thank you so much. Y'all did so awesome last night too. I've been thinking about that all day. I really appreciate last night. Last night was something good that I wish all women could see. That was very awesome last night. Thank y'all. I want to thank Greg Commander. I met Greg Commander over the summer. Real powerful man. He came to my protest down there in Reedsville. Thank you so much, Greg Commander. I appreciate you. Beth Lucas. I want to thank my man Mark Bowler. Mark Bowler, I appreciate you. Danny Blackwell, Brother Muhammad. Brother Muhammad, I've been watching him my whole life as a young kid coming up in Reedsville, and they held different programs and stuff. He's been doing stuff in the Black community forever, and he's really one of them people that I've always seen. He's always been dressed nice, always just been a stand-up Black man, and I really want to appreciate you. If you never thought nobody was watching, I was one of them watching, and I appreciate everything you've done in our community. I really appreciate you, Brother Muhammad. Casey Ahmad, I thank you. Marcus Wilson, I thank you. Rashawn Wilson, you powerful dude, really powerful dude. I'm gonna keep close in contact with him. Me and him, we're gonna end up doing some work together. He's a great artist too, y'all. He does very, very good work. So y'all go check out Rashawn Scope Kid Wilson. Please go check him out, please. Portia Paris, I want to thank you again. Dr. Merrill, I want to thank you again. Brother Mike Harris, all you do, man. Brother Greg, appreciate you for your insight. I remember being a kid. There's another kid store. My cousin Curtis Smalls always told me if I ever needed somebody and I needed somebody to go talk to, he always told me to holler at Brother Greg. And I didn't realize that until I got older. But I do appreciate you, Brother Greg, from the bottom of my heart. Sean Bradley, appreciate you. All the work you do with us. Next Generation Alliance 336, Hayes Taylor's YMCA, thank you. NC 100, thank you. Black Empowerment, thank you. This Black Empowerment, you'll see the name of the name of the page, it will change. Because this 1 week, this will follow through for the rest of our lives. We're gonna do Black Empowerment 365. So y'all can go on Instagram and follow Black Empowerment 365. You can also go to on the Black Empowerment page on Facebook. Go visit our website, nextgenerationalliance336.com. Once again, Paris, thank you, Mom. We really appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Merrill. We appreciate you. Mac Lawson, thank you. That's my man. I really appreciate you. All the families, all the artist spotlights, everybody who came through and made this a success. Thank you, because without y'all, we would have never made this happen. This right here was not just because of the 4 faces you see in the Next Generation Alliance. This right here comes from a team. This was a team of people behind the scenes. Every time I said I didn't want to get on camera and talk, they made sure I got on camera and talk. This was such a team effort. It's really overwhelming to see that if we can do something like this, something little like this, and whoever it impacts, we can actually make an impact over the world. The Next Generation Alliance can go from the 336 to the 704 to the 252. We can all come together and we can make a change. I want to thank everybody that tuned in all week. Tomorrow, I'll be on part of the panelists. We're talking religion. It's one of my favorite, spiciest topics ever. We're talking religion tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you. We come in peace. Prosalities, paix et toi, peace upon you. We come in peace, leave in peace. Thank you.